Good morning, colleagues, both in this room and online. Welcome to the 2022 EUROCONTROL Network Manager User Forum. My name is Ken Thomas, and I'm the head of office for our Director Network Manager, Jacopo Prisinotti. And before I will be handing over to our Director General, Eamon Brennan, for his opening address, I have a few housekeeping issues to bring up. To my help, I have Tony Liku, who is our Master of Ceremony throughout these 2 days. You will hear a lot more from Tony, and he will remind me if I forget something. First of all, as you have seen, it's a different format this year. Normally, these user forums are all on site. Last year, it was all virtual, and this year it's hybrid. So I'm very happy to see that we have a number of colleagues here in the room. We have more than 100 which have signed up to come here throughout these 2 days. And then we also have colleagues virtually joining us via Zoom, and the more than 1,000 who have signed up to join us virtually. Now, this hybrid puts extra demands on us here on site because we need to stick to the times. Okay, fantastic to be able to network again, but we need to stick to the times. It's not fair to those online if we come in late from the coffee and so on. So please think of that. And another thing, please, if you haven't done so already, put your phones on mute if you're in this room. Now, for the question and answer sessions, those online who are connected through Zoom will use the Zoom question and answer Q&A function. Whilst you here in the room, you will also put your questions in writing so that we have a level playing field. There is a Q&A software which you need to download to your phones. You have a QR code in front of you, and Tony will talk you through this later. We have our COVID social distancing rules, which means that you need to wear a mask in this room or anywhere here on EUROCONTROL if you're not the speaker, as I am now speaking right now. Therefore, I've taken it off. Or when you're seated for lunch and coffee, then you may also take off your mask. All lunches and coffees are only served seated for these rules. You can also use all chairs in this room, although we still have the sticker saying, please do not use this seat. We have had a very recent change where we now can use all seats as long as we have the mask on. The lunch and coffee, today we will have lunch 12:30 to 1400 here on site, of course. Coffee 15:30 to 1600. And then tomorrow, when you come here, we start at 9 sharp. But for those of you who are early birds, there is coffee served as from 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tomorrow then, coffee break 10:30 to 11 and lunch 1300 to 1400. Today, we plan to end at 17:45. And tomorrow we plan to end with a wrap-up event, 15:30 to 15:45, with some good conclusions by our Director Network Manager, Jacopo Prisinotti. We have shuttle buses for you here on site. So at 18:15 today, so half an hour after we close, there will be a bus outside EUROCONTROL main entrance, taking those who want to go to Central Station with a stop at Place Schumann. Tomorrow morning, the bus leaves 7:30 from Central Station to EUROCONTROL and 7:45 from Schumann to EUROCONTROL. After we have finished tomorrow, there will be a bus at 1600 from EUROCONTROL to Brussels Airport, and another bus 16:15 from EUROCONTROL to Central Station, again via stop at Schumann. Last but not least, in case of evacuation, there will be an alarm through the loudspeakers, a very loud alarm, you won't miss it, I promise you. And then we evacuate the same way as you entered. So out there to the right and through the reception of EUROCONTROL. In case you cannot evacuate that way because of smoke or fire, you can take there are many on your way, many green signs with exit that you can take. If, for instance, the doors here are blocked due to smoke and fire, the 2 exits over there and 2 exits behind you, and further exit signs that will lead you out of the building. For those on site, if you have any questions or need any assistance, we have a customer service booth just before you entered the outside here, outside the room to the right, where you got your badges. you can ask for help there. That was the housekeeping. Now I'm very pleased to hand over to our Eurocontrol Director General, Eamon Brennan, for his opening address. Eamon.
Thank you, Ken. And for those of you who are at home, if the toaster in your kitchen goes on fire, then move immediately to the living room. Okay, you can see that we're a bit risk averse here. So very welcome this morning. It's great to see so many people on site. I really welcome it. And so many people connected in this hybrid event. It's really nice. So what I want to do this morning is to kind of hopefully do a wrap up of where we are, what's ahead of us, and try and put the last 2 years of the virus behind us, and hopefully look forward to a little bit of a brighter future and a bit more business this summer, and maybe particularly for airline colleagues and airport colleagues, you know, better operations this summer in terms of volume at least. So it's great that Jacopo set the theme of sustainability and brought it central, and it's good to see Marilyn and her team here. And we're also going to be looking at the summer 2022 timetable and the digital transformation journey. So you've got 2 really interesting days ahead of you. So I'm going to just start off, and I just want to make a few general points. The first point I want to make is that the figures here are not that relevant because they're all reductions. So you look at the UK, you have I think it's a 42% reduction in CO2 last year. But what is relevant to everybody is that sustainability has become top and central of the agenda in Europe. And it's going to be something that as airlines, ANSPs, or airports, you will not be able to avoid it. And so it's important that we try and work in a kind of a collaborative way to get together from this. You're all aware that the COP25 or 26 happened last year there in Glasgow, and then we have the Fit for 55. And there are targets been set for aviation in Fit for 55 that are very difficult, if indeed impossible in some cases, to achieve. So some really significant changes are going to have to happen in terms of, you know, emission trading scheme, carbon credits. And the effect of this is that actually aviation tickets are probably going to become more expensive as a result of this. And this is going to have a real effect on our consumers, have an effect on demand. And I'm not personally sure that the traveling public and that all our citizens have realized what the cost of this package is going to be on a day-to-day basis for their lives in terms of changing to electric cars. You know, the average electric car is 20 to 25%, often more expensive than the current, petrol car. And all of these things and the cost of delivering things, you know, if you look at, say, some of the older air freighters that are operating at the moment, they will incur significant carbon credits and taxes and all this kind of things. So the cost of goods will be more. So there's a whole societal change that has to happen and understanding. And citizens have got to see what's the benefit of doing this, because at the moment, I think what they're seeing is what's the cost. So we've got a little fence that we need to jump. You know, in Eurocontrol, you know, we've been working over the last year very closely, particularly last year, we worked very closely with all the airlines and the airports, and we got everybody into the building, and we had a kind of a COVID super spreader event just before the last lockdown. And the point was to bring everybody together to talk about this. And the reality is that I took away from that meeting, where we had everybody really here that matters in aviation in Europe, is that there is a perception problem. And this is what we kind of concluded, is that, you know, we're 2% of global emissions, maybe more in the European Union, but the perception of the public is that actually we account for 22%. And this was right throughout the idea. So, you know, you talk to the average citizen, they feel it's a far more than it is. You know, the IT industry is much more, agriculture is much more, road transportation, but we're very visible. And when we do take off, we tend to make noise. So in Eurocontrol over the last year, we've been working really hard to try and make sure that we have a data-based discussion, not an emotion-based discussion. And, you know, if you look at some of the kind of think papers that we're producing, there's a huge discussion about the argument between planes versus trains, and they're not been measured in the same way. Everything is measured in aviation, not the same as measured in trains. And, you know, it's important that all of us understand that we're in this together. this is something where we talk about, Jacopo will talk to you for the next 2 days about collaborative decision making, but if ever we need a collaborative decision making, it's in the area of the environment. There's no winners, there's no losers in this. The only loser will be our industry, aviation, and everybody in this room and everybody listening. So we've got to go green, yes, but we need a little bit of time, but we also have to sell our message a little bit better. And an interesting thing that, you know, if you look at their, and this is just based on last year's flights, and it would be the same the year before, but I only want to draw your attention to one box. Look at the box, the green box. That's flights under 500 kilometers. 28.3% of flights are below 500 kilometers, accounting for 4.2% of emissions. Yet you have a situation where all the action is against the short haul flights and no action against the red box, which is the long haul flights. The average flight in Europe falls within the yellow box. Okay, and that would be, you know, from the various countries. So the point is that where you have a situation that's unbalanced and long haul flights are exempt and all of these kind of strange things are happening, then we've got to be sure that the public understands where it is. But definitely deciding to stop an ATR flight within a country and say, look, you're better on the train, and I'm sure you are, but giving it as a huge carbon emitter is not actually factually correct. And that's something you can all help to sell this message. And we try it with the European Parliament. The other thing that we produce, and I'm not putting names on this, is that, you know, there is a relationship between traffic share and CO2 share. So, you know, if you're operating certain types of business models, you'll have a high amount of traffic, your CO2 will be lower if your load factors are high per passenger as well. If you have a different model, it will be different. So here we measure the top, I think, 30 airlines in Europe. Plus we're measuring Qatar, we're measuring Emirates for the first time. So all the data we have, and that's something we can share on an individual basis with an airline, or if you need it, but we're not using CO2 emissions as a competitive factor. It's not something, in my view, that airlines should be competing on. But what I want to say to everybody in this room is that taxing aviation does not reduce CO2 emissions. Now, this does not make us popular inside in the European Parliament, but this is the reality. We've looked at this over 20 years, where taxes have been imposed, it goes to the general exchequer. It doesn't go to help reduce CO2 emissions. And the reality is that the consumer compensates. If you look at the car situation on the road, taxing petrol has not reduced traffic. So you've got to look at bringing in incentives. Electrification of cars will reduce CO2 emissions. So I think it's important that we need to be sure that where taxes are imposed for decarbonisation, and a classic example of this is the emissions trading scheme, is the carbon credits. They are not always applied for carbon purposes. And we've got to be clear that taxes that are collected by the aviation industry should be used by governments to reduce carbon in the aviation industry. And that's what actually should happen, so that we get a direct effect from it. So we're very strongly supporting the use of SAF, sustainable and synthetic aviation fuels, and also hydrogen. And you can see, for instance, that Airbus are working very closely on this. So continuing the kind of green theme, you know, other things that we've been doing during the year basically is talking about the perfect green flight. And here you in this room and everybody linked in here can help. And the network manager can be key to this. We could remove up to 25.8% of emissions for flights in Europe using current technology. If we got three things together: better aircraft technologies, SAF, and basically fuel efficient ATM. So there is a role for the network for better efficient routes, to, you know, basically flying more direct routes, less holding, all of the kind of things, and using the proper levels and proper trajectory based management than we can before. So this is very important. So the key thing in the short term, and we're all looking at this, and this is the big debate with the Commission particularly at the moment, is, you know, sustainable aviation fuels can reduce CO2 emissions across their life cycle. And that means basically the overall life cycle. So the problem we've got with all of this, of course, is very simple, is we don't have enough. There is not enough of aviation fuels available. And where it's available, it's 3 times the price. So we really need everybody to stop looking at taxing aviation and start looking at a dual strategy of incentivizing in a very strong way the production of SAF, in the same way that we use agricultural incentives to encourage certain crops to be grown. We should be asking the governments to provide strong taxation incentives, strong grant-based incentives to produce SAF, because that is the actual short-term solution, because hydrogen will take some time. And talking about hydrogen and electrification, you know, this is really the way to go in the long run and the blended wing. But the reality of this is it's going to take time. And decarbonization in the aviation industry is going to take longer than other industries because we rely on carbon-based fuels strongly for propulsion. So we'll initially go to a hybrid phase and then we'll go to this, but it is achievable. And what I don't agree with is the green agenda that wants to stop people traveling. I actually want to have people traveling. I want more people traveling. I want them to travel to different countries, explore different cultures, because that's what makes the world community safe. And that's what stops us all going into our nation states. And we saw where that got us during the 1940s and 1980s. And you see it again today with Russia and Ukraine. The more people know each other and the more they go, and that's the strength of things in organizations like the EU, etc. So this is a big challenge. Now, when we look at COVID, you know, last year was a very difficult year for us, and particularly, you know, for the airlines. We saw some huge reductions like Air France, KLM at 44%, but look at the airports, 1.4 billion passengers. Now, airports, by and large, yes, they get a landing fee, but by and large, they need the passengers. The passengers, they get a passenger service fee, and the passenger buys things like duty free. So really, when you starve out passengers and you create uncertainty like the virus did last year, then you really hit the value chain very, very significantly. And, you know, it's interesting when you look, for instance, at the kind of top 30 or 35 airlines in Europe, that the amount of passenger losses from the main airlines was really significant. You've, like Ryanair, 43% less flights in 1 year. We never thought we would see this, and we're kind of starting to take it for granted. If I put this figure up in front of you in 2019, everybody would have been horrified. We'd been calling it the biggest recession since 1929. Because for the airline industry, we've never seen anything like this anywhere ever in the world before. And this is why we're living through really incredible times. So what's the effect of this? Now, maybe just to get really specific, the effect of this is very simple. Europe thrives on one word: connectivity. Connectivity drives the European economy. So even if you look at the whole year of 2019 or Q4 of 2021, flights by and large averaged about 75%, but connectivity, flight choice, was down to 54%. So airlines are flying the most profitable routes, okay, and the connectivity is gone. This is really bad for the European economy. And this cannot be replaced by overnight trains and will not be able to be replaced by trains because the infrastructure to do this doesn't exist. So this kind of stuff needs to be called out. Like, it's fine to replace a train with a flight with a train if the train exists. But, you know, trains to Corsica, trains to Sicily, trains to Malta, trains to Ireland, trains to the UK, you know, trains to the Greek islands. Just explain to me how they work, and I'd be very supportive of it thereafter. The other thing it's worth looking at is even all over the world, it was slow. But I want to make one point. Generally, throughout the year, Europe performed the worst. Now, Asia Pacific is very difficult. Long haul traffic will not resume this year, in my view, to China until at least Q4 or even Q1 of next year. It's really depressed. The zero COVID policy makes it difficult. Even Australia, which was due to open on the 1st of February, has put it off by about 2 to 3 months as well. So you can see that Europe generally has kind of averaged, but lagged a little bit behind. And it's important to realize that the United States, the traffic has recovered very, very strongly. And there, the airlines this year will make 9 billion, and we will lose 9 billion in Europe. And the airports are actually making profit in the United States at the moment. So the industry is completely different to when you cross the North Atlantic. It's profitable and it's operating with more normal parameters because we don't have individual governments in the United States and in North America bringing individual rules. Now, if the virus is the virus, and if the virus is the same everywhere, the rules should then, we would like to think, should be the same everywhere. But from a travel point of view, when we started this pandemic, everybody thought that the problem was traveling in aircraft. And very quickly, we convinced passengers that going to an airport and traveling in an aircraft was not dangerous. But the problem that has since arose is uncertainty. Travelers will not go to Spain if they suddenly think the UK will change the rules overnight and they can't get back. So it's the certainty of returning home that has become the problem. Can I travel? Can I come back? And if you get that certainty back into the system, you're doing very well. Now, it's not all bad news. Last year in January, when I stood here before you, we were looking at an average of 9,000 flights per day. By the time we ended the year, even with the Omicron, we had got to 20,000 per year, minus 22%. So, you know, all was not bad. And what I would say to you is that the situation for the last week is that we're at about 63% of where we are 2019. There are some good signs. UK has opened up. Denmark has opened up. The general signs is that the wave of Omicron is moving through Europe now and governments are moving up. There are new regulations in place by the Commission for traveling since the 1st of February, since yesterday. So you can see that, you know, if you look at the kind of green line, yes, we're still down, but we are expecting a strong return by Easter. Now, if I can just talk to you about that, airlines are generally telling us that bookings are strong from Easter on. Fares will go up a little bit. They're still a little bit soft, but at the moment, bookings are actually strong. I spoke to 2 airline CEOs yesterday who told me that the search engines are starting to click in very strongly from Easter on. So we should have a good summer, barring another wave of Omicron or somebodycon or something like this. And you know, we got to get over this. Once you're vaccinated, we got to move on because there are risks in the society generally, but you know, we have to learn to live with them. So looking at January, you know, the last month, if you look at the largest airline, Ryanair, they're 22% reduction. Look at Pegasus, 24 in Turkey. Generally, it's moved about. The airlines that are struggling will struggle to recover this year will not be the low cost. It'll be more the legacies because getting long haul going is hard, particularly to China, to Singapore, to the Far East. I think the North Atlantic will be much more flexible as the months go by. And I'm looking forward to a much more flexible regime on the North Atlantic, actually even from next month. But, you know, it's interesting to look at how the various airlines have done over the last month. And this is over the last week. But have a look just in the left-hand corner. You can see cargo is still doing well. DHL is up 14%, you know, ASL up 5%. But the major low-cost carriers cut back really significantly in January, and you can't blame them. There was no passengers, 36% reduction by Ryanair, 59% by EasyJet. And what we've observed all of last year is that airlines predominantly based in the UK suffered more than most because the restrictions for COVID in the UK were not consistent. It wasn't that they were any different, they weren't consistent. They changed from week to week, they went up, they went down, and this caused a huge problem for all of the things. And of course, the regional carriers. So for the last week, you know, we started to return to a little bit of normality, and I'm really optimistic for the summer. So I think I wouldn't operate, you're sitting here in January, the worst month of the year. Jacopo will outline to you later about some of the risks we face for this summer in terms of bringing capacity back. But the signs from the airlines is that capacity will go back in. The signs from the traveling public is that they are actually buying tickets at the moment. And that's really a good sign. And even the holiday makers, that people are buying tickets and not being afraid to travel. And I am always urging people to travel. So from an airport's point of view, the last week is basically returned to a little bit more normal. Normal is that we're down about a third, which is basically the flights. But remember, the airports suffer more because the airlines are down a third. Load factors on airlines are 50, 55% at best, okay? Which means, of course, the passenger numbers are low. So just to kind of move towards a wrap up, where does this bring us? So we published on the 15th of October, short-term scenario, and I'm going to deal with the short-term and the long-term. The short-term scenario we were looking at was that blue line there. Now, remember, on the 15th of October, I never heard of this word, Omicron. Never heard that word at all. So everything was done on the basis is that everybody had been doubly vaccinated in Europe, and on we go again. We didn't know about this one. So what the effect of the Omicron virus has, and here we're looking at right this month of January, is that we expected 79% traffic, we got 68. So it's had an 11% suppression of traffic on the system. That's the actual empirical effect of what Omicron has had, because we had factored everything else, China, long haul, into account in our blue scenario there, which was our base case. But what I want to tell you today is we will issue a new one in a number of weeks' time, and we believe we will get back to that blue line by April. So we will see a sharp upturn, particularly as we approach Easter in the months of April. So that's the kind of good news. Where does it bring us long term? Well, long term, you'll recall that we issued a forecast last year, and we're not changing our forecast. We still believe that the aviation industry in Europe will return to its 2019 levels by the end of 2023, because the experience has been that it recovers very quickly. So even though 747s and A380s come out, a lot of new 738s are going in, A321neos are going in, and the deliveries are going in. So we think it still will stage that recovery. Again, as long as we don't get some resurgence of some other kind of virus variant or something that suppresses demand. So I think it's good. I also want to just mention to you is that, we are doing really well here in EUROCONTROL, in that you will recall in 2018, we had a major failure of our system where the system went down, airports and airlines in Europe stopped flying. That's how central the function and the discussion you're having today. It's key to it. So collaborative decision-making is really important, where airlines, airports, everybody works together to achieve a result. Because remember, if we don't move, the passengers don't move, and very quickly we all get into trouble. So we are moving ahead with the new operations room. I do want to just say to you, and Jacopo will spend a lot of time talking to you and explaining to you about this, is that the NM is much different than it used to be. Over the last 5 years, and I particularly thank Jacopo for this, is engagement with stakeholders is stronger. We try to find the problem and flag it earlier. So you see these weekly forecasts going out to you. You're asking you about opening sectors if you're in an ANSP, and we're all the time communicating with the CEOs of airlines, with all the CEOs of ANSPs, to try and get everybody understanding the big picture so that everybody puts the resources we have in Europe in the right place at the right time, because that's the whole trick. It's not that sometimes we're short, it's that we don't deploy them in the correct place. So this summer, yes, we will have some problem in REMS, but we are taking some significant action, and I'm not going to waste time on it to do that. I also just want to mention is that we're going ahead here in EUROCONTROL of trying to make EUROCONTROL, which we started off with, and my main mission was to make EUROCONTROL central to aviation. And here we have the CESAR deployment manager, which will hopefully, if we're successful, relocate to EUROCONTROL in April. We're looking at the CESAR JU coming back to EUROCONTROL. And the idea for this is very simple, is to create a single value chain. There is no point of doing research if you don't deploy it. It's completely in this industry. And there are some here in the room who would argue that we have researched so many things, we have developed so many things, and we've implemented so few. And this is what we're trying to do, is to make the implementation and deployment much faster, much cheaper, and much more direct. I also want to say to you is that you will get a briefing today on the new network management system, but we're very conscious of the fragility of the current system. So we're asking you to have patience with us, stay with us for the next 18 months to 2 years until we get the new system up and running, where you will have a much more stable platform. I mean, the first part we're trying to do is get stability. Then we will start bringing in a lot of new functionality that will really, really make Europe move much faster and actually give more power to the ANSPs and give more power to the airlines in a much more transparent way. But we are in a 2-year period where if something goes wrong over the next 2 years, we don't have a lot of options to do things. So please be patient with us, and we're hoping that we can get over this. So just to kind of say to you is that, Jacopo has started everything, and it has worked very, very well. And the team here is working very strongly together in EUROCONTROL at the moment. And we're also really proud of the fact that our collaboration with all of you is very, very strong. And nothing happens without everybody working together. And there's no other industry where the value chain is as important, where the guy who puts the baggage onto the aircraft, to the air traffic controller, they're all part of the same chain, because you don't put the bags on, the aircraft doesn't take off, the aircraft doesn't push back, it's late, it doesn't get fueled, you know, so everybody really has to work together. And that's the value of the network management here, to make sure that we actually can do all that together. So I just want to mention 3 other topics that are important to you. First of all, the whole area of drone integration and urban mobility. Not something for this summer, it's going to happen, but just keep it on your agenda, because lower airspace and drone traffic particularly will start being certified by the end of this year. And you will probably see initial operations in cities like Abu Dhabi, etc. I would think by late 2023, 24. This will be something a little bit more common. The other thing I'll say to you is that cyber is more of an issue. Obviously, when you've got a system like the NM connected to, 700-800 towers, 63 ANSPs, 400 or 500 airlines, you're wide open to cyber. So be aware that you're open to it and be conscious of that as well. And when we talk about digitization, yes, we digitize, yes, we make things easier, but yes, we also provide opportunities to people that don't have our good at heart. And then, we are going to work very closely with AI, and Paul Bosman's team here has been working very closely with all of you in doing that. So I just want to wish everybody today 2 pretty good days of work to get the summer planned. To me, it's important to condition expectations. If everybody understands what the likely outcome of the summer is this year and what the likely output is, then we all have a better understanding of where we are. We're committed to serve you. I've always said this, is that my job is to work for you. Everybody on this line, I work for you, to help what you do, to make your business easier. We are not here to impose anything centrally on you. We're here to try and get the best possible outcome in a collaborative way and make sure that we work together. So thank you very much. Gurmila Mahgif. Thank you.
Iman, thank you very much for this very interesting introduction, a lot of food for thought, and all these topics, they will be taken in different chunks to give also opportunity for everyone around the world to connect. We need to apologize. This first session is the long one. We don't have yet a coffee break, but we will go ahead with the, I suggest we don't spare any additional time, and we dive into the first session of the day, which is about making aviation sustainable, a European ambition. And the moderator, I will kindly invite Imon and Jacopo to leave room for Marilyn and her invited speakers, who will be in a hybrid mode, on site and online. Building on the Paris Agreement and the European Green Deal, aviation has set itself the goal to reach the net zero carbon dioxide emissions by 2050. This session aims to present what is being done to support the decarbonization efforts of the European aviation sector, with the focus on ATM. The session will be moderated by Marilyn Bastian, our head of aviation sustainability unit. Marilyn just joined EUROCONTROL as head of aviation sustainability in 2020, but she has a long career, more than 20 years in ATM, with SkyS, the Belgium Air Navigation Service provider. She was leading there the environment and procedure design. She has chaired European Continuous Climb and Continuous Descent Operation Task Force and the Standing Committee of Environment for FABEC. Before I pass the floor to her, as Ken during the introduction, those in online, please use the Q&A in the Zoom, not the chat. Use the chat for salutation, but please put Q&A in the chat. And those in the room, don't download anything, just scan the QR code. And you can put the questions via your mobile app, or if you want to use your laptops, many of you are with the laptops in front of you. Also on the card, you have the website ectrlvote.eu with the password EUROCONTROL. Is not sensitive, and you can ask many questions for the panelists. So I'll be back in 1 hour to introduce the second session. Until then, Marilyn, the floor and the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony, and welcome everybody. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today because I think this is the first time that we have a full 1 hour session to speak about aviation sustainability within the NM User Forum. So it shows how priorities are changing. I must say that it's quite difficult to speak just after Raymond because Raymond set the theme perfectly, especially for aviation sustainability. I think that you have received a lot of information about the challenges related to aviation sustainability, but I must say that as an end user forum, you have a role to play already now, because it's really important to say that beside all the challenges that have been explained by Eamon just a few minutes before, from an ATM perspective, there are a lot of work that can be done today. So for today's session, I will share this 1 hour with 2 operational stakeholders. One will be Skies, an Insp, an air navigation service provider, and also one airline, Lufthansa, who will share their experience with concrete ATM projects that could contribute to reduce CO2 emission. So I think it's really important to say that you can already act now, but of course there are some challenges when it comes to ATM improvement regarding aviation sustainability. So with the 2 guests that we have, the 3 guests, because for Lufthansa there are 2 speakers, we will have a discussion about the challenges also related to the an implementation of ATM solution at a bigger scale. But now I would like to start with some introduction about what EUROCONTROL is doing as an agency to support the European aviation to decarbonize. In this presentation, there will be a focus on ATM, of course, and I would like to say that it's also a focus on aviation sustainability unit, but it's important to say that it's a transversal work. So the team is working with almost every team within the agency. We are working with the military, we are also working with CRCO, we are of course working a lot with the network manager colleagues, but we are also working with the EUROCONTROL Innovation Hub colleagues, we are also working with the airport unit, we are working with everyone. So I hope I will not forget anyone during the presentation, but it's just to tell you that aviation sustainability, it's for all. So everyone has a role to play, and we don't have to wait for 2030 or 2050. For ATM, it's already happening now. So Eamon already set the scene with this, so I will not spend too much time, but the only information that is quite important, it's our objective that has been set by the European Commission. It's about the European Green Deal. So we have to decrease our emission by 90% compared to 2090. And of course, there is a sustainable and smart mobility strategy that has been put in place by the Commission. And as EUROCONTROL, we try to support this in any way. So in the next slide to come, you will see the different activities that we do to support the achievement of the aviation Green Deals. And the Fit for 55 package is quite ambitious. Eamon has explained a few words about it, so I will not come back again about this one, but this is also important because there is a sustainable aviation fuel blending mandate, and it's also a key step, but it's not the purpose of this presentation here for today, because we will focus more on ATM. In terms of context, also for our agenda and to set the scene as well, it's this increasing pressure. So it has also been mentioned by Eamon. It's about the citizens who want us to do more. And it's not only about emission, it's also about noise, air quality, and non-CO2. So it's why it's so complicated for us, because we have to deal with different kind of challenges. But it's not only about the citizen, it's also about passenger expectation, because the passenger also want to travel in a more sustainable transport solution. And this is the problem that has been also mentioned by Eamon. The perception of the aviation sector is not good. We are seen as not sustainable. So what we are trying to do within EUROCONTROL, it's really to change this perception by providing content, data, analysis, paper that show that the aviation sector is on its way to decarbonize and can be as sustainable as any other transport solution. And as I'm saying, ATM can play a big role in this. But it's not only about us, and it's not only about the private sector, it's also about the government and state that are putting more and more pressure on our shoulders to decarbonize. So there are a lot of commitment that has been done lately to be net zero emission by 2050. So I must say everyone is in the same boat. They all want to decarbonize. So when it comes to government, during the COP26, last year, there are more than 20 states that have signed this International Aviation Climate Ambition Coalition. So this is very an important step, you know, because it's not only the aviation industry who is claiming that they want to be net zero emission. There is really a willingness now from government and state to decarbonize the aviation sector. So it's put even more pressure on our shoulder to speed up the way to decarbonize. So how can we decarbonize? This report, the Destination 2050 report, it's a very important report because it's how the European industry put the thing to decarbonize the aviation sector. It will rely on 4 ICAO pillars. And as you can see, ATM has a role to play. And for the other, like the use of sustainable aviation fuel, the market-based measure like ETS and CORSIA, or new aircraft technology, these are all the things. For market-based measure, we can already apply them now, but for new aircraft technology and sustainable aviation fuel, it will take time. But for ATM, as I have already said, we can already act now. So now, just to be very short on this, what are our key objectives within the aviation sustainability unit? We want to facilitate a pan-European stakeholder cooperation approach to effectively respond to aviation sustainability challenge. We want also to improve the public awareness. And I think that the think paper that have been mentioned by Eamon is one of the evidence that we are doing this. We want also to develop the tools to allow our stakeholders to do the environmental impact assessment when it comes to emission, but also to noise, but not only this. And then we also provide a technical support to European institutions, member states, and the industry, of course. So now more concretely, I will not spend too much time on this slide either because Eamon has already shown some example about the paper that we are producing in the aviation sustainability unit. So we are publishing think paper really to feed the debate, to provide data in such a way, you know, that we can change this perception of the aviation sector. But we are also producing, with the support of the Aviation Intelligence Unit, some data snapshot. And there it's to show the data that we already have, and we want to show how this data could be used. And finally, we have also put in place a new kind of project, which is called the Aviation Sustainability Briefing, which is also quite important for us because it's really to give voices to our stakeholders to show what they are already doing in terms of aviation decarbonization. Now, I would like just to emphasize this think paper that has been published by the EUROCONTROL Network Manager Infrastructure Division, because they're also working on aviation sustainability. And I think that this think paper is important, especially for this NM user forum as operational stakeholder, because in this paper, we already explained that many INSP are quite active when it comes to reduce their carbon footprint. But of course, more can be done. So I really recommend you to read this paper as well. Then we are also organizing, and I'm sure that maybe a lot of you have already attended to some of these strategic webinars, but we are also organizing a lot of webinars. Again, it's to increase awareness about what the sector is doing and also what are the challenges. And it's not only about emission, it's also about non-CO2 or electric aircraft, hydrogen aircraft, or also about climate change adaptation and resilience for our sector, but I will come back to this later on. Yeah, I tried to change the slide, but it doesn't. Okay, now another group which is maybe of interest for all of you, because you are more than welcome to join us if you are an INSP. It's the ATM INSP Environmental Transparency Working Group. So this is really important, this group, because it's an operational working group in which we develop a bottom-up approach to define new way to better communicate about what ATM is doing in terms of reducing emission and how they contribute to the Aviation Green Deal's objective. Because we are short of time, I will not spend too much time again on this slide. Could you please? Oh, okay. So in this group, what we try to do now is to define better metrics, but we are not working only on this. We have already many INSP that are contributing to this group, and it's part of the EASA EUROCONTROL work program. In the next slide, I will just explain the different pillars that we have. It doesn't work anymore. Yeah. Okay, so in this group, we have 3 different pillars in which we are doing a lot of work. So pillar 1 is for the time being the highest priority because it's about defining new performance environmental metric. So it takes a lot of time. And if you have any experience in this as an INSP, don't hesitate to come back to me and to the other co-chair of this group, because it's co-chair by Nats and MUAC. Because we need more volunteers to work on this, because it's quite challenging, but it's important, because if we want to change the perception of ATM, we need to find better metric to better communicate about what we do to reduce our emission. But in this group, we are also working on pillar 3 on our carbon footprint infrastructure. So this is quite active. And ideally, we would like to work also on other dimension by including noise and non-CO2, but it will be for another step. And then in this group, we have defined a high-level principle, meaning that we all know that one single metric will not be the solution to measure ATM performances. So we want to develop a set of CO2 metric, ideally, that cover 3 different dimensions. So a network performance indicator, an operational tactical indicator, and an airspace infrastructure indicator. So I'm not going to list all the different metrics, but it's just to give you an idea, so you will have time to read this slide after on. But we are already assessing many new metrics. So there are some existing metrics, but we are also working on new metrics, and we are also working on the conversion of existing metric into CO2 metrics. So the idea is really to better capture the inefficiency that we have and to be able to work on them, and finally then to communicate. So this is also another report that we have done in collaboration with the network manager, which is for us quite important because it shows what can be done in the ATM network. But it's a shared responsibility by all users. So it's INSP, airlines, CFSP, airports, even the network manager itself. We all have a role to play to decrease the fuel inefficiency in our network. And then on the aviation intelligence portal, this is for you. You have already a lot of data that are available. So I would recommend you to go on this website, because for environment, we try to work with the aviation intelligence unit to feed this portal with more data. So when we will have these new metrics, for instance, they will be also available on this website. And we are also working on climate change risk for European aviation. What does it mean? We speak all the time about the impact of climate change on aviation, but aviation is also suffering from climate change and needs to be more resilient. We saw it during last summer. So it's also a dimension on which we are working, and we have published a big report last September. So if you don't have read it yet, I would recommend you to have a look at it, because it could maybe interest your operation. And for your information, we plan to set up an operational working group on climate change adaptation in the scope of the network manager within the AOT group, in order to exchange our best practices to be more resilient. And finally, just a slide about the tools that we have. So as member, of EUROCONTROL, you have access to this tool for free. So it's mainly Impact, our tool for doing noise and emission impact assessment. If you need it, don't hesitate to contact us. But we have also OpenAlax for air quality on ground and AEM modeling. But you can contact us for having more details. It will not be for today. And of course, it has been also mentioned by Eamon, CESAR is quite important for us. So we are also very active in CESAR 3, especially for the Aviation Green Deal chapter and objective. So I had to be very fast because I see the time is running. I will just mention this. We are also supporting our member state to report their emission on ETS and CORSIA. So we are also working on this market-based measure. And we have also many collaboration with EASA and with ECAC also for all business related to environment. And now I will stop there. I had to go very fast, but it's just to give you a taste about what EUROCONTROL is doing in terms of aviation sustainability. There are many, many things that can be done, and it's impossible to explain all of them in 10 minutes, but I hope that now you have a better overview about what we are doing. And now I would like to give the floor to Skies and Mr. Alexander Van Welsenaar for his presentation about the demo flight at Antwerp with a concrete example, a concrete ATM implementation example project to reduce emission. So Alexander.
Thank you, Marleen. And also thanks a lot for inviting me to speak here at this forum today, because some of you might know, but Marleen was actually the manager that hired me about 4 years ago at Skies. And actually this project that I'm going to present was one of my first biggest projects there, and one that we still tackled together. So what we did is we performed demo flights at Anthrop Airport, demonstrating the enhanced flight vision system technology, of EFVS in short. And basically the novelty of this project was not necessarily the technology as such, because it already exists for quite some time, but it's the fact that we extended the operational scope where this technology can actively be used. So to make it more concrete, we actually landed aircraft in very poor visibility conditions using this EFVS operations. And as you can imagine, and as you will see later in this presentation, this will basically improve, or has a great opportunity to improve, the accessibility of airports in degraded visibility, and especially in the first place for smaller and regional aerodromes like Anthrop Airport, for example. So what I would like to do in the next 15 minutes is give you a short introduction to the project and the type of operations, then highlight the different aspects of the demo flights, and then finally share the key takeaways with you. So let's start with an intro to the project. So the project was called Augmented Approaches to Land 2. It was part of the CESAR very large demo framework. And the purpose of that framework is to test novel technologies, novel operations for a wide range of situations, to see if those technologies and operations can be upscaled safely. It's the reason why we joined a broad and international consortium of airports, airspace users, ANSPs, manufacturers, regulatory bodies. And the purpose of our work package on EFVS, work package 3, is twofold. First of all, we wanted to demonstrate the extended scope of these EFVS operations on a larger scale for a wide range of airports. It's why next to Antwerp Airport, we also had Périgueux, Payerne, and Paris-Le-Bourget involved to see if the EFVS operations would work there too safely. And then secondly, we also used the demonstrations, or the outcomes of the demonstrations, as an input on the ongoing rulemaking task on all-weather operations. So that regulation is currently being updated, and basically we tested during the demo flights that new regulation and gave our feedback. So what is EFVS? Well, an enhanced flight vision system provides a real-time and enhanced view of the outside world to the flight crews, and for that purpose, it uses onboard imaging sensor. So it should be clear, we are not generating a synthetic display with images loaded from a database. No, we are creating a real image generated by these imaging sensors. That display is then implemented on a head-up display or another secondary display and integrated with a flight guidance system, as you can see on the figure on the right. Of course, there are some clear advantages. First of all, safety. In the first place, we are, of course, increasing situational awareness for the pilots, but of course, there's more than that, because we are literally giving the flight crew another set of eyes, the enhanced display, where they can see the outside world a lot better and actually use the technology to guide the aircraft towards the ground. Secondly, increased accessibility of the airport at a relatively low cost. So normally, if you would want to improve the accessibility of your airport the conventional way, you would have to install both quite expensive ground equipment, and you need to make sure that your aircraft are properly equipped. With EFVS, you don't need to invest in that heavy and expensive ground equipment. You just need to make sure that you have, or that your aircraft are equipped, and then you can use that technology at numerous airports worldwide. It's also why this technology in the first place is most useful for the smaller airports, because they are relatively adequately accessible in degraded weather. But there is still some room for improvement. The main hub airports, they often already are Cat 2 or Cat 3 equipped, so the margin for improvement is smaller there, especially in degraded weather. That's why the focus here is on the smaller and the medium-sized airports. And of course, last but not least, environment, there are also some clear benefits. First of all, we can reduce holding. Aircraft that have to wait in the holding till the weather improves and the aircraft is able to land at your airport. For the same reason, we can avoid diversion. So aircraft that have to divert to another airport because their airport is not accessible. And then finally, what we also notice is that in case of bad weather, often multiple airports close to each other are impacted. And so what happens is that they all have to divert to the main hub airport because it's the best equipped one. which is then of course overloaded because it's also already suffering with low visibility issues. And so what we can do with EFVS and improving the accessibility of also these smaller airports is make sure that the nodes of the network from the whole airport network, they also become accessible, and we make the whole network more reliable and robust. So there were a few reasons that we did these demo flights at Anthrop Airport. The first reason is the fact that it's a business aviation airport, so those kind of aircraft are often already equipped with EFVS technology. Secondly, LVP or low visibility occurs relatively frequently, on average about 20 days per year. And then thirdly, the aircraft is adequately equipped. It has one runway. In one direction, it has ILS Cat 1, and in the other direction, you can use RMP down to LPV minima. So the accessibility is adequate, but there is room for improvement. So the operator is looking for ways to improve the accessibility of the airport, and of course, preferably at a low cost. So it's really this combination of economic gains, operational gains, and of course, the environment positive impact that made us do the trials at Antwerp. The operation that we demonstrated during the demo flights was EFVS to land, and that one is new in the upcoming regulation. So it doesn't exist yet, or it's not yet approved. So how does it work? Well, the crew flies the instrument segment as usual down to the decision altitude. And normally, so without EFVS, then the flight crew should look outside of the window. If they see the runway system, so the lights or the runway itself, then they can continue. If not, they have to do a missed approach. With EFVS, it works exactly the same, but on top of the natural vision, they can also use the enhanced display. So if they can see the runway system on the enhanced display, they can still land the aircraft. So it should be clear that the EFVS is not only used to increase the situational awareness, but to actually use it to help the aircraft guiding down and land it. In terms of procedure, the decision altitude, that one remains the same. So there's no change in the procedure, but there is something called operational credit in terms of runway visual range, so visibility. You can get an operational credit of 33%. This means for the case of Antwerp, for the ILS, for example, that instead of the lowest minimum of 750 meters, so without EFVS, with EFVS, you would be able to land with visibilities down to 500 meters. So these operational credits really help you to make sure that the airport gets more accessible in degraded weather. So let's move to the next topic, which is then the organization of the demo flights. So I cannot stress enough, really, that it's a joint effort between all involved stakeholders. So we're talking about the airport operator, the aircraft operators, the skies, and of course also the regulatory bodies. So I've made a short list of the main activities that we had to perform. And of course, we started with the development of the concept of operations, just to make sure that we were all aligned on what was the aim of the trials, how do we perform them. And that was really the basis, let's say, of all further discussions. Then we had to do a suitability check to see which type of approaches, which type of runways are eligible to fly these kind of EFVS operations. And together with that, we also do the compliance check to see is the necessary equipment in place to actually do these demo flights. Okay, we also had to perform the mandatory PANSOP obstacle assessment and development of low visibility arrival procedures, because without EFVS, low visibility arrivals in Antwerp, they are not possible because we have that minimum of 750 meters. But suddenly with EFVS, we could accommodate low visibility arrivals. So that's why these procedures had to be developed. Of course, each of the involved stakeholders had to do a safety assessment. We had to brief the operational staff and of course also receive the necessary approvals from all the regulators involved. So again, really this collaboration between all of us made the demo flights quite a success. So then, of course, it was time to actually perform the demo flights. We had 2 demo flights, the first one by ATR in April 2019, and then the second one by Dassault later that year in December. We really insisted on the fact, just to make sure for the safe execution of the actual demo flight, that they would do a pre-demo test flight in good visibility conditions, just to make sure that the pilots were fully aware of the airport neighborhood and the working methods. So we really insisted on that. Unfortunately, the ATR demo flight took place in good weather because the week that they came, there was only good weather. So we had to simulate this low visibility and do the trials like that. But with Dassault, we were more lucky, and there was actually real degraded visibility with visibility down to 500 meters. So we did the trials in a fully operational environment. So our key outcomes. Well, Anthrop Airport, we were the first airport where we did this EO, where we demonstrated this EFVS to land concept in a fully operational environment and real degraded visibility. So we went down to a visibility of 500 meters. And as I mentioned, that's really, even with EFVS, the minimum that you can go. If the aircraft would not have been equipped with EFVS, the aircraft would not have been able to land. So basically, while we were doing the demo flights, we were already seeing the usefulness in improving the airport's accessibility. Secondly, we also did a survey afterwards with all the involved operational staff. And in terms of complexity, there was no additional workload or complexity perceived by ATC and the airport, although there was really the strong recommendation that in the flight plan, the operators would put their EFVS capabilities and the fact whether they had operational credits, yes or no. Because for ATC, for example, it's important to know, to see, okay, would that aircraft still be able to land, yes or no? So that was our strong recommendation from that perspective. And then finally, of course, the improved accessibility and reduced environmental impact, because during the demo flights, or demo flight could just continue to land as if nothing happened. But at Brussels, which is not so far from Antwerp, which was also suffering from bad visibility, and at Antwerp itself, we had missed approaches, which means that aircraft have to do another circle, try to again to land or divert. So we really can save quite some track miles in the air by improving the accessibility of the airport. So that was those were the demo flight outcomes. So that brings me to the last topic, which is documentation and key takeaways. So to assist our Belgian stakeholders in implementing this EFVS, we decided to develop some kind of a guidance documentation, which is really in a few pages summarizing what is EFVS, what are the kind of operations that are allowed, what kind of requirements need to be fulfilled, which regulation is important. So we developed that guidance documentation, and we made sure that all our airports and all our airlines, they are aware of this and they can assess this. We also discussed this, for example, during the collaborative environmental management meetings, really as some kind of a way to inform our stakeholders, make them sure that they are aware of this technology, and such that they can decide, is it useful for me to invest in, yes or no. If you would like to receive more information on the CESAR project itself, I've put a link there, also to a promotional video, and of course also to the official deliverables. So feel free to have a look at those deliverables. As I mentioned, we also used these demo flights to test the upcoming regulation. So we used the first one, which is the notice of proposed amendment. In the meantime, that has been translated to an EASA opinion, which is the second bullet. And last month or 1.5 months ago, that one was then again translated to a commission implementing regulation. And that will start to be enforced later of this year. So the new regulation will then be in force. If you would like to read more on the topic, I've also put some extra articles from SKIES, from SJU, from EASA, from EBA. So if you want to know more about the project or technology in general, feel free to have a look there. So that brings me almost to the last slide, and that are the key takeaways. So first of all, with EFVS, we showed during the demo flights, we can improve the accessibility, and this is particularly useful for the small airports, like, for example, Antwerp Airport. 2, clear environmental and operational gains. 3, compliance check that we had to do as part of the project was relatively straightforward. And on top of that, limited increased complexity or perceived workload for the operational staff involved. So we really hope that these successful demo flights will pave the way for future EFVS operations all across the EU. And last but not least, we have also decided to make sure, or to make this kind of documentation or guideline documentation on EFVS public. So if you want to receive it, follow the instructions below, and then you can basically catch up quite quickly on this technology, regulation, etc. In the documentation. And on that note, I would like to give the floor back to you, Marleen.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. It was a very interesting presentation because it shows how innovative solution and advanced technology could contribute to environment. But of course, the challenge will be how to implement this at a bigger scale, because now it has been done at Antwerp Airport, but we need to implement this solution at many more airports. And these are the kind of things that we can discuss during our question and answer session. So as a reminder, for those who are connected online, you can ask your question in the question and answer chat. And for those that are in the room, you can use this QR code and you can also ask your question. And then we will try to address them at the end of the 3 presentations. So if Michael Hopp and Frank Lumitzer from Lufthansa are connected online, I would like to give them the floor for the last presentation. Yes, I see you, Michael. Good morning. The floor is yours. And Frank, yeah.
Yes, good morning, everybody. And thank you very much for the opportunity to give you a little insight on what we are doing in Germany, and especially here we took an example from Frankfurt that we would like to tell you something about vertical flight efficiency. My name is Michael Hupp. Within the Lufthansa Group's Department for ATM development, I'm responsible for airspace and flight procedure development. And I'm working together with my team on several research and demonstration, but also at the most at implementation projects regarding technical modernization, capacity improvements, and with a focus recently and also for the next future on sustainability. If we talk about sustainability in aviation and with the focus on air traffic management, then we most probably only have 2 options to increase flight efficiency. One would be the lateral optimization, just shorten the flight tracks, which we see on the right on this slide. And the other option would be a vertical optimization, improve the vertical descent profiles. And we have several activities. Also, we had the CDO-CCO task force dealing with these topics. Here we just took an example. If we take all the flights of Lufthansa into Frankfurt for a typical year, and we would manage to have every flight descending 5 miles later, then we would already save 4,800 tons of CO2 every year. And same if we would implement a shortcut for every flight by 1 nautical mile, and then this would result in 3,500 tons of CO2. So today we want to give you insights on vertical flight efficiencies. So that's the left side, and you see there's a potential. Of course, this is a theoretical potential. As we know, we have lots of traffic streams to manage and traffic peaks and things like that. So it's not easy to deliver this for every flight, but on the top of this slide, you see that we are working with expert domain knowledge on the right. ATC controllers and pilots need to figure out how airspace structures can be modified in order to achieve improvements. But we also use, for the first time now, artificial intelligence, as Eamon had in his presentation as well. There is a potential that we might learn more about optimization potential using artificial intelligence. And there's the Albatros very large scale demonstration, and we are willing to share our results on this analysis too when we get to the reports. Now, when we want to change vertical or lateral flight efficiency, we basically have 3 levers. One would be operational concepts. One would be navigational procedures. And we also see maybe the change of sector geometries, which would be a bit more effort, but nevertheless, it could deliver results. Knowing that an airline never can do either of the 3, it is of utmost importance that we have a very close cooperation with the air navigation service providers. And here we're really proud of the excellent cooperation we have with our Insp DFS, the German Insp Deutsche Flugsicherung. Well, the foundation we have is that we meet on a regular basis, looking at ATM topics. And during the last years, we established a common airspace strategy, a national airspace strategy, in order to to work in 3 segments: airspace structure and usage, key technologies, and also the regulatory framework. And we designed roadmaps with clear time targets and work packages that we turn into live by regular meetings in the so-called working group optimized flying. That's a working group together with all the German airlines and the EFS. And here we design implementation projects and work on the implementation. And on the bottom, you see the importance of data. It's about monitoring. We also need to know where the potentials are. You know, as we have limited resources, we need to focus on the most important projects first. And for that, we need an initial analysis on what the potentials are. So we need to analyze flight data. And also in Eamon's and Marilyn's presentations, we saw that the monitoring is an important thing, and maybe we're open to exchange how we do it. And of course, we're always happy to get tips and tools on hand to improve our capabilities. When it comes to the bottom, knowing that we have limited resources and we have cost-saving pressures everywhere, it's all about people. So it's about creating spirit. It's about creating motivation and having the people in the boat. And I think if it comes to the collaboration we have, sometimes it's even really fun to work together and to exchange the different perspectives. We as an airline learn a lot about, not only looking at a single flight, and maybe the ANSPs also learn from us, what happens in the cockpit, what happens in the flight planning. And there are a lot of people helping us within the different companies to make a few steps forward. Now, what we picked today is one example, and I'm happy that I have the responsible project manager, Mr. Frank Lumnitzer, here, who will give us an insight on our so-called high transition operations project, which deals with vertical flight efficiency enabled by PBN procedures in altitude windows. And Frank, at this point, it's a pleasure to hand over to you to give the audience a little insight into what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Good morning to all of you, or good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are on the screen. My name is Frank Lumnitzer. In my spare time, I'm going to fly the Lufthansa Airbus A330, A340 as a captain, and in my main professional time, more or less sitting on my desk and trying to work on ATM development projects. Next slide, please, Michael. As Eamon said in his opening speech, we see a potential to reduce the aviation CO2 carbon footprint by 25.8% until 2030. And I'm very happy that Eamon mentioned 3 key factors how to reach this goal. One of the 3 key factors was the modernization of the existing ATM structure. And we know all of those things. Nevertheless, but we need to make it happen. And how to make it come true, this is more or less what Michael explained before, requires a structure and working together with an ANSP. As an airline, we said we have a limited influence on ATM infrastructure. We just can try to do our best to collaborate. I brought to you one example, which is about optimizing the existing air traffic management infrastructure, especially here, improving the vertical flight efficiency. And we all of us know that vertical flight efficiency improvement projects might be easy to get done in a low demand season. Nevertheless, this project will create improved vertical trajectory under high traffic demands. So the objectives are from our side that we would like to descend from cruising level until reaching the TMA with more or less idle power or idle similar power to reduce fuel burn and CO2 emissions. And this is just our perspective. And to make this project happen, we need to see the other perspective as well. ATC requires to manage that airspace and to manage higher capacity demands. And as airlines require much more flexibility or as an individual aircraft requires a much more higher flexibility once descending from top of descent at an ideal path. You need to balance those flexibility requirements with the capacity requirements. And therefore, the procedure is laid out as a procedure which will separate other departing procedures from the arrival procedure, which creates a so-called procedural separation and reduces radio telephony by 50 to 70%, which again increases sector capacity. We did an analyzation, or we did analyze the potential of the procedure, and we measured it. We did not compare against an ideal value. We compared against actual classic radar vector trajectories into Frankfurt. And an aircraft from the A320 class will save approximately 60 kilograms of fuel onto that during optimized descent profiles, equalizing about 180 kilograms CO2. And next slide, please, Michael. There are challenges. And as you might see on this picture, there's a schematic of the existing airspace structure arriving Frankfurt from the south. So how to implement such an continuous descent arrival into that existing environment. And this is one of the challenges from the arrival direction from the southeastern part, or the Munich part. You see, if you would create an ideal path, you would cross just around the border corner between Karlsruhe and Munich upper airspace and Frankfurt or Langen lower airspace, which would create several problems in terms of working methodology for air traffic controllers. So in this context, taking the infrastructure as it is, we needed to limit the procedure to start at flight level 240 downwards, which is losing some potentials. So the airspace geometry here is actually a limiting factor. While it means we understand the requirements, nevertheless, in terms of potential saving, we need to accept that as a limiting factor. So our question to the community is airspace geometry really untouchable? Is it thinkable that we can apply a form follows function concept? So next slide, please, Michael. I think that's your slide.
Yeah, so now, thank you, Frank. If we look at what is important about a local airspace project like the one Frank explained to you, then at the first, if we look at vertical flight efficiency, we have to reflect local specialties, and you saw that quite transparent on the last slide, I guess. So from looking at local specialties, we probably come up with an idea. Somebody needs to have it. Somebody needs to have the idea. And with the idea, I think the benefit is already enabled. So it's worth talking about the idea. And now it's important to integrate the other stakeholders in order to see what their perspective is on the idea. And once we come to a common baseline, there might be a procedure that can really be implemented or can really be tested in the first place. So we need to define operational concepts, navigational procedure, or airspace change. And then we have a benefit that is defined. But with defining the benefit, it's not over. Of course, we want to implement, and even also stressed, and I can only support this. We have lots of concepts, technologies, and ideas also that can already be turned into life now. So it's about deployment and implementation. And once we want to do that, the next step is really crucial. That's the training and communication, because there need to be some people that do it. So the procedure itself doesn't help if it's not used or if it's not liked by the operational personnel. So you need to explain it. So communication is needed, and you need to train the staff, the pilots in the cockpit, the ATC controllers, maybe the dispatcher officers or whoever is there. And this is an effort. And then I have a benefit, I can realize a benefit locally if it's accepted. Now, once we have the opportunity, if the local concept can be multiplied, and harmonized application would really give us a chance to generate benefits of scale. And looking at sustainability, this is really an important factor. Now, in the end, there would be a substantial contribution to greener flight operations. And this is something also we would like to take with us into the R&DSG meeting and maybe talk about ideas how we can implement sustainability projects in the airspace projects that are run in multiple ways. And we have lots of projects going on also with a focus on capacity, and we will need capacity. And looking at the next summer, maybe we will already have in peak times traffic volumes in different sectors that are more than the 2019 levels. So it will be important to talk about capacity. But every airspace restructuring project also has a little aspect to it. Maybe increase flight efficiency maybe at the same time. And it's possible that we find solutions, and we would be happy to share our knowledge and ideas. So if anybody has a project going on and needs some information, we're happy to share what we have and share our best practices. The next slide, again, I hand over to Frank, picks up a few questions, because it's not only easy, it's not, there are also questions to ask and solutions to find for several hurdles that we might face when we want to change structures and do change management. And Frank, here we go with the next slide.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. It's not that it's complex to explain that entire project within a 10-minute time frame, so it's barely impossible. The experts among you might understand the complexity, and the only thing what we took away from the project is the question I already asked: is airspace geometry really untouchable? This is the first, and from our point of view, the most challenging question. If airspace geometry is untouchable indeed, so how can we align those cross-sector agreements to handle the traffic as best as we can? The level offs in flight level 240 are special, for instance, are the level offs between the upper and the lower airspace. So the handover policies are requiring or inducing a more or less longer level flight segment at the borderline between upper and lower airspaces. So if the airspaces are still be there, so how can we optimize the working methodology and the cross-sector agreements in order to avoid or to optimize those level segments between upper and lower airspace? So, and if you are going to create such a defined CDO path, are we really brave enough to prioritize the high volume traffic streams into hubs in order to raise the maximum benefit? If the entire air traffic flows is seen equal, and have equal rights, let's say it like this. The one departure out of the little community airport as the high traffic volume stream into hubs like Amsterdam, London, Frankfurt, Munich, then those airspace structure will still be there and will limit our work in order to improve efficiency. And at the end of the day, we can break it down further. What ground and cockpit procedures are aligned, need to be implemented in order to make those procedures happen, to make those work? Is the communication an essential part? A yes or no? Just a question. And how much training do we need? How much training do we need on pilots? How much training do we need on air traffic controllers? How much combined training do we require? That's our experiences. This is a very positively contributing factor. and the exchange, constant exchange. And we are very thankful to our colleagues from Deutsche Flugsicherung, DFS in Germany, the ANSP in Germany, working with us together like this, working on that specific topics in a very, very deep detail, which brings us forward this from our point of view. Thank you to those guys. So those questions we would like to put on the network manager user community, and it's especially to those who are working on airspace design projects. You are invited to write Michael and myself. If you are working in such a vertical efficiency projects, we are interested in an exchange on those projects. We are interested in a platform which would provide us more information how it works in the different places in the world, and which would more or less help the exchange to harmonize concepts and to harmonize implementation strategies. Thank you.
Michael and Frank, for the excellent presentation. I would like just to say to our NM user that if you want to react to the question that have been asked by Frank and Michael, don't hesitate to put your comment in the question and answer chat, and also by using the QR code for those that are in the room. It's important to have an efficient challenge. So we are a little late of time, but still we will have some questions. So I see that there were already some questions that have been answered in the chat. So thank you, Michael and Frank, for doing this. But I think that for this presentation, you know, the important message is to say that the existing technology can be used to improve our vertical flight efficiency and our flight profiles. But it's more about people and how we work together. And technology is completely useless if we don't have harmonized operational concept. And I think that it's really important to insist on this, because from an ATM point of view, we can really do a lot of improvement already now, but we need to work and to do something that I really like. I will use one sentence that you have mentioned. It's about transforming individual effort into a systematic approach, because indeed there are a lot of things that are implementing now in different places, but how to scale up all these different solutions in Europe. So thank you very much for this presentation. And now I'm going to choose a few questions. So the first one will be for Alexander about EFVS. And I think it's a quite interesting question. How was EFVS was received by pilots and ATCO?
Okay, thanks for the question. So actually it was welcomed very positively by everyone involved. So and the airport and the pilots and ATC. For the airport, of course, because they can improve the accessibility of their airport. For ATC, as I mentioned, it doesn't really make a big difference in the sense that if they are aware if an aircraft is equipped with EFVS or not, it doesn't really matter for them so much in terms of working methods. For the pilots, they are, I think, the biggest proponents, because actually, I mentioned that this EFVS to land concept is new, but EFVS operations already exist. The only problem is that no, it can only be used during the approach down to 150 feet, which means that at that point in time, they have to transition. But as you say, the technology is there. So they're really pushing forward to make the technology to be used also for landing. Like, for example, with what we have now in the upcoming regulation with this EFVS to land. The same thing with the operational credits. Now it's 33%, but which means that it's practically only, or in the first place, useful for the smaller airport. But if these operational credits can be increased, it can maybe even for hub airports be a contingency for Cat 2 procedures, for example. So yes, I think that operational stakeholders, they are really for, but it's also the regulator that has to allow this kind of changes and jump on the train of evolving technologies and take benefit of that.
Yeah, thank you, Alexander. Yeah, and there is maybe a second question for you. What equipment hardware was used on board for the display?
So I'm not the manufacturer, but I know that they use the heads-up display and that the sensor are often installed in the nose cone of the aircraft, but which specific hardware and software they use, they would have to contact the manufacturers and the system providers.
Yeah, from what I know on this technology, it's that Google can also be used. But indeed, yeah. But indeed, it would be better to ask questions to Dassault. I think they can answer to this.
Honeywell,
yes, ATR, Honeywell, Dassault could answer to this kind of question. Thank you, Alexander. I have also a question for Frank and Michael. if one of the main aims of vertical flight efficiency is to increase capacity in the sector, then this solution will actually increase CO2 emission overall. So what steps should be taken to ensure that this doesn't happen? So how would you react to this kind of capacity versus environment discussion? I know it's a little tricky, and if you want, I can help you as well.
Michael, you want me?
Yeah, because it's for you.
Thank you for the question. This is interesting part, but which brings us more or less into a more generic discussion, into a political corner. So our task from our point of view is, of course, to think about to work on an absolute reduction on CO2 emissions. This is the only thing what helps to the planet. Nevertheless, facilitating air traffic as best as we can by providing the required capacity will help to balance that CO2 emissions scheme. As imagine, if we do not have the capacity, the traffic will happen anyway. So, but the traffic will operate most probably on a more non-optimized profile or trajectory, which even will create more CO2 emissions. So that's an interesting question, which cannot be answered from my point of view into the very quick chat function within 30 seconds. This is something which needs to be discussed from a strategic perspective and from the more or less political perspective. But what I can promise is that we try to reduce with our project CO2 emissions on an absolute scale.
Yeah, but thank you, Frank. I couldn't agree more, because if the traffic demand is there, we have to tackle it. And if we don't tackle it in an efficient way, it will be even worse from an environment point of view. So in my opinion, we should stop opposing capacity and environment. It's more about finding the good synergy between the two to ensure that we can tackle the capacity that is required, and also to decrease the environmental impact of our operation. And if I may also, and it's why sustainable aviation fuel are so important, but when aircraft will fly with sustainable aviation fuel, of course, it will be also more sustainable. So, but for the time being, as I have expressed at the beginning, ATM can play a role, and this is exactly what Frank and Michael have explained. We can already a lot of things to improve vertical flight efficiency, and those solutions needs to be implemented at a bigger scale in Europe, because we can already do a lot of things now. I will take also another question, an interesting one also about for me, I suppose, to what extent is EUROCONTROL using the EASA data safety project to explore options? This is a good question. We are now in the process to discuss with EASA how we could have access to some data and then how we could use them. So it's an ongoing process. And then I have also another question from IATA about the ATM Insp Environmental Transparency Working Group. For your information, Loic, it has been discussed already with IATA, with Rory, in which we have decided that we will share the outcomes of this group with the airspace user within the AOG meeting. So it's how we are going to interact and to coordinate what we do within the ATM Insp Environmental Transparency Working Group, which is a working group for INSP only. But we admit that we have to work together clearly, and it's why we will show and discuss with you when we will have a mature proposal regarding new environmental performance metric within the AOG, and we will have a discussion, and we will see how we can interact and discuss about these new metrics. And I think that the time is already there. So I would like to thank you again, our speaker, for today. I think it was quite interesting. Don't hesitate to contact them by email, or for those that are here today, Alexander will be here today the entire day. Me personally, I will be there today and tomorrow, so don't hesitate to come back to me. I can give the emails of our speaker if you have some additional question to ask them. So again, thank you very much. And now I give the floor back to Tony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marlene, Alexander, Michael, and Frank. What a great session to open and discuss on a very hot topic of sustainability and environment. We move now to the topic of summer 22, with looking back first at 2021, a session moderated by Stephen Moore, our head of ATM network operation. We're lucky to poach Stephen. In April, he will have 2 years of EUROCONTROL. He's young enough to have been worked in West Drayton as a controller, instructor, and so on. Then he moved in Swanwick, and he was deputy general manager there when we poached him to EUROCONTROL. Stephen, the floor and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Tony, and good afternoon and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, depending on where you are situated. If there's one session that's second to the post-lunch session, it's the pre-lunch session. And I'm mindful for those in the room here at EUROCONTROL that for the most part you haven't been able to get out. So we will stick as best as we can to the time. Whilst allegedly some were busy in summer 2021 attending parties at 10 Downing Street, it's clear that all actors in the network, however, were busy supporting the shoots of recovery in summer 2021. So let's get that session underway. This session will highlight the aspects of recovery in 2021 and the learning points from the different stakeholder areas. Feedback from previous user forums has led us to listen and read very clearly that you want to hear more from various stakeholders within the network. And so here we are going to do that in this next 90 minutes. This session is an essential springboard for the rest of the user forum, especially the session immediately after lunch and today, where we'll be looking at summer 2022. But for now, we'll cover the performance of the network in 2021 with a view from not just EUROCONTROL, but representatives from the ANSPs, airlines and airports, sharing their experience and the lessons learned as well as that's coming for this summer and their requirements. So I'm very pleased to introduce the speakers from EUROCONTROL, Jed Boydell, the head of operational performance, Muniver Çelik, an ops manager here at the operations center, myself, I'll skip on quickly by, and then with exceptional pleasure, I can introduce the external speakers, Michał Witkowski, the Operations Bureau Director from Warsaw, Vital Bride, the Head of Airspace Domain at DSNA, Jankis Rem, the Manager Process Performance and Improvement at Schiphol, and finally, but not last, Olivier Iffert, the Chief Operating Officer for Vueling. Thereafter, we'll have some question and answers as we gather the questions from the chat or indeed from within the room. So without further ado, I'll introduce now Jed Boydell as the Head of Operational Performance at EUROCONTROL for the first briefing of this session. Jed, the floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Stephen. So I'm Jed Boydell. My day job is to look at the operational performance of the network, which obviously has changed over the last 18 months, 24 months. I'm told I'm sort of the warm-up act and we'll get into the details. So I'll stay high level, roughly the scope that we put into the network operations reports. To a degree, some of the information has been said earlier by Eamon, so but I'll try and stick to the pertinent points. There we go. Okay, so the first one, traffic. You saw lots of graphs this morning, I think, over the weeks of last year with the NM weekly meetings and with all the tweets and charts. I think you're probably well familiar with this story. 56% I've got there, that tallies with what Eamon said this morning in terms of level with 2019. So we reckon that's about 4.8 million fewer flights in the network manager area. So you see the trend there in the chart. We started off in the year with that post-Christmas, lots of restrictions. I think then it was the Delta. So as Eamon said, lots of restrictions and that trundled along at the 9,000-10,000 level on a daily basis average until we got to the summer when the restrictions were lifted and we had that burst. So round about August, September, we were at 71%. So you saw similar figures this morning. And that continued till again at the end of the year, we hit the bump of Omicron. Our busiest day was 27th of August with 26,773 flights. if you compare that to 2019, in 2019, we were not regularly, but quite often we were hitting 37,000 quite a few times during summer. So it all looked good. As we said, you saw this morning the traffic scenarios of October. We were tracking the optimistic option, but with Omicron that dropped down, and you saw the trend there from Eamon. In general, as he said, we would say the low-cost carriers fared better than traditional. I remember looking at the weekly stats during summer, and Ryanair especially, I think, well over 2,000 per day, which is what we remembered as a sort of the number from 2019. And cargo and business got a lot closer to 2019, and even for some above. So that was traffic, as we say, 56% not good, and hopefully better for this year. The other view we tended to track with no traffic, or with half the traffic, fewer capacity issues. 2 years ago, my day job was looking at summer 2019 and explaining where all the ATFM delays in the network were. That basically is not the day job today. We've tended to look at punctuality, just the system as a system measure. And basically we've had 85% at the beginning of the year. Obviously, fewer flights, less issues, less complexity. The complexity tended to be on the airline sort of terminal side. So you'll see in the bottom bullets there, things like government reasons. So if we look at the CODA reports and the reasons airlines are reporting, quite an increase in government reasons, so security, health. Certainly in the last few weeks of the year, I think getting crews together with Omicron proved difficult. So there were more airline reasons, and reactionary delays came in. In terms of the network, and this is probably good to remember for the session later today, traditionally 2018, 2019, that spike in summer ATFM delays was the real correlation for how punctuality would drop off. Obviously, fewer issues you see there around about week 30, where we've got up to about 35,000 minutes on average per day, which, in relating to 2018, 2019 was not big, but you see the drop off. We've gone from 85% down to mid 70s. So, there is this sort of effect that when we have issues in the network during the summer, punctuality, it drives the punctuality, or has a big influence on punctuality. So a warning, I would say, for the session that we look at 2022, how do we keep those reds and blues down for the summer period? In general, although there were a few, I say 35,000, most ACCs had few or little issues, few regulations. There were capacity staffing problems, which were well documented in the weekly meetings at French and Greek ACCs. Similarly, for airports, Greek airports, Athens, Heraklion, with some capacity issues. But again, the overall effect, the network impact was not so big. If we move on to flight efficiency, and this is sort of the last area that we tend to look at, and was probably the one we've been looking at the most. In the January-April period, the usual indicators, the KEP, the KIA, which are sort of horizontal indicators, they were, it says, historically low averages. I think in general, we're crunching the numbers for the year. I think for the network manager area, we haven't quite made targets that we've put in our plans. It's a lot closer, I think, in the EU area. One of the key reasons for that is this, midway through the year, we had Belarus. There's quite a lot of rerouting around certain airspace. Previously, Ukraine, add to that Belarus. There's a few extended flights, which you see there. It's a 0.05 percentage point impact. So flight efficiency. The other indicator, and Marilyn mentioned this earlier, one of the indicators on her list was the excess fuel burn. We put this in just over a year ago in the fuel efficiency study. That tracks what we call excess fuel burn. So we take city pairs, aircraft types, and observe the 10th best versus actual for other flights. In 2019, that was tracking around about 9% for the year. You see the charts there. The blue lines are last year and the year before, with fewer issues in the network, less traffic, fewer complex, and 1,200 restrictions taken out of the network. It essentially, we believe, was a lot easier to fly better profiles, not just horizontally, but flight level as well. So it was interesting to see the presentation before from Lufthansa, that vertical does play a part, and this indicator really brings in the vertical. So we're tracking 4 to 5% consistently across the year. So this sort of net of we're tracking just under 5%. So this delta of 4 to 5% is the effect of less complexity, we believe, and less traffic. So that's the overview of 2021. So traffic you're well aware of. Hopefully that boosts as the restrictions drop off. On the delay and punctuality, it's key to remember that a little bit of complexity and more constraints will cause that problem. And I think that was the balanced discussion we had earlier in the previous session. And it's key that as we plan for summer, the tendency to bring more restrictions back in, we need to maintain this flight efficiency gain, I would say. So that needs to be thought of as well. That's it. One last slide, just a plug. This information comes out of our flow management system. We've been finding new ways to share that with you. So I'm advertising our Fathom tool, the link there will take you to the agency website where you can sign up for it. What you get there is your organizational view. So if you're an airline, you'll get your own traffic, and those indicators, as you see before you, will become apparent. If you're an ANSP, you can get the ANSP view, and even airports, we can give a view as well. So if you want to track performance like that through the rest of the year and summer, please sign up. And we still publish the monthly NOR. It's less advertised, but if you look on the agency website and the library, you will find the monthly NOR as well as we go through the year. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Jed. Very much appreciated. I'd like to introduce now Minerva Celik, one of the operations managers here at the Network Management Ops Center in Brussels. Monique, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stephen. I'll click and I'll start. So, hi everybody, I'm Minerva Celik. I'm one of the ops managers in NMOC, connected with you on H24. 2021 has been a year none like before, with its own challenges, despite the traffic decrease. However, we continued, like all the operation centers, functioning as required. On the airspace data front, we continued providing all ARAC implementations, pre-validations, as well as major airspace changes for ANSPs. Airspace data section handled a dynamic RAT trial through AUP-UUP and provided support and managed the increased military exercises through AMCs and MILOs. Support the crisis in terms of creating ad hoc airspaces, translating NOTAMs into EU restrictions and applying them has been a challenge. However, this has been accomplished very well. On the flight planning section, the NMP flight application has been successfully deployed by flight planning staff with 22 video tutorials for AOs created. They continued working on the tasks ACC3, SAFA flight plan correction, as well as support the COVID vaccine flights, Afghanistan flights, and African flights. For both sections and across the ops room, the rejuvenation program continues. We have 5 newly validated network operation officers for airspace data, 2 new supervisors taking on their responsibilities. As well, 4 new recruits are coming for both sections. On the flow management side, although we have seen 56% less traffic compared to 2019, and our experience has been nowhere close to 2018 and 2019, still capacity and staffing issues generated delays, especially in French ACCs and Greek ACCs, as well as several Greek airports. However, in that, we were striving to ATFM delay close to 0. We managed to save 14.1% of overall en route delay and 9.8% of overall airport arrivals delay, exceeding both NM targets. We achieved this through AOLO help desk and airport hotline connected with airspace users, as well as slot monitoring and delay reduction and rerouting proposals. Airport function is in the ops room integrated since July 2021, proven to be a key to integrate airports into network operations. They work very well with Athens, Berlin, Greek islands, and Porto airports and provided the support required, as well as supporting to Euro 2020 planning, and overall 3% saving on the airport arrival. Cross-border weather procedure take an upturn this year with enlarged participation and a Met forecaster daily present in the ops room, providing for the first time a common European weather forecast to all participants, giving the ops room the view on the weather and its potential impact on the ATFM, with the final objective of bringing the decision-making threshold earlier to reduce the weather impact on the network and reduce volatility. We are also using dashboards to monitor our performance, improve our practices on the airport, and on the resource management side. It has been a challenge due to COVID, but we have managed to keep COVID outside the ops room until Omicron arrived. Probably all of you experienced the same with the Omicron. We had cases, but we have never fallen short of staff. We managed very well the protection of H24 services. Speaking of COVID and everything else, 2021 was not short of any events. NMOC monitors the network H24, and we are ready to deploy any operational measures required to support the situation. We demonstrated this by supporting the COVID-19 vaccine flights, creating ad hoc airspaces, ensuring the NOTAMs will be translated in the operational language and will deliver the desired results and protection. Afghanistan humanitarian flights, as well as volcano activities, kept us busy in 2021. La Palma Cumbre Vieja, worth mentioning here, from 19 September until 27 December, the eruption continued. We engaged in daily conferences, close coordination with the ANSP and Air, and provided rerouting alternatives for the airspace users, and provided continuous information and updated on regular basis. We are very aware of the challenges ahead. 2022 will be a difficult year for all the ops rooms as well as ours, but we are preparing ourselves. The challenges are for flight in runs, capacity shortfalls and bottlenecks are expected to be similar to 2019. We are engaged in a training campaign throughout 2021, remembering the best practices and getting ready for the task. The new recruits are taking their role, ready to join the task force, and more are coming. We engaged in ops workshops with operational staff and supporting units to improve, strengthen, and enhance our internal processes to be able to work much more efficiently. From your side, we have some expectations, and those are, we would like you to remember the best practices that we agreed on 2018-2019. We would like you to remember the open communication channel we established then, which allowed us to maintain the stability and control over the network. We would like you to give us the data on a timely manner to be able to apply ATFM regulations in a good time so that airspace users can plan their operations in a predictable and stable way. And with that, I conclude my presentation and I hand over back to Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. Very helpful indeed. Can I just take the opportunity to remind those connected to utilize the Q&A function online to submit questions. We can see them here, or if you're able, there's a card with a QR code that allows you to submit questions from on-site or indeed remotely as well. You're back with me now. Just looking at some of the work done here on the network management side with regard to the ops analysis or post-operations analysis. But I'd also like to take the opportunity not just to thank Monique for her presentation, but for all of the operational staff here and the supporting staff who helped support the operation for their hard work, not just in 2021, but also 2020 and in advance for 2022. Keeping on track time-wise then, I want to very quickly, on behalf of a colleague who is unable to be here today, look through ops analysis of what has happened from 2021, what we have learned from the operational perspective, and what we're doing and looking to do in 2022. There are some crossovers with Jed's presentation, indeed with the Director General's presentation earlier, and there will be some links to later presentations as well. I will try and keep it very brief so that you don't hear too many repeated messages. So what have we done? Well, from an operations analysis perspective within the division, we have created further dashboard developments. You'll see an example there. And for those who attend the weekly ad hoc calls, you will see the work there as well. Monitoring delay and traffic during the COVID waves through various operational parameters, the sector configurations, capacities, regulations, and lead times. The data being provided at intervals and internal briefings, also through those weekly NDOT briefings. We've also added tools, including dashboards to help aircraft operators improve their uptake of the opportunities that are offered by the systems here, in close collaboration with our colleagues in the Airspace and Capacity Division, as well, of course, as close cooperation with ANSPs, with aircraft operators and CFSPs as well. This tool looks on a daily basis to contact operators through the AOLC here, the office here, to contact those operators who could most benefit and show them the opportunity and see if it can be taken up. Over 4,500 opportunities have been sent out, each one of those averaging approximately 29 nautical miles of savings, 174 kilograms of fuel savings, and approximately 25 euros per option. We've also supported the analysis of trials taking place. There was one last year for the FUA trial in Belgian airspace, where more efficient release of that military airspace resulted in fuel and time savings. A couple of figures here for you: approximately 20,000 kilograms of fuel, 760 minutes of flying time, and approximately 3,500 nautical miles of flying distance were saved through that collaborative trial last year. We've also developed the analysis looking at the impact of delay, supporting, for example, Ryanair and Karlsruhe in helping understanding their situations and providing mitigating recommendations, so that we're taking that analysis post-operatively and feeding it pre-tactically and tactically into the coming days. And finally, continuing to provide analysis and lead lessons learning processes for events. Thankfully, there were few in 2021, but for example, the Spanish storm in January last year gave the opportunity to recommend some improvements to both communications and how regulations are managed in close cooperation with the airport and the ANSP and the airlines. What we have learned in summer 2021, it's fair to say that there's been a loss of ATM expertise in some quarters across FMPs, aircraft operators, and indeed in the ops room here. Understandable with the reduction in traffic and the reduction in the frenetic pace that was seen in 2018 and 2019. And in some cases, people have left or been redeployed, and many of their skills for those remaining have not been used as much. Summer 2021 saw the bounce back of traffic and quickly saw a return to some of the structural delays of previous years. And for sure, you'll find after lunch the forecast for this summer and beyond, looking at how that might look. The feedback, though, must be improved, both from us here at the Network Manager, but also from you as stakeholders. You can see the email there for the operations analysis team. We will be in touch where there are issues, where we see issues, where we foresee issues, and we would like and expect you to be in touch afterwards as well to collaborate really in a fast-paced environment to try and reduce the delays in the network in the summer. What are we doing? Well, we're continuing to enhance our dashboards, supporting specific events such as the cross-border weather, dynamic RAD, FUA trials, and so on. But in the support of that and in the deeper data dives that we're doing, we are constantly asking ourselves the so what question. So what? So what about the data we've seen? What is it that we can practically and quickly do to make a difference? The deeper data dive allowing us to improve our impact assessment of events and make progress in those areas. For example, the green impact per flight level, measuring sustainable impact across all areas. Improving the feedback, providing support to our ops room and externally to improve that feedback loop that I've already mentioned, and also directly addressing operational issues where they arise with relevant FMPs and aircraft operators and airports, with also the provision of tailored data where it's possible to help facilitate solutions. And finally, although there's not a dedicated session at this year's user forum, I would just like to take the opportunity to plug a little teaser for NM26 coming up this year. There will be announcements coming very shortly and information from the perspective of the ops. However, keep an eye out for the NMP Flow app and the NM Flight app, where the Flow app phase 1 will be available for all FMPs with a crisis tool as well being released, and the NM Flight app will be opened up for all airlines as we get into the NM26 release. That brings me to the end of the operations analysis from a 2021 perspective. And now I would like to turn to the first of our external speakers, if I may, and introduce to you the head of airspace domain at DSNA, Mr. Vital Bride. Good afternoon, good morning, Vital. It's nice to see you, albeit remotely. The floor is yours, and thank you for joining us. Vital, if you could just flick that mic switch, then we'll be able to hear you. Okay, the lip readers amongst us are with you. The rest of us are just waiting for the mute button to be unhinged. Meanwhile, I'll challenge people in the room to see if you can read what's written on the whiteboard behind Vital. Okay. It would appear that we have a slight technical issue there with your connectivity, Vital, with regard to your microphone. It would appear the system can hear you talking, but it's not coming through into the room here. Man at podium looks behind him worriedly. Okay, Vital, may I suggest to give a heads up to Michał Witkowski?
Okay, I'm ready, fully ready, so we can change the queuing maybe.
Thank you.
For that will help.
Thank you, Michał. Vital, the tech teams will work with you in the background, and I would like very quickly now to skip to the next presentation. We will come back to you, Vital, while the issue gets sorted. And Michał Witkowski, the Operations Bureau Director, Warsaw Chopin Airport. Welcome. Good afternoon. I can say that with a bit more confidence, I think. And the floor is yours, sir. And we know your microphone works. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon. I hope my presentation is seen well. If not, I will describe it shortly. aspect of recovery in 2021 from the shop and airport perspective is slightly different than from the network and the airlines perspective. But of course, we are in common environments, so the cooperation on our side is crucial for getting success or not. Okay, so I will share some data. We did make the summer season. The 21 was started with 135 destinations from the shop and airport, and we did maintain that traffic. I'm also using in my presentation EUROCONTROL data, which you shared. So as you see on the slide, we are somewhere in the middle in a total of 40 airport total traffic in 2021. So somewhere between Nice and Berlin-Brandenburg. And the situation was, of course, the COVID situation, which was very hard from the beginning. The lessons learned from our side is that we should expect an unexpected. So, I mean, it is like first disadvantage or first problem for the airport is the very fast changing let's say, rules from the perspective of the health authority. So health authority, let's say, they're introducing a lot of new regulations for the airlines, for the passengers, and for the airport itself. Let's say we are departing for some new exotic destination with the kind of rule, and after arrival, after 2 weeks as a passenger experience, we're coming back with a very, very new rule, which we are not prepared as the airport and we are not prepared as a passengers. So of course, this was the situation which was really, really, let's say, it was really challenging for the Warsaw airports as for the all airports in around. Some data from the other side, like the passengers, number of the passengers operation at the 2021, as you see on the slide. There's a huge difference between 2020 and 2021 and 2019. It's minus 60% in the passengers and in 2019, and minus 51% in the ops section. Currently, we are slowly coming back. It's really different from our expectations, but anyway, we are happy that we get the 7 million passengers, which was predicted by EUROCONTROL, and this data was very accurate. So finally, our data validated by our staff was 7,474,000 passengers, and 95,000 of the in the numbers of the operation. So it is some plus 18% versus to the 2020 in the numbers of the operations, and the plus 36% versus 2020 in the number of the passengers. It was a huge expansion of the general aviation, business aviation traffic. According to our data, just before summer 21, we got 254% more business aviation and general aviation traffic into Warsaw. And of course, some cargo operation was also the some cargo operation was also the raised. Travelers per week in Warsaw, we're lifting the ban travel to Poland in the starting of 2021, and it was some our operation opened the exotic destinations, some Dominicana and other destinations, which light up the traffic. But unfortunately, after that, we hit by the third wave of the infection. So the vaccinations for the person over 40 age helps a lot, really helps a lot. It just run the traffic again, so the passengers wish to fly again, and after these vaccinations help us a lot. So the low-cost carriers on the first stage, they bring new offers, but it stopped on some level, and then we hit the summer holidays when the old traffic, according to the rule as you see on the right-hand side top of the presentation, there is a EUROCONTROL traffic variation 7-day average numbers. It's looking almost exactly the same as our graph concerning the passenger per week traveling. From the good side of the bright side of this dark period, actually, It was the new destinations in 2021. We got 27 new connections with the 3 new carriers in 2021. And as I mentioned before, also the cargo operation rise, especially cargo traveling on the passenger plane. Of course, it was connected with the COVID anyway, with the bringing the medical equipment. It brings a lot of masks, respirators, and so on. But what we did and what we started with the help of the government and help of the Civil Aviation Authority. We start the media campaign before summer season that the new rules are enforced, and just to, let's say, it was like a media campaign that we beginning to operating again in Poland, and we established the new rules with, of course, the Ministry of Health, with the European DG Sante, with EASA. We did establish it was a lot of help from EASA and the European partners. We did help with a lot of things to make the mass vaccinations and the UE digital certificates. This helped to deliver solid summer recovery. So we announced the media campaign for the society to how to behave in the situation, how to behave at the airports, how to behave in the aircraft, how to behave after arrival. So demand for leisure travel was huge, but it was huge advantage for us, and it was maybe not an obstacle to prepare the airport for the summer recovery. It was a lot of efforts put on to train our security personnel, to train our persons, to train our critical staff, how to behave, how to bring the passenger, how to not lower the passenger experience, how to maintain this traffic and flow. So on the very first stage, we did introduce the measurements, the temperature measurements, fueling the people. Everything was set and under control. But unfortunately, we was impacted also by the COVID variant, reintroducing lockdowns, travel restrictions, and now we got an impact on the airport Delta and then Omicron. What was the nightmare from our perspective? It's the let's say we've got no common approach to the COVID situation in the European countries. So I mean, one country's reopenings, the other countries are closing down, shutting down. The rules are introducing from day to day. So it means some countries are making decision on, let's say, Friday, that from the Sunday we stop to operating somewhere. So it was really, really confusing for everyone. We was even asking the DG Sante, the European Commission, to establish maybe some common approach, but it was very difficult because of the different countries and different procedures, perspective, and the way they struggling to fight with this COVID situation. Then was a financial aspect that was a huge help for the airlines, some airlines, but not much help for the airport itself, and cost of maintaining the airfields, cost of maintaining the whole infrastructure, as you know, are huge. Airport capacity was impacted by the not operating aircraft. So the aircrafts taking out the position to stand on the gates or the other remote stands, and actually we was very unhappy with this situation because it's impacted our capacity. The second thing was the critical staff, critical for the safety of an operation, including the resources like the fire brigade, for example, or the other personnel which was responsible for maintaining the level of safety at the airport. So we start to divide the people in the groups and don't mixing these groups because of the different variants of the Omicron and different variants of the COVID. So we was starting to be afraid, what if we have a massive diversion? What if we have the emergency landing? What if we have a lot of problems with the aircraft, or from the security perspective or the safety perspective? What if our personnel will be not able to make an adequate number of screeners, for example, for the security measures? Remote work. You can, of course, send a lot of directors and others to working remotely, but you cannot send the follow me card and follow me operator or the boarding bridge operator to work remotely because it's impossible. So from that perspective, of course, we was collaborating with the airlines. We was collaborating also with the ADC by the conference call to let's say make our minimum staff which is able to operate, to maintain the airport as the safe place to operate according to our certification standards. Integrated airport management system, we did learn that we must have a more integration and more sharing the data in, let's say, even not a common way. So 24 hours, 7 days a week, because of the changing regulation, because of the financial aspect, we must change and evaluate our site quite quickly. The rest of that, for now, we have the we can feel a little bit of improvement. For the time being, of course, no airport is prepared for massive testing. For the time being, we closed the 4 gates. It's almost 1,700 square meters of the commercial site just for the testing for the arriving passengers. So there's an option for the arriving passengers to be tested on the place just after arrival, before you cross the border, because most of the passengers don't like to test somewhere in exotic destination because they are afraid that if they've got COVID, they will stay there for next 2 or 3 weeks for the quarantine or for the other reason, which is costing a lot of money. So people wish to travel back to Poland, and before they're crossing the border now, they need to have the negative test proven to the border police to cross the border. So we, of course, let's say, reconfigure half of our staff, and we reconfigure the kind of gates for the passengers. We close them, and we opening the massive testing place for that situation. So the lessons learned is cooperation. The second lessons learned, more cooperation. The second lesson is lack of standardization in EU according to and not only in EU, according to reaction on the pandemic. So reopening and opening different stages of the which is preventing people from using the airlines, because let's say they're afraid that if I fly there, maybe I will be no coming back for me or so on. So it's everything based on a very short period of time, which is not comfortable for the airlines, and it's not comfortable for the airport at all. And of course, it's creating some mess. So now we are trying to be advisory body for our health authority, to prepare them how to prepare the regulations, because it has a huge impact for the airport itself, for the passengers, and for the decision of everyone in the industry, including the airlines. So this was the last slide. I hope I get it on time.
Thank you, Michal. Very much appreciated, A, for stepping in out of order, but B, of course, for all the work and the preparation and the presentation just therein. Mindful of the time, I'll continue to press on. We're going to try an experiment now with a live test going back to see Vital from DSNA. If we can try that connectivity again. Vital, wow, you have moved to space. That is quite impressive.
Yes.
And we can hear you. So thank you very much.
Yes, it's okay.
Is yours.
Hi, Stephen. Thank you. First of all, hello to everybody. I'm happy to be with you today, even if it's on video. And I encountered many technical problems. So could you share my presentation? Thanks a lot. So first of all, I am the head of the airspace domain at the Directorate of Operation of DSNA. So I will start. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So I will start my presentation with the DSNA traffic in 2021, well below the traffic of 2019. Even if there was a strong increase in June and July. Regarding this, and even if in some approaches and in Marseille ACC there were traffic at nearly level of 2019, it was not acceptable. Airlines expected no or very low delays, and as you could see on the next slide, it wasn't the case, definitely. So thank you. nearly more than 0.5 minutes per flight. That doesn't sound clearly for example, for the politician or for people outside the aeronautical fields. That doesn't sound. What does that mean? This average delay? Nothing. I think that's more important. If you can put again, if you can click, please. Yes, thank you. So 95% of the delays of the flights, sorry, have no delay. So it's quite a good figure. But if you click again, you will see that that is the what we called the default rates. That more than 1% of the flights have an average delays of more than 15 minutes, and the average delay for these flights was 30 minutes. And with the level of traffic, it's not a good result, even if it's better than in 28 and 29. But with less than 70% at the maximum in August, it's not a good performance for DSNA. So you can delays were concentrated in two ACC, Reims and Aix-en-Provence, and I will explain the reason just after. And in some approaches, especially in the southeast of France during summers, for holidays, like Cannes, Nice, and Figari, and in some others, and I will talk about the Melun cases, and in Montpellier. Also, what is not good also for DSNA in 21 is that we have nearly or 50% of our delays with staffing cause. That show clearly that we are not efficient in managing our ATCOs, even if we encounter problems with the last minute absences caused by COVID cases and vaccination. One last thing that I want to highlight is that the thing is that when the delays appeared, we cannot find solution to solve the problems that we encountered and reduce them. So from an outside perspective, you had the impression that DSNA doesn't do anything and does not have any reaction. That was not the case, but as you will see, our means were limited. And that's one of the points I will highlight in the lessons learned. We have to change. Next slide, please. Yes, the reasons. I put some of them. The main one, you may know, don't know that, for example, it was not possible to modify the routes roster on a short notice, like it was asked by NM and airlines on a 6-week with the rolling knob in 21. Actually, in DSNA, we can modify a roster on a 1-year notice. So definitely it's not an adaptation are at the margin. So it's not good and we have to change that. As I said, the regulation, especially in ACC, was a conjunction of several factors. The level of number of ATCOs in some ACC, Marseille and Reims. There are reasons for that, but that show clearly that we are not efficient in managing our ATCOs in general and in a long-term perspective. That you will see also in SEN. And also the reduction of capacity and or inefficiency to adapt and modify the hours of ATCOs on a day, on a week. Also, even if we've got densified roster in Reims, it just limits the delays, but not permit to have no delays. One last thing is that the flexibility in our rosters. We cannot adapt to new traffic pattern, and especially on peak period, we cannot put the number of ATCOs necessary to manage the demand. One last thing, the number of absence, but there are the rules that we have to apply actually are the same during weekdays and on the weekend, but that lead to a lack of ATCOs on the weekend when your airlines you want to fly, so it's not good. And finally, I will say about the ASA vaccination and the COVID absence. We have no tool to replace the ATCOs that cannot work the day before. The day after, sorry. Next slide. Just a focus on SEN. On SEN, there was a conjunction of many things. First of all, we've got to manage on the 1st of July the services, the ATS services. They were transferred from the French Air Army, not at the best time, and at the same time, we've got only 50% of the reference number of ATCOs which were qualified, and the over 50 on training. So as we Paris SEC take one or two sectors during the whole summer, they are not really trained to manage this kind of airspace. They put some penalizing regulation, especially for private, but also for Ryanair and flying school. So we have a focus. We work to find some technical and also human resources solution and ATFCM solution. Next slide, please. Thank you. So a few points to show you that not all was bad. There was a good cooperation between NMOC and the FMPs concerned by the regulation. That's not enough, but that was clearly limit the impact. We put a densified roster in RIMS ACC just to limit the delays, but it was not enough, clearly. And there is a strong adaptability. We trying to find solution just to avoid closure of some airports due to COVID vaccination and late absence due to COVID quarantine rules. But it confirms that we are weak in terms of adaptability and flexibility. Clearly, we must evolve. We knew our weaknesses, but they stand out more when you have a poor performance and a level of traffic at so low. So we know that we must adapt our human resources for ATCOs, and it's necessary to improve our performance, but you will all know that it won't be possible in a few months, but the process has started. Lesson learned. Next, just the last two slides. Thank you. So we have to clearly make aware our minister or leaders or directors above the DSNA that we need to change, and for change we have to change the rule applicable for the ATCOs, especially to introduce more flexibility and get a toolbox with some tool dedicated to increase flexibility and be able to adapt on the shorter notice or sectors offer, especially in ACC, but also in approaches. We also this is also applicable on the vaccination and health rule because we are not at the lead on that. We just have to apply the political decision and rules, and but we have to make aware our ministries that has an impact on our efficiency and also on performance, and that leads to make delays for the airlines that we all want to avoid. So And the last thing on this, it's also necessary to have a mechanism to replace last minute absence. So next slide, the last one. Also, we must be transparent, and I think I was today, and it was also the case, and it was the case during the CDM at DSNA and all the other meeting between airlines, network manager, and DSNA, and we must be reliable. That means that when we make a commitment on the sector's offer, for example, we have to guarantee it and try to find solution to have it on the day, and also to have some adaptation to cope with the modification in traffic pattern, etc. I will take the examples of a 4-flight transition plan in RIMS. We engage cooperation with network managers since the summer 21. We send what we could offer, what could be the sector's offer from now. There were some simulation that and the feedback from the NM it was to increase this sector's offer to just reach a level of performance of August 21 with also some reroutings. We succeeded in a social negotiation to guarantee this sector offer, and from this, there were several meetings and a close cooperation with NM airlines and other NSP. Now the set of measures is validated, and there are still work on progress for special day, especially the first day and the weekend of Easter holidays. Also, one other thing's important, and we will just last thing on that. Even if the impact is important for airline and some NSP, the work done should be replicated for next implementation of new ATM system, and we will launch the X transition plan the 10th of March with a meeting with NM Strat. Capacity. It's definitely something important, and we have to define a process not only for sure depending on safety indicators, but also on technical and other indicators, objective one, that will allow us to increase our capacity based on objective criteria. That's one of our priority for the next months. We will also have to reduce the mobility, but it already have been done in 20 and 21, but we will continue mobility for ATCOs in DSNA, because it could lead to a severe reduction of ATCO staff in some ops room, and that mean put regulation because we don't have sufficient capacity. So just to conclude, for saying I already talked about that, we will have some improvement for the next summer and the next ones. Last things, this is the beginning of the process. Be sure that DSNA is fully committed in trying to find a solution. I won't say that we won't produce delay for summer 22, but we try to diminish what has been done, and we are in a process to improve our performance. Thank you, Steve. I think that was the last slide.
Thank you, Vital. And whilst we return from joining you in orbit there, thank you for persevering with the technical issues and also your honesty and candor of 2021 and the view ahead. We really do appreciate that, bringing that to this forum. So I'd like to now introduce our next speaker, Jankees Rem, the Senior Manager, Process Performance and Improvement at Schiphol Group. Jankees, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me too.
Yes, indeed we can. The floor is yours.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I will present something from an airport perspective, as Michael also did, and a lot of similar things, but I'll try to put it in a different perspective. I hope you can share, you can see my screen already. Just a moment. Should be working now. Yeah.
We can see the slides in edit format, not in presentation format right now.
Here it comes.
Thank you. Perfect.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, my name is Jan Kees Rem. I'm a senior manager within the operations department of Schiphol. To be precise, from the process performance and improvement department. Yeah, this is one of the biggest crisis in my career, which I encountered from a work perspective. A really challenging 2 years already, and I think also the upcoming year is pretty challenging. At this moment, I have some what look like COVID symptoms, like a full nose and a headache and everything, but the tests are negative. So I think there's something like a cold still existing. But if you hear like a little bit of a weird voice, I'm sorry for that. It's one of those symptoms. Schiphol's path to recovery. And I will guide you through some slides. Like I said, Michael already told a lot about some challenges we encountered as an airport. I think I have some other perspective, and I try not to repeat the same stuff too much. In 2020, we scaled down operations very, very fast. We never did that actually, and it was a challenge to do that. There was a lot of reorganizations or people letting go in the whole of the sector, with handlers, with our own personnel. A lot of knowledge went away, and we saw the decrease of course of air traffic movements and passengers very, very fast. What we did at Schiphol, we brought Schiphol back to core, what we call core Schiphol, make Schiphol smaller, so we could, we and also our sector partners could save money by not using stands or not using parts of the terminal, and that helped a bit. A lot of processes we had to redesign, I have to say. For example, because of this 1.5 meter social distancing rules especially in the Netherlands, and all other mitigating measures like document checks and everything with check-in processes, while process times went up, and that gave us specific challenges in specific places in the terminal, but also on the air side. Uncertainty in flight schedules, and a lot of changing rules and regulations from government was really challenging, as well in 2020 as in 2021. Despite all these challenges, Schiphol is one of the European busiest airports last year. And in the on the right-hand side of the slide, you see like the downscaling and upscaling of Schiphol, and availability of operational staff, which is one of the biggest challenges also in 2022. And the measures or some pictures of measures we took within the terminal. Looking back on the performance in 2021, we had an on-time performance of 77.6%. We had a target of 80% last year, and the first 6 months OTP was very high, mainly affected one time in February, a few days, by extreme snowfall. For Dutch standards, extreme snowfall. I think the Nordics will laugh at it, but for us it was really challenging because of certain conditions. From July onwards, we see that flights and passenger numbers increased significantly, and we saw like the same problems coming back of 2020 or 2019, one of the busiest years yet at Schiphol, especially at peak hours. With the COVID rules and regulations, it gave big challenges in terminal, especially within check-in, but also arriving and testing, what Michael also already mentioned. OTP was influenced by introduction of these COVID measures, so document checks, and especially also shortage of staff. In the slide it says handling staff, but it was not only handling staff, it was challenging also for airport staff, for security, for PRM, getting staff. All parties had kind of the same problems. All the people we let go in 2020, we had to get them back for the summer 2021, and a lot of them were not there anymore, not to work at the airport anymore. For certain aspects on that, there's like other jobs where you can make more money. For example, vaccinate people, that pays more than handling baggage, for example, at the airport. But it's also like that the unemployment rate in Holland is really, really low, and it's really difficult to get the right staff at the right moment. Because what is challenging is that you need your staff already trained and everything, maybe months. You have to start to get your staff already months before you expect a peak. But these peaks are so uncertain because of all these changing rules and regulations. So are you investing in new staff whilst you're not know if you need the staff at the moment you expect that you need it, because of maybe airlines cancel flights, or countries go on red or something, passengers don't want to fly. So there's a lot of uncertainty, and yeah, there's also a financial aspect, of course, in this case. On the other hand, also you see that, for example, the check-in times went up, and the staff was not upskilled accordingly. So we saw check-in times at the process times at check-in from 1 minute to 3 minutes because of document checks. But so it takes 3 times that long, but we don't put 3 times more staff in the check-in desk to get the same amount of people through the process. So that were kind of interesting challenges we took together with the sector parties to see how we can solve this together. Another interesting thing is the early arrivals. We saw 27% of flights arrive too early, and too early is more than 15 minutes early in our definition. And that's of course because of due to direct routing, which is good, and the slack in the schedules which were in there already from 2019. But it resulted in some challenges in stand allocation, but also in the passenger process. For example, at border control, where passengers are maybe an hour earlier than you expect them, and you don't have your staff there at that moment, at that place. So also early arrivals, a challenge in 2020 and 2021. The path to recovery, we do that in the Airport Operations Center mainly, and total airport management, high on the agenda at Schiphol Airport. And as we heard also, Michael, the cooperation with sector parties is key. It is the key focus for recovery. And the recovery, we use it as an accelerator for the collaboration with sector parties in the Airport Operations Center. We prepare operations even more with more detailed data with handlers, airlines, and the airport together to anticipate for the day-to operations, for all the changes, maybe the staffing issues, and we noticed that we can help each other a lot if you share the right information in the right moment. We developed a D-1, D-3 process in the Airport Operations Center with the sectors parties, and our planning is improving, and everybody benefits from that. So we get a more efficient and predictable airport. We have improved our airport operations plan, AOP, by digital tooling, in which we prepare scenarios which can happen, and also we have a AOP NOP connection in Q2 of this year, one of the first, I think. Yeah, we're investing a lot in total airport management, and especially the collaboration with other sector parties is key in this process. So total airport management is driving force to recovery, and further development is essential to be and stay a reliable network partner. Well, that sounds like music almost. So I have one example of like how we work together in the Airport Operations Center, and that's the winter operations meeting. Like before 2020, not all handlers used to be involved in the winter operations preparation, and that leads to problems in previous years. We facilitate now winter operations as a module within the Airport Operations Center briefings, and it gives us a more complete picture of, for example, de-icing capacity and potential issues. And through a more detailed picture of this cooperation with all relevant sector parties, we are now capable to identify problems earlier and more precise, and setting regulations based on more, what I said, precise information. And the role of the APOC, like facilitating as an airport, is crucial because there's no other party who will do this. So as an airport, we also feel responsible to make this plan together and make most efficient operation we can get. Building back better, a crucial year, and many of the challenges already mentioned will also be there at Schiphol. Staffing issues, we have, what I said, the lowest rate of unemployment in the Netherlands, especially in the part of the Netherlands where Schiphol is situated. And that gives us, in every step of the process, it will for every stakeholder, it will have big challenges. There's still uncertainty in the changing governmental COVID measures. Recovery of flight movements will result in less slack in the schedules, and therefore more ATFM delays. We expect that, like in 2019, you see that already during the morning peak, for example. And I wanted to mention the other biggest crisis in maybe in aviation industry, and that's like the challenges of the climate crisis. And I wanted to note that despite of all the cost reductions, Schiphol keeps on investing in sustainability investments to become a zero emission, a zero waste airport in 2030, and we're still on track of that. And like our CRO, on the right hand side, you see our CEO, Dick Benschop, and he also said, through expensive collaboration with sector partners, we will build back better towards the most sustainable and high quality airport. And that's still standing strong. And we will be the zero waste and zero emission airport in 2030. I think a big challenge maybe for another user forum to dig deeper in that subject. That was it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan Keys. Very much appreciated for your time and your presentation. Again, looking at the time, we'll move straight on to our final speaker, but by no means the least in terms of importance of the information to share. It's my great pleasure to introduce the Chief Operating Officer of Vueling Airways, Oliver Iffert. I hope you can hear me. I can certainly see you, sir. Let's just do a quick sound check and we can get underway with your presentation. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, thank you. Welcome.
Very good. I have the same problem as Jan just said. I also have a regular cold, I think, but nowadays you have to be careful when you cough. Everybody seems to spread away. So if you hear anything in my voice, it's the same issue. I have some water. I'll try to get through the presentation. Let me share with you the screen. Okay, can you see the screen?
Not just yet. It's not yet loaded here.
Let me see.
Aha, we see the green shoots of a presentation coming. Aha, perfectly, thank you. We can see.
Very well. Okay, so my name is Oliver Iffert. I'm the Chief Operating Officer in Welling Airline here as part of IAG in Barcelona. And thanks a lot for letting us join this forum. I'm glad to share some of the experiences and some of the lessons learned we have taken from the last almost two and a half years of pandemic. We went into this with, of course, a high level of uncertainty when there will be a recovery, and in particular where there will be a recovery. And I think this is one of the biggest issues that all of the players in the industry have faced, that we expected a asymmetric recovery, where we didn't know which markets will open up, which markets will close again. So there was a high level of flexibility required. We purposely decided back in 2020 to have all the fleet and all the aircraft available in 2021, to take maximum opportunity if there is demand. That of course requires that all your aircraft are ready in terms of technical conditions, that your crews and all your staff are trained, and that requires an upfront investment. As Jan said, where you're not sure if that investment will actually pay off. But we took this decision cautiously, and I think it paid off for us. You can see here in this slide that nevertheless there was a shift in terms of the proportion where we operated domestically versus international, while in a normal year, the last one was 2019, if we all still remember, we have about 60% of our flights proportionally distributed in the international market, so between Spain and other countries, as well as point-to-point operation within Europe. In 2021, this was different. It was just inverted. So we had around 60% of our operation domestically and 40% international. And that can mainly be attributed to the fact that the regulations in terms of moving around in Europe have been so uneven, and within Spain, that was obviously much easier for people to travel, and therefore the domestic market recovered much faster. In order for us to actually supply this, of course, we had to make a lot of preparation, as I said earlier. Similar to what Vital said, the ATC controllers, of course, we also have regulations for pilots and cabin crew. And not only are there rules governing our sector, but we also have collective bargaining agreements, which are relatively strict in terms of what you can do and what you cannot do, flexibility versus the quality of life, etc., etc. But I have to say we have been working hard with our social representatives, with our unions, and I think the good thing about Welling is we all understood the situation we're in. We also understood that it is a necessity for Welling to be able to serve the people that want to travel. At sometimes they had to travel to visit friends and family for health reasons, etc., etc. So under this perspective, everybody put his part aside and said, okay, whatever is necessary, we'll make this happen. And I think this is an attitude that I have seen in the last 2 years here in this company and in other companies, of course, as well as we work with, that is unprecedented. And this is a positive learning out of this crisis, that people actually come together and try to fix it. And I would hope that all the players in the aviation sector have this attitude, because only like this we can make things happen. We had, of course, to not only manage the training of our crews and of our staff, but also the impact of COVID and vaccinations. And here again, it has helped because Welling is part of the critical infrastructure in Spain. And therefore, we were able to closely coordinate with the local health authorities to manage the vaccination of our crews and our essential staff in IOCC in line with the scheduling. And therefore, there was a minimum level of disruption. Although, of course, at the end of this year, when we saw the impact of Omicron, we have actually seen that we were almost reaching a peak at some day with close to 300 crew members being grounded because either they have been infected themselves, they have been in close contact, etc., etc. And it was a challenge to manage, but nevertheless, we went through it without almost a single cancellation due to crew shortage. We also had to adapt the way that we work here in the office, but also in the front line. We have run 2 IOCCs in parallel in order to separate people. So we built bubbles, and we had a third backup, which is basically an infrastructure where we can actually even work from home. So around 80% of the IOCC staff have the ability and the equipment to work from home, and therefore we could ensure that there is no impact on our operation. In terms of handling, we have actually exactly realized the problem that Jan has mentioned. When in 2020, all the handling companies and the airports let a lot of staff go, we have seen the issue that they were facing to bring the staff back to work. There is, especially in the northern part of Europe, there is until today, and I expect this will continue in the next in this summer, a shortage of handling staff, simply because people do not want to work in this environment and feel that either they work other jobs, other professions, or they take advantage of social support. And that is a big issue because we know that these jobs are low paid and hard work, and this will be the last ones that will fill again, but they are essential for us to operate our flights. So I think here we also have to find ways to work together to make this more attractive again and ensure that we have the necessary resources. On the other side, I think this is another drive for automation and digitization to ensure that we get more efficient and rely less on human resources. We have also used this crisis as an opportunity to make transformation to our airline. In many areas, we have started a 18 stream transformation process that goes across all areas of revenue and cost. And one element of this is that we have introduced an in-house line maintenance provider, which used to be completely outsourced to a group company. We're now making this, we are now delivering this service ourselves. That was a huge success. And of course, in that sense, the crisis has helped because we were able to make this transition in a time when there was almost no flights and therefore with no impact to the operation. In a normal year, this would be a very big challenge to do. And now we have done it almost seamless. For the maintenance itself, of course, it was a huge challenge to downsize and upsize again, put airplanes into long-term preservation, take them out again, move heavy maintenance slots, engine shop visits, etc., etc. So that was a huge learning curve that we went through here because we have never done this, at least not in this scale before. So we had to adapt our processes. Of course, we were also looking at some experts that have previous experience on this that we brought in-house to help us. But I think we took away a lot of positive things here in enhancing the skills of our people to deal with similar situations, hopefully not in this size and shape, but similar situations in the future. And then coming with the demand that was, as I said, asymmetric spread, we have seen that we needed to be extremely flexible in short-term adjustment to the program. We usually program, for example, crews 45 days before the flight, or 15 days before the end of the month. And then after that, we have very limited changes to the flight program. We had to adjust this because the day of the window of booking was so much reduced. People basically bought tickets from today for tomorrow. And that's required for us to change all the process that we have in the organizations. How do we plan flights? How do we allocate aircraft? How do we allocate crew? Again, requires a large amount of flexibility and people adjusting away from what they know and away from what they are used to something completely new. And that was something that I think we also take away for the future, where we have taken some learnings. Of course, we don't want to do this all the time, but I think this certain level of flexibility will always be required. And again, here digitization has helped a lot. Following on that, we had to deal with the issue of local regulations that not only in the beginning were they very, very different across Europe and countries outside of Europe, but also partially within countries in Spain as well. Different regions had different requirements. And of course, this is one of the big issues I think that has been taken away from this crisis in many of the discussions that I have seen and heard in the last year and a half, is that we require more coordination across Europe. If it comes to this, we have to, in a way, see Europe as a single market, as a domestic market, and there shouldn't be a difference whether somebody travels within Spain or somebody travels from Spain to Italy or wherever. And this is something we have to work on. We managed to implement relatively quickly digital solutions for passengers to verify the documentation. We also work with IATA on the travel pass. But again, to me, one of the learnings taken here is that Europe requires a much higher level of coordination if it comes to crises like this, in order to allow operators on all parts of the industry to cope with it and give some planning space, rather than pushing everything down into the airlines, into the airports, and let them deal with it, which I think is not the way we can continue. On the other hand, of course, in terms of digitization and coming back to resources, we will push ahead with enhancements on the digital customer journey, automation on the airports, self check-in, self backdrop, biometric check-in and boarding. These are things I think which have just gotten more and more important over the last 2 years. On one way, they give much more flexibility in terms of demand. In the same time, they also give us the ability to become less dependent on human resources. Despite all of this, I think we in Welling we managed to go to this 2021 with a very good result. We were awarded the Skytrax low-cost airline, best low-cost airline of Europe. We also had a very high punctuality level. And that is something, of course, that is positive and shows the agility of this organization and the ability to cope with crises like this and make the best out of it. Sustainability is one of our key topics, and that has been mentioned also before. And I think for all of us, this is a very, very important issue that we will have to push forward. So we're working here with IATA. And we have been registered and completed the stage 1 of the accreditation of the IATA program. And this will continue to be one of the top focuses of Welling. In terms of ATC, I don't want to mention or repeat what was already mentioned by Vital, and I really appreciate his openness about the ATC delays we have encountered. You see that we have peaked delays in a few days during August, and mainly in 4 countries across Europe: France, Germany, Greece, and Spain. Spain was also related to La Palma and the volcano, but France really clearly sticks out here, and this is a major issue for us because we're so close to France and we're so much depending on the French airspace. In terms of flexibility, this is also a big topic. As I said, we had to make these changes in our operation. We had to make these changes. How do we schedule airplanes? How do we schedule crews? How do we schedule ground staff? We haven't, unfortunately, seen this flexibility on the ATFM side, especially in France. And that led to the fact that this uneven recovery, this asymmetric recovery, led to regulations in terms of minutes that were even higher in some days than in 2019. And that is a problem because, to be fair with you, I believe this will continue for some time. So even if we see that the summer of 2022 will go back to potentially 100%, at least that's what we expect in terms of traffic versus 2019. We expect that the distribution will not be the same, and the peaks will be stronger and the valleys will be deeper. And of course, we require all the infrastructure around us to be able to cope with that. So I really have a strong request towards ATFM providers to be able to cope with this and to be able to follow this demand, because this is not a demand that is created by the airlines. This is a demand created by the people who want to travel. And I think it's all our responsibility to make it work for them. In terms of airspace, and that is something that I expect, again, we will see this year. We have seen from Vital the changes that will happen in France. I think these are good first steps. We need to see that they continue and they actually accelerate, because France, as I mentioned earlier, is for us in Welling a major issue. If France has a problem in terms of capacity, shortage, etc., we have a big problem here in Barcelona. We also have, in relation to other low-cost carriers, we have a very high concentration of our fleet in Barcelona. Around 50% of the aircraft are based here. That means if Barcelona suffers in terms of network, it's almost unrecoverable for us because we are so depending on the airport and the associated airspace, which is in the north France. So this is something we're focusing on for this summer. We have been working with Enaire here in Spain, but with other providers, of course, as well. We are going actually tomorrow to see the French authorities in order to talk about next summer, see what the preparations are there. And we need all the support, I think, and work together to make this summer a really acceptable summer. I expect there will be delays, so there is no doubt about that. But I think being potentially the first summer after 2 years where people can more or less freely travel, I think it's for all of us a responsibility to ensure that this travel goes unhindered and that we're not keeping people in the airports for hours and hours or in the airplanes because the ATC or the infrastructure is not following. We also work, of course, with the airport providers. In particular, for example, Amsterdam is for us a key topic. We're working there with Schiphol in order to improve our processes in relation to CDM, stand allocation, etc., etc. So we want to make sure that we absolutely fulfill our part of this and learn from other experiences in order to give the best service possible. That's it for me. Thanks a lot for your time. I hope that gave you a little bit of an insight of what we were facing here and what we're looking to see in the near future from Welling.
Thank you, Oliver. Very much appreciated there for those views. I'd like now just to ask one question of our visiting speakers, if I may, virtually visiting speakers, with apologies to my Eurocontrol colleague speakers. A lot of questions have been raised through the chat. We are beyond our block time. It's really close now to lunchtime, and I'm mindful of that. So if I may, I just want to pick up on the questions that have come through the chat and the questions that were submitted in advance with regard to sustainability. Digital transformation is covered later on. Summer 22 is covered. But there have been various questions asked around tactical performance. Is there a decision to be made over what should take the primacy in decision making? Should it be least delay? Should it be least financial cost? Should it be least cost for the environment or the sustainability piece? How can your sustainability performance be best supported by other actors in the network? And if I can go in reverse order of the speaking, Oliver, can I start with you? How can your sustainability performance be best supported by other actors in the network?
Well, I think for us it's important that we can plan ahead, and that, for example, flights that we plan to conduct, flights that we plan to execute are actually happening in the time frame that they are planned. So data sharing here to us is extremely important. We're willing to participate in that. We're working with EUROCONTROL so that we basically anticipate delays on the ramp, in the air. That is to my point of view one of the most important things. And we have other things like continuous descent approaches, etc., etc. Of course, this also plays a role. So I think here interaction, data sharing, and open conversations in order to improve the overall situation is probably the best approach.
Thank you, Oliver. And the same question then to Jan Keys. How can sustainability performance at Schiphol be best supported by the other actors in the network?
Well, first I want to say every actor has his own responsibility, I think, on sustainability goals. And we as an airport are investing in that massively. And also we try to take into account, for example, all the handlers handling materials to make it electric and be a zero emission airport from ourselves, but we're of course a small part of the bigger picture. So we're also investing in biofuels. KLM is already using some, and some other airlines I think too. And I think it will be upscaling in the coming years, and it will help massively to reach our goals. Airlines are still investing in a newer fleet, which is more sustainable, which is also massively helping, I think. So everybody can do his own part, and I think also European rules and regulations and international rules and regulations will help to push more and more towards this goal of zero emission for aviation business.
Thank you, Jan Keys. So the same question then to Vital. How can your sustainability performance at DSNA be best supported by the other stakeholders in the network?
Yes, for DSNA, we launched last year a program, or a green aviation program that lead us to identify the bad performance in terms of environment, and so we have like in 2020 identified some RAD restriction to remove to improve the CDO percentage, and try to make experiments on the CDO from the top of descent in CESAR project, for example, but in real operation this year. And we also have some technical, some meetings with the ACC to have some improvement on some city pairs. I will. All the airlines know the Frankfurt Madrid bad performance in terms of of environment and the deviation. So we launch activity to have some shorter route and higher route for this kind of city pair. And we will also have development of the PBN procedures in Roissy and Orly, just to have some better descent and with less fuel consumption for the airlines.
Thank you, Vital. And then finally, Michal, what can the other actors in the network do to help you with your sustainability performance this year?
Okay, I will be not so much original, the same like Jan and Oliver, and of course all the speakers. We've got the same value. I mean, we are in that position that we know perfectly how the airport are impacting the environment and how the airport are and airlines impacted the environment. So to make long story short, the not only the discussion but common solution, this is the first thing. I think modern technology and the roadmap for that, because airport itself cannot achieve it. We can achieve with our co-partners, our co-partners in the network. So the roadmap for such a, let's say, not even the regulation, but also the implemented solutions, that it will have an not only effect, but let's say outcome of that, our working together solutions. We have to be concentrated on impact and of course on outcome. So that is the cooperation between the all the stakeholders around the airport and the airport itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we've made a late arrival into lunch, I'm afraid, but before I hand over to Tony to complete the necessary to get us in and out of that break period, I'd like to thank just the internal speakers here, Monique and Jed, but of course our external speakers there, Oliver, Michal, Vital and Jan Keys, for joining with us and sharing their experiences of summer 2021, their lessons learned and their look ahead to 2022 and what they need from the network, not just from a sustainability perspective, but at the end there from a sustainability perspective. Thank you, gentlemen connected online, for your inputs and your time and efforts. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for yours inside the room today. Tony, back to you.
Stephen, thank you very much. Absolutely a awesome session. It's time for some refreshment and a lunch break here in Brussels. Before you go out, just to remind you that you know, the Network Manager User Forum has always been, it is, and it will always be about network. So use the break to come back to the networking approach. But in doing that, I want to urge you to respect the social distances. Please wear your mask all the time, and the lunch, and of course, coffee at the end of the lunch will be seated. So it's a seated lunch. I think we have 6 persons at each table, and then let's please respect that. So we'll see you at 5 minutes before 2, because we want to seat everyone and start sharp at 2 o'clock. We'll ring the bells. Enjoy the lunch and see you at 2 minutes before 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
See you.
Right, welcome back. It's 1400 Central European time. We are back in the Eurocontrol Network Manager User Forum 2022. Here we had the lunch break, but wherever you are in the world, good morning in US. I think some of the colleagues are now back in full swing in US, so they can connect and join. Actually, we've been at one time, I've been told a few thousand in LinkedIn, to more than 2000 in LinkedIn, plus the Europa meeting room, plus the colleagues in Zoom. We started setting up the scene about with the aviation sustainability, and then we started to look at 2021. Now it's time to look ahead. We'll dive into what will be the summer 2022. First in this panel, which I have the privilege to moderate. And then after the coffee break, my colleague Răzvan Bucuroiu will moderate a very interesting session on managing airspace density and traffic flows at strategic and tactical level, under an overarching umbrella on the digital transformation journey. So back in summer 22, I have a privilege to have three great speakers with me and Răzvan in the background for reinforcing in the Q&A. So we put a more women touch on this future, looking to the future. So I have the privilege to introduce the duo that will start the presentation, Stéphanie Vincent and Marie-Laure Faure. Stéphanie is the head of OPL, the Operational Planning Unit in the Airspace and Capacity Division for many years in Eurocontrol. I think we have seen her in the past at the Eurocontrol Forum. There is no need to introduce her further. And then Marie-Laure Faure, we poached her a couple of years ago from DSNA, an air traffic controller, and then deputy FMP manager involved in airspace design in France. And for a couple of years, she's in the Stéphanie unit. And then I'll start with them, and then we'll dive into more, strategic planning, and then what the Network Manager Operations Center will day to day. We'll do it with Grande Gianni, the head of Operational Center. But we start, Stéphanie, with you. The stage and floor is yours. Don't forget, guys in the room, you are quite shy. Scan the QR code for your questions, and the guys in the online, please use the Q&A in the Zoom. Stéphanie.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are here to discuss about the summer 2022. The first question that we have for the summer 2022 is what will be the traffic looking like? It is quite a challenging question for the moment. In the current situation, it's difficult to know what is happening in the next months. What we need to work on for the planning is obviously the expected levels of traffic, but also which will be the routings, because this has a direct impact on the demand in the different ACCs in Europe. So when we were preparing for the summer 2022, we had to make some assumptions, and I will go very quickly through them. So the first thing is for the expected levels of traffic. What we are working with is the latest stat for forecast that was published in October 2021. And that forecast is forecasting for 2022 between 74% and 93% of 2019 traffic. We've decided for planning reasons to work only with the baseline and the high traffic growth scenario. 74% of 2019, we have exceeded these levels already in 2021 in many ACCs and in Europe some of the days. So we thought it was too pessimistic to plan for the summer season, and we focused mainly on the baseline and the high scenario. So between 89 and 93% of 2019 traffic. So this gave us a reference. However, even with this reference, we still have a lot of unknown. What you've seen, and that was discussed this morning as well, in 2021, we've seen the weekdays being much lower than a normal year and the weekends being much higher. It might continue in 2022, it might continue to a lesser extent, but we expect still to have very strong weekends. The discrepancy between the winter and summer, we've seen in 2021 very low winter and strong summer. Currently, we're at 65% more or less of 2019 traffic. We expect around 70–75% towards the end of March, but during the summer, we expect the recovery to be much higher. And regarding the destinations as well, we are not 100% sure of what will be the destinations of the summer. We've seen in 2021 more destinations within Europe, within the EU. That is depending a lot on the restrictions in the different states, but to forecast what will happen in the next summer is still a bit difficult. But so anyway, the planning was done on 89–93% of 2019 traffic. And for the routings, even if we have 2019 as a reference, we have changed the routes according to what was flight planned in summer 2021. Back in 2019, we had the ENM measures, we had major capacity issues in Europe, and we had to shift some of the flows, mainly outside Karlsruhe ACC. And in 2021, because we had almost no capacity issues, we had capacity issues here and there, but nothing major that was justifying to change completely the flows. We had more direct routings, and the planning that we have done for the summer season, we have done it on these more direct routings because we expect that this is what the airlines want to fly in Europe if they have the possibility. So that's the global planning that we have for the traffic for the summer season. However, we are going to refine the picture when we get into the season. So we have the rolling knob that will continue. So with this process, every week we give a traffic outlook for the next 6 weeks. We might even go to 8 weeks in the spring. And that traffic outlook is more accurate and more precise because we have different sources of data when we look at the next 6 weeks. So we are looking at the airline schedule, at the airport slots, at the historical data, mainly for the flights where we don't have any planned schedule like business aviation, and also the global knowledge that we have about the different restrictions or announcements by the major airlines. This traffic outlook we are sharing with all the stakeholders. So we have the view per ACC showing what is the expected traffic in the next weeks. Also the view at ECAC level, what is the expected traffic and the expected recovery. And what we see is that this recovery is not happening at the same level in the different ACCs in Europe. We are doing those maps as well to show where we are with the recovery, because we see that some of the ACCs are getting very close to 2019 traffic levels or even above 2019 traffic levels, when other ACCs are still struggling a bit more to catch up and to get the traffic back. So this process will continue, and we will continue to refine the picture when we get closer to the days of operations. Now, regarding capacity, we've been working closely with all the ANSPs during the period December, January. So until very recently, we've been discussing the capacity plans for this summer, but also for the next years with all the ANSPs. And based on these capacity plans, we have done a delay forecast for the next season. So this delay forecast is based on the latest capacity plans and on the traffic as explained based on the stat for forecast with the routings of 2021. This delay forecast will be published in the Network Operations Plan 2022-2026. So you will find all the details there and it will be published. If you look at the map, here is on the baseline traffic growth scenario and is quite green. So if we are still on the baseline traffic growth scenario, we don't expect a lot of issues in the network. You will see there we have Reims ACC with a quite high delay forecast expected. This is linked a lot to the transition to the new system. Marie-Laure will go through the details of this transition. We had to plan some network measures to be sure that the situation would be manageable during the transition to the new system. So with the network measures, then so you see here without the network measures, we are expecting 0.63 minutes per flight for the NM area. With the network measures, we are reducing the delays in Reims, going for the NM area to 0.52 minutes per flight. So we have a clear gain in delays. We are pushing flights, Marie-Laure will show you, to Karlsruhe, increasing a little bit the delay in Karlsruhe, but nothing at the level that we have in Reims at the beginning. If we go to the high traffic growth scenario, there the situation might be more tight, and you will see that there are more ACCs appearing in color on this map. So the scale is the same on all those maps. We might be above 1 minute per flight for the NM area. And we see all the ACCs in the southern part of Europe getting more busy. And there you see that in Greece, we might expect capacity issues. A little bit in Spain as well. In Marseille, we have Reims again with the transition to the new system and limited capacity available. And also some German ACCs, mainly Bremen and Langen. Again, this is without the network measures. With the network measures, we are saving delays, specifically in Reims, without increasing the delays in the other ACCs, or almost with no increase in the delays in the other ACCs. And Marie-Laure will explain all the details for that. If I look at the countries where we had delays already in 2021 and what we could expect for 2022. So in Germany, in London, we expect to have more or less the same sector openings compared to 2021, but the traffic is supposed to increase and almost reach the levels of 2019 traffic. But however, they have 32 controllers less that will be available during the summer season. So it means that the situation will become more difficult and that we might expect delays. In Karlsruhe, on the other hand, so in 2019, we had a significant capacity gap in Karlsruhe. We needed measures to push flights out of the airspace. There has been a big improvement compared to that period. So we are talking about 50 more controllers in Karlsruhe compared to 2019. And also compared to last year, 6% sector openings more. And the good news is that the main increase is in the north-south sector group, plus 19%. And this is the sector group where most of the delays were happening in summer 2021. So that should really help the situation for Karlsruhe UAC. And if we go to Bremen ACC, there again, we have an increase in capacity that is planned for 2022, but that increase is not sufficient compared to the traffic increase that we expect. We expect to be back almost at 2019 level, but with 30 controllers less available for the roster in the summer season 2022. So we might expect there as well to have some delays. If we look at the French ACCs, so it was mainly Reims and Marseille. Vital explained already this morning that they have been working. We have been working with the CSNA as well since September to try to improve the picture. And the result is in the commitment from Reims ACC, we have plus 26% in the sector openings compared to the commitment of 2021. So the situation is improving. We are getting back to almost the sector openings that were in 2019. However, this is not sufficient compared to the traffic that we expect. And we will have some capacity reductions during the implementation of the 4 flights that might that will make it a difficult situation if we don't do anything. And this is why we have the network measures. In Marseille, for the moment, the plan is with the same sector openings as in 2021. The training for 4 flights is ongoing, but should not impact the summer season. And in Greece, we had as well delays in 2021. What is expected for 2022 is that they can provide exactly the same capacity as they were providing in 2021. Again, we expect the traffic to grow. So with higher traffic and the same sector opening schemes, then we will expect to have some issues in Greece this summer. For all this, so we have the network measures for Reims ACC. All the other ACCs, we are still working with them to try to improve the situation. And Gianni will also explain how to work on the day of operations to try to mitigate a little bit the capacity gap and the impact for the aircraft operators. Regarding capacity, as well, we are looking at it every week in the rolling up with the outlook for the next 6 weeks. And every week we look at the sector openings that are planned at the sector capacities for the period, and we identify the ACCs where we might have capacity gaps. Once we identify those ACCs, we are working closely with them, closely together. We have lots of exchanges to try to improve the picture. We discuss with them first if it is possible to have more sectors open to improve the capacity in the different ACCs. If that is not possible, or if we see some overloads, sometimes we see overload in elementary sectors, so more sectors will not help, then we see to plan some measures to better balance the traffic in the different sectors so that we avoid to have penalization for the AOs. And also we had last year, and we will continue in 2022, specific coordination procedures in the pre-tactical phase with the ACCs where we had most of the capacity issues. So we had it with Reims, Marseille, Karlsruhe, and Bremen in 2021, and that might be extended to other ACCs in 2022. I will now pass the floor to Marie-Laure, who will go through all the major events that are planned and the transitions to the new systems in Europe.
So good afternoon, everybody. So I will guide you through all the transition plan for this summer. What we can say is that this summer is under the sign of system transition, because we will have 4 in a row in all Europe. So the first one that will happen is at the end of this month, 24th of February 2022, and it's in Prague ACC. There they will go. They will be the first one for this season to go to a new system. They will reduce capacity by 60% for the first 5 days, and then they will reduce by 40% during 1 week until the beginning of March. And then from March until mid-March, end of March, the capacity will be reduced by 30%. And then the capacity will further increase until the end of April to be back into full operation with 100% capacity on the 30th of April 2022. So given the current level of traffic and the expected level of traffic, because we do, as Stephanie mentioned, a traffic forecast for every for the next 6 weeks, we still see that some ATFM measures will be needed at least during the first period at -60%. So we are working now in close collaboration with Prague ACC to help them to find the measures. So we are creating some scenarios to offload a little bit Prague ACC, and we are working in collaboration with their neighbors so that they can accept the extra flights. So during the first 5 days, there might be scenarios implemented and also regulations. Then for the rest of the transition, with the traffic that we expect now, there might be here and there some small capacity issues, but no major problem. So it will have a low impact on the network from March onward. Then the next transition is in Lisbon ACC. So there, it's not the full transition that will happen during the summer, at least not during the beginning, but the main transition is at the end of the period. So from the 6th of March until the 13th of March, they will the controller will move back to their new ops room, or move back to the new ops room with their current system. And during this period of 1 week, they will reduce capacity by -15%, but in a rolling process. So for the first 2 days, they will reduce the capacity in the approach, and then the next 2-3 days in the land sectors, and then the next 2-3 days in sea sectors, so that on Sunday, there are almost all sectors at 100% capacity back again. During this transition, we already had same process in January 2020. There was not, with the traffic at that time, which was much higher than what is expected now, there was no major issue, and we don't foresee any big issues also for this transition. We already have scenarios created, so it should be, this period should be with low impact. Then during 6 months, they will work in shadow operation in the new ops room. So one part of the ops room will be with the old system, and one will be with the new system, and the controller will be able to train a little bit more. And then on 26th of September, this is when it will have more impact. So during about 2 months, they will have reduced capacity. They will start at -30%, and then every 10 days, they will increase by 5%. So for this period, we will have a meeting with them mid-April to confirm the plan and to see if measures are needed, because we don't really yet know exactly what would be the traffic at that time. Then the major transition, another new system transition, is in Reims. So this one, you've heard a little bit about it since this morning. So this implementation will take place on the 5th of April. So just at the beginning of the summer season. And this is the event that will have the most impact in the network, and this is the one that is needed, that needs network measures. So on the 5th of April, on the first day of implementation, the capacity will be reduced by 5%, as you can see on the second line. And then from the 6th of April, for 4 weeks, sorry, not 4 months, the capacity will be reduced by 30%. And then the next 4 weeks, the capacity will be reduced by 20%, and then another 3 weeks with -15, 3 weeks with -10, and then 3 weeks with -5. So with all those weeks, it leads us to the end of the month of July. And then from this period, they will be again with 100% capacity. As you can see on the graph, if you go to the right, you can see that the capacity will start to increase. So from November, the capacity will gradually start. Maybe let's take it like this, it's better. We're still too much used to wear masks, sorry. So maybe at the end of the period, so from November onwards, they will start to increase capacity by 5% and then 10% and maybe more, depending on the confidence that the controller will have with the new system. So when we got this plan at the end of the month of, which was around August, September, then we kind of see that there might be a problem because Reims also provided us with their opening scheme, the number of sectors they plan to open. And then we came to this graph. So I will explain it to you. So the yellow line describes the number of flights that are expected to go through Reims in the high forecast STAT4 scenario. So it's daily number of flights. And the blue line just below is the number of flights that will go into Reims that are expected through Reims daily with the base forecast STAT4 scenario. And then you see red boxes below. And for the red boxes is because we saw with the first plan of Reims that if we do nothing, then the flights from the Monday will have to fly later during the week because there was not enough room to accommodate all the flights. So we say this is not possible. So we work with Reims to improve the plan. This is why you see two lines. So the line below the red box is with 11 sector configuration. And the one below is with the 13 sector configuration, which is what Reims committed to do for next summer. And so this number of flights is the number of flights that could be handled in Reims with a normal or manageable level of delay. We wanted to have about the same level that was in summer 2021, meaning that if, for example, during the first period when there is 30% capacity reduction, with this capacity and the 13 sectors, there will have to be 2,300 flights in Reims. What you can see is that we can have up to 2,900, 2,700, depending on the traffic forecast scenario. So then we see like there is a big gap. So we thought that we have to move flights out of Reims in order to keep the level of delay manageable in Reims and in the rest of the network. So we decided to work about in the same way as for the ENM measures. So we decided to use run measures. It was the best option to stabilize the network because with scenarios, it might be a more chaotic situation. And with the run measures, it will allow the other ACC to be aware that the flights will come because it will be at flight plan level. So they will be aware more in advance than with ATFCM measures. And they can plan adequately and provide the right number of controllers. We wanted also the delay to be, I've already mentioned that, to be manageable, not to have too high delay so that it can create a chaotic situation in the network. And we wanted for Reims to get close to summer 2021 delay. And we wanted to also have enough measures to be able to handle the high STAT4 traffic forecast, so that to be on the safe side and not to say, well, maybe we need to add extra measures just 1 month or 2 weeks before the event. We use four principles to decide on which measures we will keep. So we work together. Those measures were prepared by Reims and together with us, and then they were proposed to the all network with all the ANSPs and the aircraft operators. And with the principle that we wanted to build on is that we wanted to avoid too big route length extensions. So we tried to use to target flights and routes, city pairs that were already flown in different ways out of France in 2021. We wanted to avoid also long level caps so that it's too penalizing and it might also result in yo-yo flights depending on where the flights will go. We also had to balance the different flow of traffic, meaning that if we empty the whole eastern part of France, then and the rest is full, then it's not a good solution. So we had to spread the measures and the city pairs that were targeted to target the northeast flow and southwest and southeast flows that were crossing in Reims. And also some of the measures could, well, some of the airports that are near to Reims might be interesting for them to reduce the complexity, but then it will target only the same airlines. So we wanted also to share the distribution and the measures on all the aircraft operators, and not only to target one airlines or one specific airport. And so with all those principles, we end up with this map. I hope you can see it. So if you see the lines in blue, it's where we remove flights. So you can see the cold colors, blue and dark blue. And there you can see that in Reims, we will push flights out of Reims. But then the green, yellow, and a little bit red is where we will add flights. So Reims is in the middle of Europe, or the central part of Europe. So it's not easy to avoid. So basically, if you go to the northwest, to the southeast, then the easiest way is to avoid in Karlsruhe ACC. And then if you go from the northeast to the southwest, then you will have to go either to the UK or through Marseille. Thing is, in all cases, most of those flights will end up in Karlsruhe. As you can see, there are lots of flights that were pushed into Karlsruhe. It was about 400 flights daily out of the 600 that has to be pushed for the measures. So this was where we arrived with the first meeting that we had with aircraft operators and the neighboring ANSP, the full meeting. And then at this moment, then we realized that we might need extra measures to better spread the traffic within Germany, so that in Karlsruhe, the traffic is better spread, and that not all the traffic end up in Karlsruhe West, but some of them is also pushed to Karlsruhe Center or Karlsruhe East. So on this map, you will see the result of the German measures. So the flights that were pushed into Karlsruhe West are pushed a bit further. Well, all the flows, it's not exactly the same flows, but some of the flows are pushed a bit north, so that it will give extra room for the flights coming from Reims. And this is, on the next slide here, is the final picture. So this is with the last picture that we had with all the measures that were agreed, at the meeting last week. So as you can see, we have removed flight out of Reims, and the flights are better spread. It is in Germany, and we have an extra flight a little bit that is spread differently through Europe. So how many flights does this concern? So with all those measures, so the German ones and the French one, we will go, so on the blue line is with the base traffic scenario, the number of flights that will be affected daily with the base traffic scenarios. And for the orange line is the number of flights that will be affected daily with the high traffic scenario. On this, you'll see the combination effect with the Reims measures and the German measures. They're not exactly targeting the same flow, so they are adding on top. So we are moving flights from Reims, some of them into Germany, and then the flight from Germany a little bit to the north. And you can see that we will move between 600 and 800, 900, depending on the days, if we keep all the measures during all the period. But if you might remember my first graph, we were above the line, but the traffic will increase from April until June and then a little bit reduced. So this graph is now the same as before. So the yellow line is the high traffic scenario, the blue line is the base traffic scenario, and the boxes is where we want to be. And with the measures, we see that during the whole period, we are now, for the baseline scenario, we are covering the baseline scenario fully for the entire period, and we even have extra flights that we can push back into Reims during the transition. And with the high traffic scenarios, there are some peaks here and there, but it should be manageable. And even at the end of the season, we can even add and remove some of the measures, if not all of them. So then we had to do this impact assessment. Was it going to be useful to put all these measures? So in the do nothing scenario for Reims, it was shown by Stephanie, it was expected that in Reims there will be 6.10 minutes per flight at Reims ACC, which is quite a lot for only one ACC. But the problem is that if there are high delays in Reims, then with no measures, the flights will reroute out of Reims in a chaotic manner and it will lead to capacity issues in other ACC. They will be surprised, they will implement extra regulation, and then those flights will move again and again, and we will have a domino effect with flights that were supposed to go through Reims that will go maybe end up in Poland or even further east. So this is what we wanted to avoid. For the do-nothing scenario, in the other ACC, we didn't see any major capacity issues, at least in April, May, at the peak of the transition, and more traffic, as you can see, is expected from mid-June. So this is when the traffic, so there might be problems in the rest of the network. Now, with our measures, then the ATFM delay will be reduced between 1 and 1.5 minutes per flight in Reims ACC, because the flights won't be in Reims anymore. And what we see for the other ACC is that in April, May at least, there will be no major capacity issues with the measures. So the other ACC can accept and take the extra flights, including, but with the German measures included. If all the measures are kept, then we might have more impact from mid-June, especially in Karlsruhe. But still, even with the delay that will be generated in Karlsruhe, the global network delay is still lower than without the measures. And our intention, and I think of everybody in the network, is as the transition progress in Reims and the capacity are raised, to remove gradually all the measures from June 2022. Of course, it will all depend on the traffic evolutions and the transition evolution. So it is important for us to stick to the plan and to increase the capacity as it is planned in Reims, because it will be important for the network to have less measures in June and in July to accommodate all the traffic. Concerning the environmental impact, so for the do-nothing scenario, as I already explained, the flights we will have a chaotic routing all around the ACC that will implement regulation and with domino effect, and we might have 25 millions of extra nautical mile flown extra compared to the normal situation, and 500,000 tons of CO2 emission on top. With the measures and the commitment to Reims to get the 13 sector configuration at Reims ACC, if all the measures are applied until the end of September, the rerouting will be 1 million of nautical mile flown extra, the extra CO2 consumption 33,000 tons, and the delay will be reduced in Reims to approximately 1.5 minutes in Reims ACC. So what we will have to do during this summer, which is, as Stephanie mentioned, quite uncertain, is to monitor the traffic during the season and to monitor the measures to see if they are still needed or not, and to reduce them as much as possible, and especially from the 1st of August, when all the transition will be over in Reims. So how we will proceed as we get closer to the event? As Stephanie mentioned, we do the 6-week rolling traffic rolling outlook. So we will monitor the traffic evolution through this rolling seasonal NOP, which is for the moment the most precise source of traffic that we have. And we will always keep the level of measures adapted to the expected traffic, meaning that if the measures are not needed, we will remove them. If the measures are needed, we will of course keep them, but we will try to remove them as soon as possible, because it is penalizing for the airlines. The delay reattribution process, it will be applicable the same way as it was in 2019, as the other ACC will accept extra traffic. Then the flights that would normally go through Reims but are then in the airspace and generate delay, the delay will be reattributed to DSNA. On peak days, because the transition starts just for the Easter holidays and for the first weekend where we might still see ski traffic, it will be addressed with additional staffing in Reims. As Vital mentioned this morning, they are working on this, and we also have a few scenarios that are existing in our system and that might be implemented on top if it is needed, of course. And the first day, maybe you remember, I told you that the capacity will be reduced by 50% on this day. So even with the measure on this day and with extra staffing, we might still have issues for this specific day. So it will be handled as a major day of major disruption in the network. And now, when we get to the day, Gianni will guide you through what it is planned for the whole season. But for Reims, we have agreed with them that they will provide a stable pre-tactical plan with the opening scheme and the number of sectors available, so that our pre-tactical team could prepare the best plan possible for them and for the network. And as we are using RAD measures, and we see that we have pushed flights through Karlsruhe, we might also close some options for the airlines, which might be an issue depending on the weather. So we will closely monitor the weather to be sure that if the weather is on the route that is supposed to be flown, then the RAD measures might be lifted depending on the day to allow airlines to be able to fly their schedule. During the first 2 weeks, there will be a dedicated team from DSNA in NMOC, so from DSNA headquarters and from Reims ACC, to help and to facilitate the coordination between all actors. There will also be daily debriefing to improve and learn from the day before and to improve the situation for the next day. There will also be possibly teleconference with the aircraft operators and the ANSPs. And the pre-tactical plan will be prepared every day, of course, with the NAT tracks, the weather, and if some measures need to be lifted, and the measures that have to be lifted due to weather, for example, will be promoted on the NOP portal. I think this is it for Reims. So this is one of the major events, but I've told you that there were 4 system transitions this summer. So there will be an extra one. The last one, it's not exactly in summer. Stephanie already mentioned this. It's on the 6th of the implementation is on the 6th of December 2022. So the training is currently ongoing in Marseille, ACC. There is no training during the summer holiday. So it's only when there is no holiday that there is training there. And the problem that we see there is that from September, they will start to install the new controller position in the current ops room, meaning that they will have less sector available, and traffic in September is still expected to be high, well, we hope. So we will have a dedicated meeting with DSNA in February, well, beginning of March, to start the planning for this event and to see if it's going to have an impact or not, because the problem will only be in September. So this will conclude my presentation. This is, of course, what is planned for the summer. We know that sometimes in reality, it might be a little bit different with the weather that can come in, or some various incidents. And then I will leave the floor to Tony, who will introduce Gianni for his presentation on the tactical and pre-tactical tactical side.
Thank you very much, Marilo, Stephanie. In the safety area where I work, it's work as imagined, is never as work as done, but an uploadable plan that you have designed for this summer. Again, there are good news there. As our DG mentioned in the opening, the traffic is coming back, and we need to be prepared for that. So there are also initiatives, and I think we need to applaud these NSPs that they took the opportunity of the pandemics to further progress with their new systems, because that will bring future capacity, but that, okay, puts back some constraints for this summer. And the system transitions will be important to be as smooth as possible. Now, from strategic planning to tactical, in pre-tactical, what it will be done is nobody better than do that than Gianni Lenti, our head of operations room for many years. Gianni has been almost 10 years, 8 to 10 years, air traffic controls in Rome and in Milan and Brindisi ACCs, then since he's with the ops room and for many, many years, head of operations. Gianni's presentation are usually the highlights of Network Manager User Forum, and I look for another great one. Gianni, the floor and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Tony. You're too good. You're exaggerating. Anyway, so good afternoon, everybody. Giovanni Lenti. And it's very nice to see people again here, because last year it was like for an old DJ looking at the discotheque without the dancers, the dance floor empty. At least this year we have a number of people and many connected online. So now moving into the matter directly. So I'm going to talk about what we are going to do in the NMOC to mitigate the delays that you will see. That is unavoidable because the strategic part is absolutely important. But then there are things that change every day because the number of variables that intervene during the tactical day for the air traffic are numerous, are too many. So I would like to set up the context first, and not only the context for the summer. And I strongly believe that looking at history gives you an indication of what is going to happen in the future, pardon. I'm strongly convinced about that. So it's one of my preferred slides. I still went back in time until 1997, already presented something, but it was until 2001. So now I found data in the past. So basically, if you look at the vertical red bars, this is the amount of ATFM delay that has been given every year, and this is including en route and airport. And the blue thick line is the traffic evolution. So we started from 1997, 7.2 million, and look at 1999, 43.3 millions of delay. So I remember that was the year that I joined EUROCONTROL, and I was shocked how much delay was given. So there were 200,000 minutes of delay every day during the summer, with delays up to 3 or 4 hours. Flights were subject to 10 or 12 regulations, and the hotline of the help desk was really burning. Technological evolution. One of the most important things I believe that really allowed to double the capacity in the route sectors was RVSM. This year is 20 years that we have RVSM. So 2001, 27 million, capacity did not change. RVSM intervened down to 18 million minutes of delay. There is still a lot. And then you see that gradually the traffic started to grow again, and the effect of the RVSM, the benefit of the RVSM started to decay slowly. And then we had everything that you know, volcanoes, crisis, whatever. But what is important to see, what is going to happen in the next years. It's quite obvious. We heard from the FS, they are recruiting people, controllers, the same in the SNA and others, but this gap remains. There is a main gap, is a negative gap between the effective en route or airport capacity and the yearly traffic demand. This is an historical fact. In order to make a controller, I became a controller, radar controller, after 4 years of working, cleaning the pavement and do all the other things. It's a necessary time period for the courses and then to become confident, because then at the end of the day, it's people's lives. So such gap is the main trigger for the ATFM delays. There is no doubt about it. The technological part is important, but also the human factor is absolutely important. So technology, the new INM system, we are investing a lot. We asked the dream to Indra in order to have a system that allows us to resolve complex issues. In one day, in 2019, during the summer, there were 400 regulations applied, plus 150 modifications. And it's impossible for any human brain to understand, to find the best possible solution when there is an interaction of many sectors all regulated and thousands of flights that get a delay. So, of course, I do expect that in the future, the technology will definitely reduce that gap, but will never avoid it. There will continue to be. So, because adequate ATC staffing, as a colleague Vita Bride said before, is fundamental to open the sectors. He mentioned the same sector before. They split the sector in 3 parts, but they did not have and do not have, actually, the personnel to work it. So there are daily delays over there. So the 2 things are fundamental and both contribute to reduce the gap. So the future ATFM delays, I'm not afraid to say that in the next 5, 6 years, it will continue like that. So, and that is why, thanks to the ladies and many other people who are working on this, we need these plans. I know it's a pain in the neck, definitely. We are moving, 2019, we moved 800 flights per day with route restriction outside the preferred route. This year it's 100 per day, more or less, just for runs. But again, we can't continue to do that. This is not sustainable. Emon, you heard Emon saying that the Green Deal is fundamental, although we just for the all ATM 2% only, or the rest of the 98%, where is it? Okay, but we have to do it. And obviously these plans go against the efficiency, go against the environment. Now, continuing to set up the scenario, the summer 2021 demand in certain areas reached almost the 2019 levels, and it caused significant delays, and it was 1.9 million versus 2.2 million flights in July, August, and September. So the traffic recovery, as we understood from Stefano and Marie-Laure, will be clearer by March, what could be the summer. So really, Easter will be the test bed. Personally, I share our director opinion, Iman opinion about the traffic. Like me and like you all guys, you are really fed up of this COVID and you want to get rid of all these constraints, take an airplane and fly 10,000 miles away. So this will happen. I believe we are all waiting for that. And I'm strongly convinced that we'll see an explosion of traffic if COVID, of course, will slow down. And of course, that depends on everything on that. But like it happened last summer, we saw an increase of traffic up to 71%. I think that we'll be close to 90 as average, of course. So Easter will be the real test bed. So unfortunately, there is a limited additional capacity. We have seen that there are from Marie-Laure and Stephanie in the FS, they are increasing capacity, they are recruiting controllers, but again, it takes time. The same for France. Vital Bright said that they are going to recruit controllers, but it will take time. So there is no major additional capacity. Otherwise, we would not have applied the strategic plan this year. So if the traffic will be above summer 21, so more than 71% average in the network, there will be serious delays somewhere, despite the offloading in other areas of the network. So the experience of summer 21 and of course, all the planned transitions, the holidays that we all expect, holiday airports and sectors that will be busy, obviously require as the first delay shield, the strategic plan. But again, and sorry, and the last but not least, we have a Damocles sword that is pending on Europe because political event may change after the Winter Olympics dramatically. We all hope not. Anyway, we have a strategic plan, but again, almost nothing ever goes as planned 100%. That's why we need the pre-tactical and the tactical plan and the tactical reaction to the unexpected events that occur every day. So the first thing is the coordination. Coordination is fundamental. We have spent money and resources in the last years in order to get rid of the phone coordination because we lose a lot of time. But today, ANSPs, towers, and airspace users have the possibility to be connected with us B2B or via the NOC portal in order to avoid the phone. You can see the map over there, all that countries, all their ANSPs are already with us in doing that, and they are not using the phone. Regulations can be asked telematically, and we just press a button, the coordination is done, and it's finito. So again, this is fundamental. So NMOC is able to handle up to 3,500 requests per day, whatever is the request, delay saving, regulation application, it doesn't matter what. And every request is concluded in less than 2 minutes each. So we have now increased our ability to coordinate. But again, we need to have also on the other side, the collaboration. So at the moment, 29 FMPs are using B2B NOP. Of course, this is a process, whatever technological advancement you introduce in a fragmented network like us with 43 different NSPs, it takes time. Just quickly recap, that's my map of the delays during the summer. Apart from Rams, Praha, Marseille, ACC, we will for sure put delays because that's what the experience tells us. Every year, it doesn't matter what is the plan, there are things that are happening that are unexpected. Normally, it's a couple of radar failures here and there, thunderstorms, weather, staffing, you name it. There are all these things that unfortunately are not under our control, but we are ready to react promptly to whatever it happens. So weather, we said weather is something that we really struggle to reduce the delay. And since 2018, we started to say, okay, guys, every country has a different weather forecast. Since 2018, we have now, in collaboration with UMetNet, there are people who are working constantly with this successfully, one of the best projects, to be honest with you. And we have now an en route weather forecast that started in 2018 with the core area of the network and now is enlarged quite widely through Europe, and in the next year that we will complete to have the ECACH completely covered. So expansion of coverage, we have this network cross-border procedure that we started last year in a structured way, but again, not perfect. So we are trying to structure even more because again, we are not perfect. And I told you before that this does not depend on the network manager. It depends also on the customers. It's a CDM process. We work together. So we studied new triggers for collaboration, and there is a new proposal for a structured approach to the management of weather during the pre-tactical and the tactical day. What is the scope? The scope, of course, is always the same, ATFM delay reduction. And the weather delays are very, very, very heavy because the reduction of capacity that is done at an airport on run route is massive and goes beyond sometimes 50%. Now, just a case just happened. I just put this slide. Sorry, Tony, I will take some minutes more for this because I think it's important to understand what happens. Istanbul weather, you remember snow in Istanbul and Athens as well. So the day before, we published this daily Eurocontrol network weather assessment in collaboration with UMetNet and the WSI for the weather forecast. It was written over there. It was there. LTFM from midnight to noon, visibility 600, 800 meters, thunderstorm snow. Gusting of 337 knots. Of course, you read that, even somebody who doesn't know about Met and is able to read that, you understand that tomorrow, Houston, Istanbul will have a serious problem. Indeed, the airport was 0 rated, no departure or arrivals between 11:20 and 1500, and then 6 per 60, the rate until the end of the day. So 30 until the day after, pardon. 35,000 minutes and average per flight, 72 minutes per flight, average per flight. What Marilo showed before, it's just the average per flight, 6.5 minutes, but the 6.5 minutes average per flight is including also the flights who are not subject to a regulation. That 6.5 means 2 hours delay per flight in any sector that is regulated. So this caused 72 minutes per flight average, and 160 flight plan canceled. Athens was applied at 0 rate, but shortly, sorry, that is not the right time. But anyway, there was a major disruption. Of course, it's weather, we're gonna control it, but definitely we can do something if there is awareness. Unfortunately, also from our side, sorry, again, I'm not afraid to say that we made a mistake. We missed it. We missed it, simply we missed it. And we did not have also anything coming from the FMP. So basically it was a kind of unplanned situation. I mean, there is no blame here, guys. Nothing ever goes as planned 100%. It happens often. We are not perfect. The world is not perfect by definition. But this is a very good lesson learned that in some way brought us to. So I think that the pre-tactical plan, what we are doing for the next summer, is really fundamental. It will help a lot. So at D-1, UMetNet will give us the forecast for the en route part of the network that is covered by that. At 9:15, there will be an MOC decision for a collaborative conference. If the weather reports that there will be a problem tomorrow somewhere, yes, we go for a conference. And of course, we'll do it 11:30, 12:30. We'll build the plan together with the FMPs. And the usual coordination. What do you want to do? And with the airlines, you want to cancel the flights if the situation is so bad, all this kind of discussion. So if there are no major problems, of course, but still we'll keep an eye on isolated problems at an airport or a single sector that trigger a phone call to the FMP. We have a one-to-one coordination plan, finito. Or it's a marvelous summer day. There is no weather problem anywhere, high pressure all over Europe, everybody's happy, so no further action. But whatever is the situation at D-1, anyway, we will join to a conclusion and we'll publish the plan into the initial network plan, into the IMP. During the tactical day, more or less, same story. It's all about coordination. At 7 o'clock, weather forecast update as well at 11. And then we will have the usual coordination call. We can call also a conference like it happened once or twice last summer. And anyway, we collect all the information and we make a plan, because having a plan is much better. The plan is a mitigation plan, and even the application of an early regulation in time, it's a mitigation by itself. So we will have a Met expert in the NMOC. The experiment continues. We would like also have a different opinion from somebody who is able to read globally also the charts, and not because we receive the map, we receive the meta, we receive everything, but then at the end, none of us is a real expert in Met. Of course, after 25,000 years, I can read the maps, I understand, but definitely I'm not a scientist. So, and this year, brand new, we have the Smart Weather Task Force, a number of airports, in particular, we have now London Heathrow and Frankfurt, who are asking, if we apply a regulation during the morning, and there are flights who are coming not out of area because they are automatically exempted by the regulations, but if we have departures from Beirut that have an elapsed time of 3 hours and you apply regulation for 3 to 4 hours, it's very likely that at the moment that the flight is arriving, the problem is finished. So why to stop these guys and that's the fact of the exemption. So at the moment we have London Heathrow, Frankfurt, they will look at the flight list and they will call us saying, please exempt this flight, these long-haul flights, because again, very likely the delay that is getting on the ground, it will be completely useless at the moment. Even if it departs right now, the weather will be okay, and so there will be no problem. Why to issue that delay? So, and now De Gaulle, Amsterdam, and Brussels requested also the same procedure. I will let you know in the course of the spring what will be the final situation. Airport function, as Minik said before, is now fully part of the UNMOC family. It's really a consolidated reality. We started with a trial years ago, just looking for the Greek airports, and now we extended the scope to all the airports in Europe. So during the pre-tactical phase, now the guys are identifying the issues and creating a kind of playbook that tells us, so this happened in the past, this is a similar situation, we can apply more or less the same plan with the due modification. And then for the tactical, we give the support to the airports, because again, everybody asking, we have to integrate the airports in the network. So we could not integrate before because we didn't have dedicated people that work for the airports. Now we do have, and it's becoming one of the most important activities in the next years. So we'll look at the delays, regulations, and then of course, as I said before, the smart weather for task force for the long-haul exempted flights. And then the usual support, seasonally challenged, is a very elegant way of defining them. I copied it from a colleague. Airports that, of course, during the summer give very high delays with very low rates, e.g. the Greeks or other airports like Nice, or airports that in some way are overwhelmed by dozens and dozens of flights bringing tourists to vacation. So anticipate and mitigate is the password. So we would like to know in advance if you're going to have a problem for which we can start working together. Don't call us and tell us, oh, right now we have to close the airport because we have, come on, you can't do that. We are the network manager and we are working for you. We are service providers, but we need to get information. The local information is impossible to us to access it or to know unless the relevant FMP or the airport or whoever calls us and tells, oh, in 2 hours we have two people less in that sector, so we have to apply regulation. So we can start working on that. But in the immediate, if you tell us, Houston, we have a problem right now, there is very little that we can do. So advanced warning on curfew. Curfew is a black beast for many flights that because of the delay taken at the first leg, then at the end of the day, they get that minutes or they cancel the flight or they have a problem with the curfew. So we have a new tool, it's not really new, but we are going to integrate it much more into the NMOC that tells us exactly what is the situation of the rotation for each individual aircraft. So that's it. If you want to contact, that's it for the airport position. If you want to contact, you have the mail and the phone over there. Ah, pardon, sorry, the hotline. I forgot the hotline. It's something that you can call any moment and for any problem you have, and you will always find people who will give a hand and will find the best possible solution. Now, delay killer. The TFMS, the need for having an INM is that for many years we did not have the chance to make strong simulation or to play with the regulation and find the best possible combination of regulation. Please look at the picture. That the black lines, of course, are traffic flows, and you can see there is a major crossroad over there, and the red and the pink orange sectors are sectors that are normally regulated during the summer. And they are regulated for the same flow. So a couple of years ago, we said to the young guys of DECMA and the NM Lab, we asked, listen, we don't have a tool that tells us what could be the best possible combination of regulation that are acting on the same flow. So they just took the flow, they look at the flights that are in common in a number of sectors, they wrote 3 or 4 algorithms, and they gave us the sequence 12. Horrible name, but I think we'll leave it like that. So the scope of this tool is that for a specific flow, you can input 7, 8 sectors inside, and the algorithm tells you, don't apply the regulation like that, cancel this regulation, extend this for 20 minutes, and the final result is a reduction of delay, and the reduction in the number of regulations to which the flights regulated are subject to. That's quite important. It's really a dream. So, of course, it's not completely attached with TFMS, but we made a couple of operational evaluation with the kind of traffic input into the tool, and it was quite positive. Obviously, the time of calculation depends on the number of regulations that we put in it. We cannot put all the regulation in the network because it would take a couple of years to calculate the possibility. But putting 4 or 5 regulations, for example, if you put the group Barcelona, Marseille, and Bordeaux, the system gives us a solution. And the solution, please believe me, I always seen a reduction of delay that it goes 15, 20%. Now we want to use the tool with the live traffic. So now we have connected the live traffic, the live flight plan of the TFMS into the tool, and we will trial the summer. So the actions, the suggestion that will be resulting for this trial will be coordinated with the FMP. Let's look if it works, because sooner or later we have to trial this tool in the live traffic and not only on a standalone platform. So all will be coordinated, and if successful, I believe that this will be one of the major weapons for the next years, waiting for the dream of the INM that definitely will not arrive in a couple of years. So significant ATFM delay reduction is always what we aim to do. So we tried in the last 2 years delay close to 0, but the first slide demonstrates that it's just an illusion. We will never have 0 delay. It is almost impossible. But once again, we have demonstrated the ability to tackle all the situations. Some of them are, of course, we can't do anything. Thunderstorm with the closure of an airport, there is not, what do you mitigate over there? You just have the passengers that have to stay home and the flight plans are canceled and that is it. But for many other situations, for most of them, there is a lot that we can do. And we have a wide set, a panoply of mitigation tools that are the same since many years, but they are really efficient and they work if used by experts. So scenarios, rerouting proposals, NMOC delay saving, slot list manipulation, and the tactical support of the airlines by the AOLO. Do not forget that every year we have saved almost 3 million minutes per year just with the rerouting proposal and slot list manipulation. And we do not count the delays that are saved when we apply the pre-tactical scenario or during the tactical day, because it's mission impossible, but it works. There is a condition sine qua non. We are not alone. It's a CDM network, and for us, by ourselves, we are completely useless in the sense that we need all the actors to reach a specific scope. And what we ask to the guys, please tell us that you are going to have a problem. We don't have the crystal ball. And tell us if you're going to have 3 controllers that are sick in 3 hours. Tell us now. Don't wait to see if they show up, or it's just in case if you can find somebody. Tell us immediately. Then if you find somebody, fine. But if you don't find somebody, like in 99% of the cases, there will be a regulation. There will be high delays. But if we don't apply a scenario 3 hours before, there is nothing we can do. So we need the collaboration of the airports, of the NSPs, flow management positions to tell us whenever they are going to have a problem, as well as the notification of every sector configuration change. It is obvious that TFMS reads the sector configuration and we distribute the flights into the sectors for which then we monitor if there will be an overload, if there will be a problem in the next hours. So in the last 2 years, we have published this whole story all together now, practical guide for networkers for the summer 2021. That is a kind of vademecum for tower controllers, flight dispatchers. I think you have seen it. I hope you have seen it. If you didn't, please look at it, because it's a very good source of information for all the actors that describes behaviors, what you don't have to do, what you must do, and what we have to do as well. You have just a few examples over there. So we are working on the 3rd edition. It will be published just before the summer. And I conclude with a nice smile. I was so impressed by this young lady. At 19 years of age, I was playing with the crystal ball in the street, and she just, Zara Rutherford, by God's sake, so fantastic. 90 years old, she made around the world with the ultralight, 30,000 nautical miles in 70 legs, and it took 155 days. So, you know, it's something incredible. It's a 5-star achievement. So, and why I'm saying that, and I really conclude by saying that we have also in the room youngsters, and we have just finished recruiting 8 new people in the operational room, and they can guarantee you that all the competition that I'm in the board, I'm seeing that there are very competent, the young generation is really powerful, technologically up to speed, and much better than us, of course, all generation. So I think that the future of the NMOC is bright, because we are bringing strong competencies. And so looking at also this lady, it is incredible. I think that if nothing happens from viruses or wars or whatever, I think that the future is bright, at least for the network. So I thank you very much. And Tony, grazie.
you very much, Gianni. Thank you very much, Gianni. Deep insight on how the NMOC can help the stakeholders in the network. We know each other for many years, and if you allow me a joke, if I look at your graph in 1999, you joined EUROCONTROL, so must be a reason why we have reduced delays, also because we have you in the NMOC. So, right. Must be, we must have lost our habit to raise questions. I just wrote in the chat, and I've not seen too many questions. Guys in the room, I see there on the screen, no questions. So use the QR code or use your computer. So at the bottom you have how to connect to the website, ectr.eu, and use your computer to type their questions. I have one, and it's based on my experience of Monday attending with Razvan, with Stephanie, and Gianni, and all the others, the ad hoc NDOP meeting to prepare the 6 weeks. I think, Stephanie, you alluded a bit how you build this 6 weeks rolling knob, but it's quite a science into it. And I'll give my example. I was shocked in one day, actually positively shocked. So there was the traffic, and also in the post-ops on Monday and Fridays we see. So in that day in the network, was supposed to be 500,000 flights, and the OPL missed only 200, which is about less than 1%. How do you achieve this accuracy of these 6 weeks? I know Razvan is here that can help as well, but maybe we start first with you.
Yeah.
Stephanie?
This 6 weeks outlook, we have built a new process when we've seen this COVID crisis. We were thinking that it's very important for the planning to know what is coming in the next weeks. When is the traffic coming back? We've seen, and this was quite important to have this process in place, that the traffic is increasing sometimes at specific dates, like 1st of July last year, we foresaw that there would be a traffic increase. We have other phases when it is school holidays around the Christmas, New Year period, where we have sudden increases in traffic as well. What we are looking at mainly is the airline schedules. And we are looking at about 150 airlines, one by one, every Monday morning with the team. And we are checking what is their plan, if the plan is updated, if the plan is making sense. And for these 150 airlines, we really have confidence that what we are producing as a traffic outlook is really their plan. It doesn't mean that sometimes the plan is changing last minute because of other reasons, but the plan is quite stable now, and we have really the plan for these 150 major airlines. Where we have a little bit of uncertainty is on all the other flights. So the cargo, the business aviation is more difficult to predict. And for these ones, we look as well in details, but in the past weeks. So we look at the historical data from the past weeks, and we reproduce business aviation from past weeks, and we add it to the traffic outlook to have the full outlook for the next period. For this, we look at as well historically, if some periods of the year we have more business aviation, then we put a bit more of business aviation for the weeks to come. And like this, we are building our own experience as well. I think it has improved from the beginning what we were doing. We have better sources of data, more trustable sources of data, and it seems to be quite accurate and quite stable for the moment. This is as well why maybe we are thinking to go to 8 weeks instead of 6 weeks. That will help a lot the ANSPs for the planning, the airports for the planning, because they would have more advanced information. If you would have asked me 1 year ago, that would have been completely impossible because we didn't have this stability. Now we start to have stability, and we hope that maybe around spring we can extend a bit the traffic outlook period.
Thank you very much. And if I can follow up maybe for Marie-Laure. So when you have these issues like RAMs and you presented how you take this measure, will this be included in the 6 weeks or 8 weeks rolling knob, or how it will be done?
This is a good question. Yes, because we will have the traffic outlook, then we know about which, have you seen in the graph that you know how many flights we want to have in Reims. So we will see how many flights are expected to go through Reims during this period. And depending on that, we will decide which measures will be needed. So in advance, maybe 4 or 6 weeks in advance, so that it allows for the aircraft operator to be able to plan correctly. So we will include the measures in the next file, so that also the other INSP knows if they have to plan extra stuff or not. It will be also in the assessment.
Thank you, Marie-Laure. Jenny, I'd like to take with you, there are 2 questions that were left in the other sessions, but I think are relevant for this session. The one from the colleague in Swiss, Marie Kerr, you see it here in front of you. I think we discussed this in previous NM user forum and the way to deal with the information. So I will read for those also who are here in the room. So it says, thanks for the overview of 2021 and the best practices for 2022. At Swiss, we are willing to help and submit early enough all our flight plans intentions. However, submitting it early means higher workload for our dispatcher who are already doing many tasks. Therefore, we had to reduce the FPL submissions from standard -11 hours to around standards -4 hours. Would that be please possible to give the opportunity to the airlines to provide their intention of FPL without being an official FPL, so that all the ATM actors can plan accordingly? And then the final FPL should be when they get the weather data as accurate they can. Any reactions to that?
FFIs. We will have that 20 hours before the OBT. There will be a kind of mock-up of flight plan. To be honest with you, personally, I would like to see the outcome of all these 20 hours before the OBT, because obviously they don't have the maximum takeoff weight. And so that modifies the profiles of the aircraft. But I think it would be good enough. Maybe Razvan can, where is Razvan? Maybe Razvan can tell us when FFIs will be finally on the stage. But again, obviously, that would be a different way of looking at the demand. Personally, yes, I'm waiting for that to see the outcome. I'm like Sam Thomas. If I don't see the results, you know, it can be a good plan, but again, it has to be tested. Maybe because of the, you know, I'm working pre-tactical and tactical. I want to see the results quite soon. So personally, we have other possibilities now that we are looking with the INM, or what can be the best possible demand counts that is coming from a specific trajectory. For me, INM, what I suggested to all the guys, that I don't want to have just one like we have today, because today we have only one. I would like to see 3 or 4 different counts that are generated by specific profiles, and one, but last but not least, the one that is coming from the mirror, that is really giving us the idea of which are the real OBTs of the aircraft operators. So that will happen. If we'll have that 3 or 4 demands, then in the course of time, we can check which is the most reliable one. Because whatever the demand that the flights or the profile that we input into a counter, that is the TFMS or whatever future it would be in INM, the name, I mean, it's a forecast. It's a forecast. You cannot have it right 100%. But definitely, we have to get close to it. If the pre-tactical area, I have lost all my hopes to get a reliable demand on 90%, I believe that in tactical, or with the FFIs, or with other demand generated, then I think it will be get close to 100%. Now, Razvan, I leave it to you for the rest.
I think Razvan, it comes back in the next session with more information on that. Thanks for the first questions from the room. I think the first one will be again for Steph and Marie-Laure. Says, could this knowledge and process of forecasting traffic demand used now for the no rolling plan be used to improve predict? Or maybe for all our experts here in the room? Or Gianni, also you have probably better knowledge of the predict tool in the room?
No, definitely not, because at the moment we don't have that technological ability. Predict is that's the DDR, demand data repository, plus the Novata data with the flight intentions. The answer final anyway is no.
Okay, thank you for that. The next one is for you. It said, Gianni, why was there a significant drop in traffic delay in 2013? Hope you can remember that. Any findings? Simple, more ATC capacity, less complex airspace.
Let me remember, because again,
no strikes.
I have to look at the slide.
Perfect weather.
No, 2013. Moment, where is my first slide? Oh, I lost it.
Yeah, Razvan.
Maybe Razvan remembers. He has eidetic memory.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. In 2013, we were coming after the second serious financial crisis, and there were some yo-yos in the traffic demand, and then of course there were a number of better plans and better discussions that took place also with the NSPs. If you look in the graphs that that Gianni has presented, actually even in 2019, after we had a constant increase in traffic, despite some holes in some years, even in 2019 we didn't reach the very high traffic, the very high demand delay levels that we had in the late 90s. So there was a definite increase in capacity in the network over all this period that came from many factors, being it RVSM, resectorization, new support tools at ACCs, recruitment of additional air traffic controllers, etc. So there are many factors that actually led to a tangible increase in capacity. And you will see in the next session that a similar good progress has made with respect to the airspace design. But based on the session that we had this morning on sustainability, of course, much more efforts need to be done in how to better use the airspace and to better exploit the potential that the airspace has. And that would be, of course, the session that we will start after this one.
We are back to Gianni.
Yeah, thank you, Ronnie. I do confirm whatever Razvan said is about capacity, and that were the years where it was the RP1. Everybody was striving to reach the result of 0.5 minutes per flight. And so that were 3 years really marvelous. And the traffic increase was not that, it was 9.6, 9.7. So there was not a major increase. So stability of traffic demand, fine. Normally, if there are no wars, there are no transitions, there are no new system or whatever, the delay tends to decrease. And that's what happened in that marvelous years that I'm afraid they will never see them again for a few.
Thank you, Gianni. I think we have one last question, and maybe I will ask this. It's a bit more philosophical, but it comes back and unifies the session this afternoon and the previous sessions, and maybe it's the way how we do ATFM. So the question from my side, with reporting on punctuality and ATFM delays as well efficiency, would it not make sense to report and steer the departure and arrival flight predictability KPIs? Razvan, you want to jump on that?
Yeah, of course, there are a number of options on how to report. What is very important in any type of performance indicators is that they are measurable on a constant basis, and even more important, that they remain objective and they are not subjective, and that we are measuring on data available and not on data that might have been some intervention or additional information or additional elements that have been introduced there. For instance, when we discuss about a departure slot, a departure delay, it's clear, it is calculated based on a clear algorithm, and it is done in a similar way for everybody. There is no human intervention in that, and it is very factual. Of course, when we discuss about arrival punctuality, that it is very important for the airspace users in order to ensure that their commercial schedules are performed, that connections are provided at hub airports properly, etc. This is very important, but we also know that in a commercial schedule there are other elements that have been introduced that I don't want to detail here, that of course introduce a buffer in this particular schedule, and the buffer is not could have operational reasons or other reasons. So this is why it is very important to measure objectively with data that is fully available to measure in a comprehensive manner European indicators, and that of course would be a debate in the longer term when we will discuss about possible other indicators to be used for performance scheme and performance measurement.
Thank you, Razvan. We just got another question, which leads to another question that I wanted to raise, because it was coming back to your weather analysis that you do these days into the ops room, and that has changed a lot in the past years. There is one question from Karel Goss. He said, hello, this is more for research and users. Is any cross-border weather forecast available also for research projects or users? And he said, anything which is better than NOAA? Can they access our weather information as well?
We don't have problems, of course. We have always given collaboration to all studies, and so please write me. We'll find the best possible way. Also interested in the other one, the NESVADBA reduction of delay. When I read the reduction of delay, it attracts immediately the attention.
Yeah, go ahead on it. It says if there are algorithms of CASA that can be improved by tweaking them, so can do.
Okay, it's true that CASA belongs to the legacy system, so we are looking for the INM. Anyway, for me, any proposal that brings to a delay reduction, whatever is the percentage, I'm always interested. So also contact me I have to contact MNESVADBA, but it's better you write me. So I think I don't know how to do that.
Thank you, Gianni. I looked into the Zoom questions also in the room. I see none. I look at the distinguished panels members. I think we can, seeing the time, we can take an early break and have a longer coffee break for networking. Razvan already made an advertise for the session to come that he will moderate. That session will be on the managing airspace density and traffic flows at strategic and tactical level. That session will address airspace design and utilization aspects from strategic level of expanding free route airspace implementation, including cross-border free route airspace through RAD simplification, working with the airlines to have efficient flight planning. But again, that I mentioned it already, it's under a more interesting umbrella, is how the digital transformation journey will drive the coordinated implementation of operational concepts and technology. And that opens, if we want, the appetite where tomorrow we'll dive into the solution of the future, which we are preaching here. It's the INM. So everyone online, thank you also for being there with us. We'll be back at 1600. Those in the room, coffee again seated. Please respect the social distancing, wear your mask, coffee seated, and be back 5 minutes before 4 so we can start online on time. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello,
we can
good
hear.
afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Joseph Bacchus is here.
Hi, Joseph, it's Tony. We hear you well.
Hello, Tony. Hello, hello.
We're still at the
I know
coffee.
that. Still 30
Yes.
minutes coffee break.
15,
Yeah,
yeah, 15 minutes. We start at 4 o'clock.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much.
I mute my microphone, okay?
Yes, thank you. Dear colleagues, welcome back to the last slot of the day. It's 1600 Central European Time in Brussels. Welcome back again, those who are online from wherever they are. The slot which starts today and continues tomorrow under the theme of how the digital transformation journey will drive the coordinated implementation of operational concepts and technology starts with the first session led by my colleague Răzvan Bucuroiu. He's our head of Airspace and Capacity Division. It doesn't need any introduction. Everyone in Europe and around the world knows him. So he is having an amazing group of speakers, and I don't want to take more time. Just to remind you in the room, please use the QR code to send your questions, and those in the Zoom use the Q&A to also pass questions. I'll pass it to Răzvan. We are in your hands. The floor and stage is yours.
Many thanks, Tony. Good afternoon to all our colleagues being connected from Europe. Good morning to our colleagues being connected from North America and South America. Good evening from colleagues from Middle East and Asia. And good afternoon, dear colleagues here in the meeting room, because it's really indeed a big pleasure to see all of you here around with us. In this next session of the 2022 Gracious Year User Forum, we are going to talk about managing airspace density and traffic flows at strategic and tactical level. We are going to look into that from various angles. We have heard a lot this morning about environmental challenges that we have in front of us. We have heard a lot about capacity challenges that we have in front of us. And we are going to show here to you a number of, first of all, a number of solutions that we are looking at in the short, medium, and long term. A number of practical examples of how we are tackling this from a network perspective, from a local and sub-regional perspective, and that you will see in terms of airspace design, how we are working at network level to make a much better use of the potential that the airspace has in Europe, because the airspace in Europe has quite a great potential. And then we are going to look at future developments that will make both the environmental challenge and the capacity challenge work much better. And we are looking into the future flight planning challenges. And I'm so happy that in this session, we are starting with a very important question, and I'm happy that we will hopefully have elements of answer at the end of this session. And this is the question from our very good friend Olaf Lugi that many of you know, and we're saying, how far away are we in Europe from the 4D trajectory, which was supposed to change the game fundamentally? Is it still the strategic goal to implement it 14 years after it was created conceptually? And I think this is a very important question, and in the last part of this session we will try to give an answer to that. But there are all sorts of rumors, gossips, things about how good or how bad is aviation in terms of environmental impact. How much did ATM do in order to improve the environmental impact? How much did states, military, NSPs, the network manager do to improve the environmental impact of aviation? And dear colleagues, I will start with a quiz. And I would really like you, whether you are online or here in the room, to answer to this question. And I'm sure at least, you know, the ones who are participating in all the work in airspace design and utilization, our very young colleagues who know everything about all those numbers, you would know how to answer about that. I put you here three numbers: 3.65%, 2.08%, 1.85%. Could somebody tell me what does this represent? Come on, somebody must know it from the meeting room. Because if not, the next week's route network development subgroup would be very inciting. It will be a full theoretical. It will be a full theoretical session. Nobody.
This is the improvement of horizontal flight efficiency.
Perfect.
That was Joseph. That was Joseph.
Many thanks, Mr. Bakos. Mr. Bakos is our Director of Operations, who will have a very interesting intervention in the session today. Rory, route extension, very good, excellent. So you see, we know what we are talking about. So, dear colleagues, this is how aviation, in terms of airspace design, has significantly contributed since 2008 until now to the bottlenecks in terms of flight efficiency created by the airspace design. At the beginning of 2008, we were at 3.65% route extension for airspace design causes. At the end of 2021, we were at 2.08%. And the maximum theoretical that could be achieved for very good physical reasons, because the laws of the physics remain the laws of the physics, it's 1.85%. We cannot go below that because we have runway orientations, we have TMA structures, we have all sorts of other things. We cannot go physically below 1.85%. But this is the significant impact that states, ANSPs, military, airspace users, the network manager brought over the past 14 years in terms of improving the airspace design. And we have very little actually left. We have to go still down to get as close, asymptotically close to 1.85%. But you will see how much good work is going to be in this direction. But before we get there, let's talk a little bit about our solid strategic context that we are talking about. Just before the COVID crisis started, we have developed a network strategic plan that was showing us 10 directions of changing, looking into operations, looking into digitalization, looking into infrastructure, looking into the human resource. That is of course very important for us. We have had several iterations over the past 24 months about this network strategy plan, and it remains pretty solid even after passing through this dreadful COVID crisis. Then we have developed also, just at the start of the COVID crisis, a high-level network operational framework that defines, and you will see in 5 areas of development, which are the main axes and the main strategic developments that we have to follow in Europe in order to get to a very good performance in terms of safety, capacity, environment, and cost effectiveness. We have started a review of this network operational concept, and except a better integration with infrastructure aspects, it still remains very solid. And we have an NM interoperability strategy that calls on significant improvements on how to better exchange data between all of us. And there is a significant progress made there also, and those participating in our various working arrangements will hear about that in the coming weeks, either in the network operations team, in the network directors of operations, in the network technical directors groups. You'll hear a lot about that and how much progress has been made in implementing also this interoperability strategy. So that good progress has been confirmed through all the discussions that we had with you, and in all the intensive discussions that we had with you over the past year, but also through other processes, through audit processes, and through other evaluations that we have had. Let's talk a little bit about the high-level network operational framework, because I'd like to indicate some directions of change, and to put that in the context of the next presentations. We had a version approved in 2019 by the network operations team, network directors of operations, and network management board. It was based fully on the network strategy plan, 2015-2019, and then on its revision. And then this document, at the moment when we had the new network strategy plan, we said, okay, let's revise it
and let's make it a little bit more actual than it is. Of course, it has sources of inspiration: the network strategy plan, the network functions implementing rule, the airspace architecture study, the ATM master plan, the ICAO global air navigation plan, the common projects regulation, and the CESAR deployment program from a planning view. So it covers absolutely all the aspects from research and development to implementation, and how we intend and by when we intend to implement those changes. As I have mentioned to you, there are 5 major streams that we have here: seamless and flexible airspace, optimum capacity and flight efficiency planning, trajectory and cooperative traffic management, airport network integration, and transversal activities related to CNS infrastructure, aeronautical data, the network integration of high-level operations. And again, our network strategy plan remains very current on those topics because they were integrated from the very beginning, and we are going to launch a network strategic project on this topic. And the network integration of drones, the Uspace, the same project will tackle both areas of new entrants in the European ATM operations. So what about those changes? And I hope here I will start giving an element of response to Olaf. So we start first with the seamless and flexible use of airspace, with the cross-border free route airspace implementation in the upper and lower airspace, with proper connectivity to TMAs. You will see concrete examples about that today. Dynamic airspace management and dynamic airspace configurations. Again, a couple of interesting examples later on today. Reconfiguration and consolidation of cross-border dynamic sectors. Tihomir would show us a very interesting puzzle later on. Dynamic mobile areas, dynamic extended TMAs, and TMA optimization based on PBN, seeds and stars, and continuous descent operations and continuous climb operations that were evocated in the discussions this morning on the environmental session. So those are the main directions of change, and those participating in the NM working arrangements recognize that all these are tackled in areas where we discuss airspace or navigation aspects. Then if we move to optimum capacity and flight efficiency planning, we are looking here about a better involvement of all actors in establishing ATFM measures through the cooperative traffic management project, ATFM measures taking aircraft operators prioritization into account, full reconciliation of ATFM measures. We've heard from Gianni a couple of examples earlier, enhanced and dynamic demand and capacity planning process, and integrated network management and ATC planning. And here we come, Olaf, on the evolutions of the trajectory. We are looking into moving from flow management to flow-centric operations through the cooperative traffic management program, but also use of target times, and the FFI's flight plan, including the 4D trajectory implementation. And I would strongly recommend to all the colleagues either listening into this user forum or being present here in the room, to have a careful reading of our flight plan and flight data exchange implementation strategy that was approved in the fall of 2021 by the Network Management Board. It is published as one of the key documents of the Network Manager on our website. I would strongly encourage you to look into it to see which are the directions in which we want to move towards the 4D trajectory in the coming years. Then integration of the FFI's flight plan with ATFM information, moving to the revision of the FFI's flight plan in execution and to end 4D business mission trajectories at network level, integrating the OAT flight planning, integration of military and airport operations, extended AMAN and ATC support to multiple extended AMANs. So all those directions of change, again, many of them have been agreed to be introduced in our last 2 legacy releases, and they are fundamental building blocks for our future INM system. These future operational requirements, and they will have to be thoroughly reflected and implemented into our future INM system. Then, if we move to the airport network integration, looking at automated multi-swap swapping, extension of AOP-NOP integration, there was a lot of that coming directly from airports this morning. On-time performance, local demand capacity balancing, and full integration in 4D trajectory, including target times. So for the trajectory, all the aspects are being taken into account in this operational concept. I'm not going to insist too much about the transversal activities. You will hear a lot about CNS tomorrow. I've mentioned the integration of the new entrance, and I'm not going to go through this roadmap. You will have the presentation. It is put here to show that everything that you have seen here is in the pipeline for implementation, for gradual implementation, for stepped implementation between now and 2029. Now, I'm moving quickly to seamless and flexible airspace, because this will be our focus today through the fantastic interventions that we will have from Tihomir Todorov, who is our head of airspace design in the network manager. Then we will have practical examples from the Southeast Europe Free Route Airspace initiative about how cooperation between several states, several NSPs, several military authorities can take place in implementing a fantastic cross-border airspace design initiative. Last year, you have heard about the Southeast Common Sky Initiative, the SEC-CIFRA. This year, you are going to hear about the CIFRA, but you will also see in the presentations how we are trying to look in how to merge those two initiatives to the largest possible extent. And then in the second part of the presentation of the session of today, we will talk about trajectory and cooperative traffic management. You will hear about how our work goes on airspace utilization together with the airspace users, and how many improvements could be made in exploiting the potential that the airspace has today in Europe. And then you will hear about future evolutions in terms of the dynamicity of managing the European airspace, but also what is in the pipeline in order to reach what Olav is saying here, to be as close as possible to the 4D trajectory that conceptually was put on paper 14 years ago. And with the significant work of everybody around this user forum, we will, of course, get there. So, Tihomir. Tihomir is our head of airspace design. I think everybody around the world knows Tihomir. Tihomir is a wanted presence. It's not just that he is present. He is a wanted presence in many, many sessions talking about airspace design in Europe or in other regions of the world, ensuring connectivity with the European airspace. He is an encyclopedia of airspace design aspects. And when he says something, I think all of us, we should rather listen to him. And I'm sure his presentation would be quite interesting. Tihomir, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Razvan. Good afternoon to everybody. As it was announced, we'll present to you the airspace restructuring program and where we are and what is the direction of airspace developments airspace developments in Europe. The restructuring program is under European Route Network Improvement Plan developments, and it is known as part 2 of the document, which is defined by NMIR relevant annex, and is known as SIREN version 2021-2030, which was launched last year, and the current version with this numbering of the years was adopted in June by the Network Management Board. Currently, this version, which focused on capacity and improvement sustainability, includes 380 packages of airspace change proposals. We can say around 380 because It is a dynamic document and dynamic process, which will be further improved on the next meeting, which is scheduled for next week, where we have also a lot of new packages of proposals to be included in this version for full improvement of European airspace in regards to enhancing sectorization, including the military requirements, and of course focusing on the main part now, free route airspace operations, which was launched almost 13 years ago in 2009 as a first project. And on the last place, shall not forget the airspace utilization rules and availability, known in Europe and popular like RAT, because during this year and part of the developments of airspace is the restructuring of the RAT, becoming more logic into the area which RAT is covering. This is a simple snapshot of the whole network in Europe under which we are responsible, and the density of traffic here shows different traffic flow patterns which are already presented in few slides, but the lines are getting removing one by one without focusing onto the state borders, FIR borders, and expansion of European airspace as a single airspace this is the main goal to be reached. These are the figures which Razvan showed at the beginning. At the right side, you have 1.85%, which our target is to be reached by 2030. For those who still do not remember, these are, like Joseph mentioned, the two KPIs shown here. We're very interested in the blue one, which is the route extension on airspace design, and this is comparison between the shortest route flown and the great circle distance. Of course, there were few quotes to be done that this is calculated out of the TMAs, certain radius which was adopted years ago, and the RAT, and on that time and even now sometimes the CDR still exist, they are not considered into this calculation. In free route airspace, this is the routes are obsolete, and that's why you see with gradual implementation of free route airspace this KPI is going down and down, and target which we are now almost you have it 2.18 at the end of 2020. The target is 185 by the end of 2030, by the end of the airspace restructuring program. The benefits for this program, which are foreseen, starting with strategic view, like it was presented on the network strategic view, and based on excellent cooperation with all the operational stakeholders, as defined in relevant Commission regulation. The figures on the clockwise way are saving of nautical miles, capacity increase. The target is 2 digits percentage capacity increase by 2030. Savings in money, in CO2 emission and fuels. The figures are on the current developments. As we said, they might be changed later on because another big projects are coming by 2030. This is the one which we're focusing a lot on it. It is free route airspace. For those who are still following this development, the latest development which we did on the legal documentary point of view in the European Route Network Improvement Plan Part 1, there is now a dedicated chapter which is named free route airspace, and everything related to the concept, implementation, design and implementation in our system is there. It's in the single place, except of course the publication of free route, which is dedicated to another chapter, but always there. And this chart is produced by our section, by our unit, and represents the free route airspace developments in Europe. The dark green color represents H24 free route airspaces. The dark, the light blue, green one is the night one. And you see by the end of 2022, there will be only 2 pieces of airspace where there is a night one. The white one, which on the gray one color represents still no plans for free route airspace. Not that there are no plans at all, but for that particular year, the plans do not exist to be implemented. You see them on the next slides. These charts, for all your information, exist and they are updated on the common EUROCONTROL website devoted to free route airspace. You'll find them updated. These are the latest one. We said the latest one because after the meeting next week, RNDSG 105, they will be definitely updated because we have following our regional meetings with states in Europe and particularly with FABEC area, there are other proposals which needs to be incorporated into this list. These are interactive slides. When you click the button, next one will appear is end of 2023, and you see slight difference. The 2023 we have projects of free route airspace which are in France. Here you see the common one in Morocco as an adjacent state. You can see the difference of common free route between Italy and Malta. And this purple line represents the cross-border initiatives. You see that the border between on the line between Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, Hungary, and Poland and Ukraine disappeared, and Ukraine will join this airspace, which today is called CIFRA, and there will be presentation later on. Here there are another developments where possibly the border between CIFRA and Greece will be opened. There is an improvement in UK airspace, in France also. There is a cross-border implementations in between Spain and Portugal, also Morocco and Canarias. You can see here the disappearance of the border between Portugal, Canarias, and Morocco and Spain. And the last map, it is for 2029, showing where we can go with free route airspace. I think in 2026 map, the whole airspace is expected to be free route airspace, but this is the most optimum one for the time being for February 2022, where all the projects and intentions by states are incorporated, and this is the situation which we can expect in 2029 and 2030 with free route airspace. This is includes a couple of big areas like Borealis area in the north, the area with mid France, including Portugal, Spain, Morocco, and Canarias. The Southeast Europe with merger of CIFRA and CIFRA, and this is the direction on which we're going with the airspace restructuring program. It might be a possibility that some other borders up to 2030 will disappear also, but we are working on this anyway in 2022. It's difficult of prognosis for 2030 and intentions by the NSPs. This is one of the examples, one of the major developments in Southeast Europe, which you saw in the previous slide. It might become a reality in a couple of years. The merger of or opening the border, which is rounded in purple between current CIFRA and current CIFRA. And you see this is the simple example of assigning of flights which might be benefited of this opening of the border. You see the areas where there is more red traffic, which is increasing, and especially on the current FIR borders between the states, where the blue line is passing. But we are looking into these developments on different on the interfaces, and see this is one of the examples, a particular example when is the major difficulties which might arise in such a development. But the stepped approach which we adopted into airspace restructuring project is working, and step by step all the projects will become available for aircraft operators as a cross-border free routes or any other plans which are in this projects. These are the sectorization projects which are also included in the airspace restructuring program. There are a lot. I will not stop in all of them. They cover almost all Europe, and they are included there. It is either horizontal or vertical sectorization initiative, or horizontal and vertical improvement, as it was mentioned this morning. Some such cases are already considered. Here you can see the plant improvements on the interfaces between France and UK, the 3 areas where it is planned for improvement. Also between France and Spain, between Spain and France in the area of Marseille ACC and Barcelona ACC, the core area part, Germany, Switzerland, France, the border, the operational border between Maastricht and Reims ACC, and below it's Brussels ACC. Improvements into this border, improvements into the areas for cross-border provision of air traffic service, or how is popular in the short one, delegation of ATS. Another project exists also in improving the borders in the airspaces, which will be presented, I said, on the next RNDSG meeting. It reminds me now the delegation between France and Germany, where there will be changes into the military area which exists today, which will further improve the traffic flows and further implementation of free route airspace. In regard to vertical connectivity, one which appeared now is, I think, is not mentioned in this slide, is the existing situation between Bulgaria and Turkey, where there is an issue with early descent and late climb of flights from Istanbul airport because of the sector organization between the 2 states. And this is one of the projects which is planned to improve certain kind of balcony to be done in order not to break the descent and climb of all the aircraft operators. Of course, it will lead, might be, to proposals also to improve the seat stars, like it was proposed this morning by Lufthansa. But this is part of the airspace restructuring projects, not only the airspace design, but enhancing the sectorization in Europe. I think this is the last slide in the part of airspace restructuring project, and we can conclude with this big project, which we try to implement all these developments in 2030. As it was stated in my presentation, there is one, let's say, not big area in Europe, which is around 500,000 square kilometers, which is named Southeast Europe Free Route Airspace. Now it's covering the territory of Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, and Slovakia. But in couple of months, in next IRAC cycle, there will be expansion towards Moldova. There will be opening of the border between Slovakia and Poland, and expansion of Baltic FRA. But I think we will leave this to our colleagues, Josef Bakuš and Jan Marko, to present the view of airspace NSPs in way how this has been established. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tihomir. And you have seen that there are still quite a number of interesting ideas to manage this the small gap until we are getting so close to an optimum airspace structure in Europe. And amongst those who are doing this work are our colleagues in the Southeast Europe free route airspace project. And you have seen in Tihomir's presentation that we are looking at potential options for making better the airspace in this half eastern part of Europe, in Central Europe, Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe, by looking at options on how we can offer better trajectories to the airspace users in this CIFRA and SEC-CIFRA context. But I pass now the floor to József Bakos. József is Director Operations at EUROCONTRol, and together with Jan Marko from LPS Slovakia, who is a long-standing member of the Route Network Development Subgroup, but also a very active member in the discussions that we have in the context of the FAB-CE Airspace Design Task Force, together with the representatives from the Baltic FAB, from the Danube FAB, or from the SEC Free Route Airspace Initiative. And Jan has been always proactive in challenging us and in pushing forward quite innovative solutions. Hence, both Joseph and Jan would run this through this presentation. Joseph and Jan, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Razvan, and good afternoon, dear colleagues. In the next couple of minutes, with my colleague Jan, we would like to introduce you the evolution of the Southeast European free route system. Next slide, please. The history of CIFRA goes back many years, and like almost all free route projects, we started at national level. On the 5th of February, so almost 7 years ago, the Hungarian free route system was introduced, and together with the free route system, for the first time in history of European ATM, we decided to abolish the ATS route network across the entire Hungarian airspace. And this was done because during the development phase, we have studied the lesson learned from the already existing free route project, and we realized that the flight planning practice of the airlines didn't really follow the possibilities provided by the FRA. So abolished ATS route network, introduced the free route. Somehow we forced the airlines to benefit from the free route already at flight planning level. Following the successful introduction of the FUFRA, Hungarian free route system, we almost at once we realized that the larger a free route airspace, the greater the benefit it can provide for the airspace users. Therefore, at the same year, spring 2015, we started a discussion with our Romanian colleagues on the feasibility of a cross-border night free route system. And in August, just after 6 months of the introduction of HUFRA, we have introduced the night free route between Budapest and Bucharest CTAs, FIRs. So it was a great step and quite quickly, but as I said in the HUFRA experience, we realized that again, the airspace users, the airlines doesn't really using the flight planning level, the benefit of the cross-border. And we decided that we have to work on the enhancement of the free route system, both in terms of airspace and in the timely availability. So we started cooperation with Bulatsa, with Bulgaria, in 2016, and on the 30th of March 2017, the CINFRA, the Southeast European Night Free Route System, was born, including Sofia, Bucharest, and Budapest CTAs. And we created a huge free route airspace with strength 1,200 kilometers along of one of the most busiest axes in Europe. So that was the born of CINFRA, but as you see from the previous statement, we were not satisfied with the result. We worked together with our colleagues, plus Slovakia has joined. Next slide, please. And immediately after the launch of CIFRA, we started to work to prepare the H24 free route operation. So at the same time, ATM system in Bucharest, ACC, was changed. A totally new ATM system has been installed, and also the Hungarian ATM system has undergone a major software upgrade, which were supposed to support the cross-border H24 free route operation. But since the Slovak ACC or Slovak ATM system was not totally ready for the H24 operation, we decided to launch a mixed mode operation. So during the night hours, the free routes airspace stretched and included the Bratislava CTA, so 4-state FIR. But during day operation, the CIFRA between Sofia, Bucharest, and Budapest was available. Plus, in the Slovak airspace, there was the FRA available for the airspace users. Unfortunately, because of the significant drop of traffic caused by the COVID, this somehow speed up the whole process, and we decided to, together with our Slovak colleagues, that they can join the H24 CIFRA operation earlier. And at this moment, I would like to hand over to Jan and continue how the CIFRA evolved further on.
Thank you, Joseph. Good afternoon to everybody. It's a pleasure and honor to me to join to you during this user forum of Network Manager. I am Jan Marko, and as today I'm mostly the air traffic controller, but I have been involved into the free route implementation in over Slovakia since its beginning. First of all, I would like to emphasize that we were, since 2016, we were monitoring and observing how brave our colleagues in Hungary were. And in that time, we decided to implement so-called free route airspace as the set of direct routes within FIR of Slovak Republic. We have been also asked, and we were interested into the cross-border operations, but our approach was step by step, or how to say it, cautious, for several reasons. So therefore, we started with our cross-border free route operations across Hungarian and Slovak border in December 2018. And after that, we were working on the implementation of free route airspace as it is known and understood today nowadays. We deleted all the cities above flight level 245. We deleted all ATS routes and above flight level 245. In 2019, Bratislava free route airspace was introduced, and during the night time, we were still as a CIFRA airspace users could fly within cross-border area over 4 states. As Joseph noticed, we were cautious. I said in the beginning, and we stated that we had no plan to implement H24 cross-border operations prior the year 2022. Because we wanted to take lessons, experience from cross-border operations, and so on. But the COVID situation brought us some kind of chance to use the drop of the traffic, and we started to work implementation on H24 cross-border. We were very lucky that our partners cooperated and they understood us, and we were next slide please. We successfully introduced H24 a year ago in January 2021. In the meantime, last 2 years, we were discussing and also working on cross-border flight planning options for Airspace users on the level of experts in PANSA and LPS, and working the work on this project was successful, I have to say, I believe, because within few weeks cross-border operations in the area of Europe, which is as large as 1 million square kilometers, will be available on 24th of February. That's my input into this presentation. Thank you very much again. And also I would like to emphasize that network manager became probably the most valuable supporter of those projects as the coordinator.
And if you allow me, I would like to wrap up. What made it so simple and easy for us? Because as you heard that within a couple of years we have made improvement quite a lot, and we had several steps. Almost every year we have introduced a new step, and this was because all the participating ANSP were unquestionable committed to the improvement and to introduce a superb option for our partners. It was an outstanding cooperation between the excellent professionals from all involved areas, including the AIS people, including safety and technical guys. So everybody was excellent and very good at his profession. We agreed on a very flexible flight planning concept, which requires a minimum 1 point per FIR. That is beneficial for both airlines and also for ANSPs, because the airline doesn't really require, based on our discussion with the airline representative, they decided they do not need a 2,000 kilometer wide airspace, and they will never fill a flight plan just including the entry and exit point for such a huge airspaces. They need, for certain reasons, a point in between. And we said, okay, it's up to you. We have so many points in our FIRs. Select one, which is which better suit for you, and just include minimum 1 point in the FIR, and we will process it perfectly. And this was easy for ANSPs because, like an enhancement of the free route airspace, like we are foreseeing for the 24th of February, for example, including the Baltic from Poland and the Lithuanian airspace, doesn't require any change in the ATM system of Hungary, Bulgaria, or Romania. So only the adjacent ATC system must be modified, including the new points of the adjacent ACC. So this concept allows us that this February we will extend towards Poland and towards Moldova. We have already the Czech ANSP committed to join the CFRA, and this is, for example, Tiromir In your slide, it was not correctly displayed because the Czech ANSP will belong to CFRA and not the Central European FRA. So please check it before you enter to the AirNIP. And of course, as Jan mentioned, the valuable support. Without the valuable support of NM, we would not be able to make these changes so frequently and so efficiently. So once again, thank you for all participants, for all Bulgarian, Romanian, Slovak, Polish, and Moldovan colleagues in order that we could achieve this progress. Thank you very much. And this is the further step. Hopefully, in 1 year, the Czech ANSP will join, and as it was also mentioned, in 2024, the whole Ukraine airspace will join also this initiative. Thank you.
So many thanks for the nice words, Joseph and Jan. But we should thank you, and we should thank to our colleagues in Bulgaria, in Romania, and also Hungary, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Poland, and Lithuania, but also Moldova and Ukraine for making this big opportunity and significant volume of cross-border free route airspace in Europe. We love in general free route airspace, but we love this one in particular because as you have seen, very simple solutions based on the technical specifications for airspace design for free route airspace have been implemented that did not necessitate a significant system change, ATM system change, and that made the principles for flight planning and the need for comprehensive RAD application very limited. So this is a positive example of best practice, how various states, ANSPs, military, together with all the support that we had from the airspace users on those projects, to make such a significant process. And as a message to all our airspace users, colleagues, and to all the computer flight plan service providers, please remember 24th of February 2022 is a major date with respect to major airspace changes in Europe and in progressing with the implementation of cross-border free route airspace. And here you have in front of you one of those examples. Thank you again, colleagues from CFRA, for the fantastic experience, and we are looking forward for the discussions next week in investigating and exploiting other opportunities between yourselves and the colleagues in the CFRA. And this is, of course, again based on initiatives that we have had even from some colleagues participating here directly in those presentations. So this is about what airspace design has done, but let's talk a little bit now, what about airspace utilization? And how much is possible to be done in terms of improving flight efficiency? What airspace users, computer flight plan service providers, together with the network manager, have done, and what it is possible still to do in order to exploit better what is being made available now in the network. And we will have a very interesting session with my colleague Boris Radovanovic, who is in charge with the flight efficiency initiative in the network manager, that I can tell you has plenty of facets, and it's by far not an easy task. But he is also supported by our colleagues from KLM, who have been by far in the leadership of working together with us to make a much better use of what is available in the European network. We recognize that sometimes we don't offer to them what they would like to have, but it was impressive to see how actually KLM worked with us and pushed us with new ideas on how to make things better. And those are a couple of good practical and best practices examples that we intend also to follow in the operational excellence program. Boris and colleagues from KLM, your turn.
Thank you very much, Razvan. This presentation, as announced, will be about NM flight efficiency support to the aircraft operators with aim to improve their flight planning and actually use all those benefits which have been mentioned in the last slides, but also during today's sessions related to the airspace design and route network availability. Very briefly and very structured, and then flight efficiency is all about the savings, and we can talk about the savings of the economic and environmental impact on those savings to be achieved through the improved flight planning, which is the key component of the sustainable growth goal defined through the European Green Agenda. Just quickly about some of the elements we are working under the NM Flight Efficiency Group. The focus is on the improvement of the quality of the flight planning. And by this, we are looking to support airspace users, but also ANSPs when the new airspace changes are taking place in order to achieve their local and the network indicators related to the environment. We are promoting good flight planning practices, putting a lot of effort to improve NM system so that it can support the current need of all the stakeholders, reducing the unanticipated flights. This is a work we started a couple of years ago, but it also continued during the last period. And through the direct communication with the users, we are directly proposing airspace design improvements. We had a couple of interesting requests which are defined as green trajectory flights, where there was a goal to actually support one individual flight to go from one part to another part of the continent by all green elements considered within the trajectory planning. And it included a cross-border coordination and cooperation with many ANSPs just to enable one individual trajectory. In the last year, we had a couple of demonstrations where the flight efficiency team took a significant role, which are the Belgian military trial. We talked about the dynamic RAD. We will talk about dynamic RAD later today, but there is also Albatros project, which was initiated and will continue over the period in front of us. I would just like to remind on something that was mentioned 2 times or 3 times or a couple of more times today. It's about the famous 1,200 RADs being relaxed together with operational stakeholders. It sounds quite simple, but actually there is a big work behind that had an aim to support operators who were flying at the moment when the COVID crisis started. It means that a team had to select, to evaluate, and then agree on those routes that would be beneficial for the relaxation, bringing, according to the estimates, more than 26,000 nautical miles available to the airspace users per day to be saved in their operations. Converting this in another metrics, I guess it's a lot of fuel and a lot of CO2 savings. To support them immediately after this big change to the route flight planning options, we initiated a further advancement and adaptation of the automated group routing tool, so-called opportunity tool, which was already presented during the user forum. I remember we also had a couple of stands demonstrating how this tool could be used in the daily operations. And it's all about improving the current flight plans in the system. This tool runs completely independently in the backend of the NM system and is trying, by looking in the specific objective defined directly by the airspace user, to improve their flight plan and to send them a better routing options through the so-called opportunity flight list or reroute proposal messages. At this moment, there are 65 templates active. Some of the operators are using them for the specific objective, such as the total cost reduction, delay reduction, by considering a specific AOS parameters, such as the fuel cost, delay cost, route charges, and similar. But also the same tool is being used by the ANSPs when we have a big airspace design improvement in the network. The immediate effect is not always visible. Some of the operators are still taking older routes that are still available, but they are not considering the new options coming into the system. Their ANSPs are asking us to directly communicate with individual operators in order to improve their flight planning and to actually enrich their flight planning possibilities. In order to provide that focused support, so-called NM Flight Efficiency Task Force internal group was established. And the main actors within this team are colleagues from DNM, but also colleagues from the AOLC. I see one of those today. Thank you, Chris, in the room with us, working on the daily basis. Also, this is still not a service. It's a back office support with number of operators trying to support them and inform them about the new routing options through offering the most dynamic use of the network in the flight planning, improvement of the flight planning practices, strategic and continuous improvement of the airline operator's route catalog, guaranteeing fuel, miles, savings, stability, and predictability to the network. And here on this slide, I would like to show all the logos of the operators who worked with us over the past year. Unfortunately, I was told I need to blur those for the commercial reasons, but I believe some of those are quite easy to be recognized. And what is it about? System would actually identify routing alternatives based on the current flight plan. Modification of the flight plan would be communicated to the operator or proposal for the modification. They would change the flight plan tactically or maybe use it for the post-ops analysis through the improvement also of their flight planning systems. There is a continuous work between aircraft operators, CFSPs, and ANSPs. And this is a quick overview of the results. We heard some of those values today during the initial sessions. And just within 1 year, on the best effort basis, through the manual communications with the aircraft operators, more than 4,500, I would say even here, 600 rerouting proposals were sent to aircraft operators. All of those were acknowledged, mentioned as a very good, significant improvement. And I see numbers of around 30 nautical miles saved per options, 175 kilos saved per options, and 25 euros per route charges. I remember a couple of years ago, we had one colleague, one airspace user, who said that the losses of that year were sufficient to buy a football player. I'm not good with the numbers, but I believe that the savings from this initiative are not that bad at all. And how it works, one route would be suggested to the operator, as you would see in my example in the lower left corner. That initial flight plan has been highlighted with the blue color. For some reason, it is avoiding some interesting and available option. It has even a yo-yo in the final phase of the flight. Quickly after the correction and the proposal coming from the NM Flight Efficiency Task Force, one route proposal saved around 800 kilos of fuel. And what we monitored later in the post-ops, the same route was used by the same operator 12 times just within 1 month. So after one email, 9 tons of fuel were saved at least in a month for one flight. What are those other activities done through this focus group? There are direct communication with ANSPs about possible improvements to the existing routing options related to the fry utilization, requests to have a further route definition improvements, the way how the route should be written to be accommodated by flight planning systems or maybe redefined in order to allow better flight planning option, to increase number of DCT availables, or maybe to adopt even a terminal procedures. On another side, we communicated with aircraft operators about some current issues they are trying to resolve, and they are related sometimes to the software limitations, a lack of the FRAC connections within the flight planning tools, wrongly coded route restrictions and NOTAMs, use of the static so-called company routes, lack of the permits, but also unanticipated profiles in their flight plans. All of those small elements are contributing to the inefficiency of the flight planning, and they are aimed to be resolved within the work of this task force. Mentioning the yo-yos and the turns, this is a topic we started 2 years ago, and we are continuing to monitor the values. And as from the summer this year, we have a start rejection of so-called extreme yo-yos and the extreme turn profiles by IFPS system. But more details are available in the recently published document, yo-yos and the shortened angle flight plan and identification, which could help all airspace users to better understand how NM system could be used to reduce unanticipated profiles in their flight plans. I mentioned we are sending an emails, and this is really the email a form that is normally created by Flight Efficiency Task Force. Hi operator, maybe this would be interesting for you. And there is a picture and the routing option adjust to that particular message, and the response is on the right-hand side, highlighted with the blue. So please do not hesitate to contact NM Flight Efficiency Task Force if you would like to be considered in some of those exchanges. Emails are one way to measure success, but it's always good to have a colleague working with us on a daily basis, advanced user of the GRRT and other NM functionalities. Here we are talking about what KLM would like to add to this presentation to explain us how they are using NM systems to improve their flight planning. Just before giving the floor to my colleague Vincent from the KLM, I would like to show the graph which highlights with the blue line route extension because of the flight planning, and with the orange line, the theoretical available route at that moment in the network. Over the time, we see that KLM managed to match so-called CAP and shortest constrained route indicator. There are a number of reasons for that, but I believe Vincent would be able to highlight some of those. Vincent, could you please join us and take the floor?
Yes, thank you very much, Boris, and I'll take it over from here indeed. I'm Vincent Dilligers. I'm the ATL Regional Manager for Europe for KLM. And I would like to tell you something about how we integrated the opportunity tool in our daily routine, basically, and that we're of course very happy with the tool, as Boris already pointed out, that we're very close to optimum with that. So thank you. First, I'll go into the process where we enter the tool into the routine. It's not very complicated. This is our overall process, how we do the flight planning. So the first filing of the flight plan is being done approximately 6 hours before of blocks time. At the second filing, approximately 3 hours before block time, the dispatcher comes into play, because the first one is an automated process being done by the flight planning system itself. And at that point, the dispatcher has the potential opportunity to look at the opportunities generated from EUROCONTROL and from the system, so not by email, but just in the flight list. And so they just do that routinely, doing their job, and it's even supporting them when handling a lot of flights, because that way they can easily see where opportunities are available. So, and when this opportunity comes up, we still have to implement that into the flight planning system to check whether it's the opportunity generated is compliant with our company procedures, and make a decision to refile or not refile the flight plan when opportune. And we do that up till 1 hour before departure, generally. So we can even still optimize the fuel fueled into the airplane, so maximum optimization there. So the benefits we generate from using the opportunity tool is, of course, it's rather the last minute changes, not optimizations. For example, by using the dynamic red options, which are pretty late and not integrated into the flight planning system we currently use. And also restrict the airspace releases within the 3 hours before departure, which are also not automatically taken over by our flight planning system. But of course, by the opportunity tool will be spotted, and so we can take use of that. And even for the longer term, it points out inadequate company routes. Dispatchers, they see issues coming up, and they can also estimate whether it's a remaining opportunity for days after that, possibly, so they can inform the back office, especially after air changes. Sometimes with things, or we have legacy company NOTAMs inserted in the system to direct the routes, then we can adjust them by using those opportunities and see whether we can structurally change it. Well, the only actions that are required to implement those proposals into our systems is a manual verification of the benefits projected in our own systems. So the opportunity already comes with an estimate of the charges and fuel savings, but still we have to verify that in our own systems and verify it also with the network planning. Sometimes it still happens and it still exists in 2022 that a longer, more inefficient route will even be cheaper to fly. So yeah, there we have to balance what we take and eventually manual update of the flight planning system when we choose to use the opportunity and the additional checks by the dispatcher where everything is okay. So it's quite easy to integrate it in your daily routine. And on the next slide, there's a picture of what it looks like. So we have 4 templates. Boris already mentioned that you have various ways of configuring it, what your primary target is for the opportunities by aircraft type or operation area. So we have 4 templates we are using currently. And you can see in the opportunity column whether there's an opportunity available. And we use the note column for ourselves to administer whether we've taken the opportunity and in which way we've implemented it into the flight planning system. So in hindsight, we can check back in the system what we did, why we did it. So the back office can update their planning too for the day after that if the opportunity will be available in any later instance. So yeah, I would really would like to promote this opportunity. As you saw in the slide Boris showed, we are almost close to optimum planning to what the airspace structure has available for us. So we're very happy in using it. And it's also supporting various initiatives like the cooperation with the Belgium Air Force we had last year in releasing restricted airspace for us and made it possible to get the best out of that. So thank you, Boris, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. This was our colleague Vincent Hilliger from KLM. Thank you very much, Vincent, once again for your participation. I will use this opportunity just quickly to remind user forum group about the operational excellence program with the goal to further improve the network performance through the spreading of the best-in-class operation and technical evolution across the network, with more details available attached to this page. When focusing on the operational excellence program related topics related to the flight planning, it's important to highlight here the harmonized evolution of the CFSPs and flight planning systems together and in line with the NM evolution systems. During the last AOG meeting, aircraft operators working under the framework of the OPS program agreed on so-called AOG policy paper on the basic flight planning system requirements in the European airspace, where it is highlighted that AOs must be able to operate flight based on their individual business trajectory requirements, with a focus on environmental performance and the most efficient trajectories available. For that reason, a list of high-level requirements have been specified in this paper to call flight plan service system developments to further automate and allow full optimization of the trajectories engine generations. Just as a quick quote from that document, flight planning system must satisfy requested requirements to allow airspace users to plan in the most efficient way, taking into account the dynamic available airspace status information, as well as in accordance with individual AO's business requirements. Thank you very much, Razvan. Floor back to you.
Thank you very much to you, Vincent. Thank you very much, Boris. I think that was very enlightening in how much can be achieved if we work closer together. You have seen in the blurred slides that there are quite a number of airlines doing that already. There are several dozens of airlines, and we really call on you because the savings could be quite significant at points in time. We have a couple of questions that we will answer at the end of this session.
but I hope that some answers were given already through these presentations. Not to further delay, I would like now to introduce my colleague Pino Acampora. Pino is the head of the Projects Coordination and Integration Unit. He will run us through two important initiatives, the Dynamic RAD and the FFI's progress implementation, together with the support of my colleague Augustin Gheorghe, who is in charge with the FFI's developments here in NM. Two fantastic colleagues who will run us quickly through very important projects and initiatives. Pino, floor is yours.
Thanks, Razvan. Good afternoon for Brussels time and good whatever around the world. You give me a difficult task indeed to close the end of the first day. So I have the task is to keep you awake, first of all, in the room, and those connected to keep connection so we can take our share of audience very high. So I hope that these two projects that are really nearly reality or even a reality can attract your attention. I will start with, because both of them are in a certain way linked to the title, Digital Transformation and Sustainable Aviation. Both of them are addressing this element. I will start with Dynamic RAD, introduced in a certain way last year. The purpose is very simple, straightforward, introduce a more dynamic, flexible management of the restrictions, RAD restriction, in order to promote flight efficiency, avoiding unnecessary constraints for the traffic. If you look at the applicability, well, in theory, can be applicable to any existing RAD. Of course, here, and I will come back on this later on, we need to pay a certain attention in terms of consideration and so on. Could be seen also in supporting what before was introduced as a suspension of RAD. So we have a number of RAD, more than 1,000 suspended during this COVID period. The traffic will come back. Probably this RAD will come back as well. So if come back, why not to consider them in a more dynamic way? Important as well is that this kind of possibility to manage more dynamically or more flexibly the RAD should be considered complementary to the RAD consolidation effort. So the final goal is always to reduce the number of RAD. Consider that there are more than 12,000 in the system. So we need to pay attention as much as possible. If you can delete, we delete the RAD. And this process can help a little bit this kind of consolidation. Suitable for everyone, so could be manageable by all ATM stakeholders, from the NSPs to the aircraft operators and so on, and not mandatory. So we will, this implies that there is a certain CDM process behind the dynamic management of RAD that should be shared with the different partners. To put in reality such a kind of concept, we organized last year a number of trials that I will briefly go through. First of all, the objective, so to validate the concept, to see whether this is a feasible concept for the real operation. To look at also the limit of dynamicity. These are different aspects. One is which kind of RAD are suitable for the dynamic management and how many of them. I said we have more than 12,000 during the trials. Just to make a comparison, we tested the 22 out of 12,000. That is a very limited, is a drop in the sea in a certain way. But if the concept is acceptable, then we need to make such a kind of analysis where it's applicable. And the other important element is until when I can be dynamic. The trials, we focus on D-1 in order to give enough time to everyone to digest the dynamic information and to process for flight plan purposes. Not in prevent to move the operation, but this should be duly assessed. Of course, in this assessment, the readiness, if I can call this aircraft operator, is important as well. So we can offer whatever we want from ATM perspective, but if it's not captured and processed properly, it's, I don't say waste of time, but of course, some of the potentiality are lost. So this is also something it's important to evaluate. This brings to the performance achievement. So how much we can gain from this exercise. And then feasibility of the airspace use plan process. So it was the means used for the notification or the processing of this dynamic RAD, both in terms of collection. They propose dynamic RAD from the NSPs, processing in NM system, and notify to the aircraft operators. Last but not least, this long exercise could also offer the possibility to identify which kind of technical improvement or procedural improvement we can introduce to be even more efficient. The dynamic RAD trials were organized with the participation, a proactive participation of a number of INSPs. You see DSNA, ENAIRE, INAV, SkyGuide, NASA, and IAEA at the beginning. All of them started, you saw this, the trial started in August last year until December 2021. All of them have a different schedule because we want to give as much as possible flexibility to them to say, okay, I feel confident I can do. So we had a different schedule from the different stakeholders. Looks like a sprint, but was more a marathon indeed, because it took several months to run these trials. NASA and IAEA at the end didn't participate initially because they have internal discussion still ongoing last year, but they promised this year they could come back and then organize a trial for them as well. With conclusion of the trials, we start to collect data. I would like to share with you some, even if draft data, so not fully validated, but some data that give you some ideas. I will go quickly to some information, not all of them. If you look at the first column about the suspension in 24 hours, the percentage, you'll see that some of the RAD were suspended indeed 100% of the time. So indeed in one IRAC cycle, so here speaking about August last year, the RAD was offered most of all the time. In other, the availability was less. It's important as well, the uptake, so the rerouting flight plan, the third column, is the number of flights that indeed took benefit from the availability of the RAD compared with the candidates in 24 hours. So that was the maximum of the potential aircraft operators of flight that could take benefit from it. And then we have a percentage and also some figures. Figures are calculated by us. So take as it is just an indication that there are some potential benefit behind the utilization of the RAD. Relaxation of the RAD. For us, it's important the rate of uptake, as I mentioned before, is quite important to the readiness of aircraft operators. In some cases, you see it's very high. So I took the example of one that's 4281 that is around 80% of the uptake. That is a good result in my mind. And I would say where is high, there are two words come in my mind. One is the awareness and another one is the synergy. So we made a lot of a good campaign with all the partners using also parallel project, other initiative like flight efficiency, like Albatros mentioned by Boris, when we have partners like DSNA and Air France that were fully partner of the Albatros that took really attention on it. But of course, we personally, I like also to focus on the empty glass. So more than see where we are good, to see where we are not good and why we are not good. And in some cases, you see that the rate of acceptance is very low or mediumly low. So we need to understand why we are such a kind of situation. We start to collect some ideas, some consideration, or some inputs from the different partners. One of them very interesting that we figure out after when start the trial is the selection of RADs. So when we start the trial, we just ask to the NSPs, give us the shopping list of which are the RAD that you want to play the game and will play the game. When we went through the months of trials and so on, we realized that some of them indeed the uptake was very low and we start to analyze this RAD and we figure out that in some cases, the relaxation of the RAD didn't bring anything because there were other RADs blocking the potential benefit. So this brings to a clear conclusion that in such a kind of exercise in the future, we need to have an analysis and assessment to see whether we could create or a package or be sure that there are no other constraints regarding the proposal relaxation. Performance of the aircraft could be that they were not interested, the generic. A bit of misunderstanding initially with the GRRT, especially with the vertical profile, where initially we propose opportunity with the first flight level available up, especially in the level capping. And for some aircraft operators, they said, okay, I have only 1,000 feet of improvement, is not really interesting. In reality, it was just the first, could be higher. So we fixed this with aircraft operators, and afterwards was a little bit better. This is the next one is more input we receive from the external about the CFSP's capability to process European AUP automatically. I said it's more a perception because maybe at the beginning we have some problem, but I'm pretty sure now that all of them, vast majority of them, are ready to process automatically EUP. So this is not a really problem. Route catalog mentioned before by KLM as well. So it could be one of the case where using route catalog, the opportunity offer doesn't bring any added value. And probably in some cases, the limited benefit of a flight prevent a change. So if I have a benefit of 1 nautical miles or 1 kilogram, probably I'm not really interested. And some other factors like weather and so on. So there are a number of elements that to be further analyzed, and this we are in the phase of this additional analysis. Which are the next steps? We will continue to collect the data and analyze them, also try to get feedback from the different partners, organize probably a fast time simulation if necessary. Next week, we have initial joint session between ICMG and R&DSG group, where we have initial interim report. And then during the month of February, we will go through all the different working arrangements to provide an initial report before the final that will be later on. And propose a way forward. So this is also important to pave the way. So what the next we tested and what the next step. For the collection, we have some questionnaire that we are now analyzing. So looking at the next, first I will say, okay, the concept. From the information we got so far, there is an overall support of the concept. So we didn't hear anyone saying, I don't like the concept. So apparently it's a good idea. Dynamicity, as I said, the trials we tested, the dynamicity stopping at D-1, and apparently at this stage at least, and I share this opinion, is the good compromise in terms of dynamicity. Before we jump in the day of operation, we need to have a bit more confidence on the process. Applicability to all RAD, I said before, probably we need to go through a selection of the RAD, both with the support of the NSPs, our contribution in the analysis, also the feedback from input from the aircraft operators could be good. And then about the feasibility of the AUP mechanism. So it was a solution we adopted that was driven mainly by the automation behind this mechanism in terms of collection and notification via B2B. Of course, we use some workaround that probably are not the best, and we need to understand how to proceed. So we see different options. So as is, we believe is more some transition. So even if we say we don't like it, or we like it AUP, but we need to introduce something technically not before next year. So we have to say, and this year, what we'll do this year. So probably we can have some transition with the same mechanism we use so far to allow others to play with the dynamic RAD and also to have some concrete benefit. 2B is the evolution that could be identified for potentially for the next release. 27 is quite crowded, I would say, in terms of requirement, but probably we can find a slot if we have a clear in mind which kind of improvement we can put in place for the next year. That would be a good step forward. Or we can say we don't like it at all. We look at another solution. In this case, we need to jump in INM and we'll see when. So this is the first topic. I jump to the next one, the FFIs. That is the main enabler for the ATM transformation. So here we are in the digital transformation. That should pave the way for the trajectory-based operation. He said we have a gap today. It's evident where is working this FFI. So today we have, in reality, a different picture between the operators and the ATM, and therefore there is no real collaboration in terms of a common picture. So the goal of the FFIs indeed is to fill the gap between the two in order that at the end we can have a common picture between the different partners. FFIs is a big problem, is divided in phases. So far, DNM is focusing on the release 1. That is the basis for the transition of full FFIs deployment. That will introduce a common data format to facilitate the transition of flight information. Sorry. It's dead. Something. Ah, sorry, too fast. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, use the structure to introduce, to support the exchange of new elements and facilitate the machine B2B or machine-machine exchange of information. The FFIs is composed of different services as described here in the picture, going from the planning service. We mentioned before about preliminary flight plan in the one of the section before, that should be part of this planning service. The filing service is similar to what we have, but with extended plan capability, flight data repository, flight data request, sorry, trial service, notification, and publication. It's not an easy nut to crack. That's why we are looking at a step implementation from our side. So we are focusing so far on the number of services. We started in 25 with the technical implementation, and we are proceeding the evolution on this basic service, filing, trial, and flight data request service that are in a certain way offering the compliance with the CP1. We expect to further elaborate this services, try to cover all of them in the near future. Here we have the reference to 28, 29 in the brackets INM, because we know that 27 should be the last one, so we are jumping in INM. So we'll have a smooth transition in terms of FFIs implementation. I said with the next release, nearly to reality, we will have the operational capability through the implementation on a FIXIM 4.2.0. Manuals are ongoing in the finalization and then will be available with the 26 implementation. More important, I believe, is also for you that this doesn't mean that we jump from one to another. We'll continue to support the flight plan 2012 for the certain transition period. In order that also those that didn't migrate yet can still get the flight plan translated in 2012. So this is an exercise where we keep until we have the full migration to FFIs. Of course, this implies that we cannot have a transition forever. So at a certain point, we should have a full migration. That's why it's quite important also the initiative from the locals. And I would say, happy to say that there are some partners, both from aircraft operators, FSPs, and NSPs that are start working on the FFIs. So testing to validate and so on. So meaning that the ball is rolling, takes a bit of time, but we are in the right track. And that's all.
Many thanks, Pino, for both the NMRAD. Many thanks, Augustine, for the very good work. You see that we are now on our path towards implementing the 4D trajectories towards through the steps of FFIs. There is a lot of work in front of us, especially together with the ANSPs and the computer flight plan service providers, the airlines, on now starting the implementation and testing of those next steps. What we have tried to do in this session, dear colleagues, was to go from a very high level perspective on the main developments in the main areas, in the main operational areas, and then zooming in aspects related to environmental evolutions, whether it is in airspace design, whether it is in support to a better flight planning, or in terms of more dynamicity in the utilization of the airspace, and in system and procedural improvements with respect to flight planning.
We have a number of questions that have been addressed that I will try to respond or to pass some of the questions to our speakers. A first question or comment was related to the differences between the actual trajectory indicator and the last flight plan indicator. So the differences between the KIA and the KEP, and which are the reasons for the big differences between the two? Should the airspace users do a better flight planning? There are several reasons for that. The blame should not be thrown only on the airspace users. The airspace users, of course, can do a better flight planning. We have seen an excellent example from KLM, but there are many other airlines who are moving in this direction. But there are also letters of agreement, procedures, all sorts of, nobody knows why they are still there, RAD restrictions, agreements, etc., between various ATC units in Europe that led to the fact that when the flight comes in reality, none of those are respected. None of those are respected because the controller on the screen wants to get rid of this. And this happens in 99.99% of the cases. And this is where we have to work. And this is the purpose of the Operational Excellence Program, for instance, to make the procedures better harmonized, to exploit all the flexibility that exists today, and remove, in terms of flight planning, all the constraints that in 99.99% of the cases are not followed tactically. And that would give, of course, a much better predictability in terms of traffic demand, in terms of flight planning, and making the utilization of the airspace much better. So there are the two aspects of it, basically. Then an interesting question, NMRI routes. When we are rerouting traffic, the penalty on flight efficiency is transferred to the other, to the NSPs who are accepting this traffic, and the NSPs should be incentivized. Oh, yes. Yes, to the fact that the penalty is transferred. It's true. And probably at the moment when the final data is assessed concerning achievements in terms of flight efficiency, a much better analysis, operational analysis, needs to be made in order to see why certain evolutions took place. And I think we are working a lot with a number of ANSPs, with a number of states where questions like that come. But of course, they need to be fully taken into consideration. The operational explanations need to be taken into consideration in the incentive scheme. I think on the incentivization, the first incentivization is that when you get 200 flights more, you get the money for those 200 flights also. So there is an automatic incentivization. But of course, these are things that could be further discussed and elaborated. A classical question, it's about route efficiency compared to the Great Circle. What about weather and cost efficiency? This is again a valid question, but here we are talking about environment. Of course, the weather side is a big contributor in the environmental and in the CO2 emissions. On the other hand, the route extension remains quite a good proxy. We fully acknowledge the fact that it does not take into consideration the vertical component, but it still remains a very good proxy where you can compare the impact of the airspace design, the impact of civil military activity, the impact of the RAD, etc., the impact of the flight planning, and finally the actual trajectory. So it is a good proxy, but of course more work needs to be done in terms of the weather. Now, in terms of the cost efficiency, of course, there could be other more interesting solutions that would eliminate the cost efficiency part from the flight planning equation. But of course, this is another debate. There was a question on the 2.08. Is it both vertical and horizontal? No, route extension is just horizontal, cannot be vertical. We had a question about airspace changes at the interface between Austria and Germany. Did the map say that there will be some cross-border activity between south of Germany and the western part of Austria? we already have a quite consistent ATS delegation today between Austria and Germany, where the western part of Germany, the Innsbruck sector, is being handled by either Munich or Karlsruhe centers, depending on the flight levels. And what this was showing was the intention, and it is current work between Austria and Germany, between EUROCONTROL and DFS, to further enhance this interface. And there are already other types of initiatives at this interface that will be implemented shortly with respect to the implementation of some cross-border free route airspace options between EUROCONTROL and DFS. There was a question that was answered already by Josef concerning the percentage of airspace users using the Southeast European free route airspace. The answer was 100%, and indeed in many cases, especially in areas where flight planning is very simple and where the ATS route network has been removed, the percentage of utilization of the free route airspace options is pretty high and close to 100%. Then where does the role of CFSP ends and the one of network manager starts? Why others are not able to do the same like KLM? A very good question. If we are really procedural, the answer is very easy. The role of the CFSPs and the airspace users is clearly defined by ICAO. We cannot change a flight plan. The only responsible for a flight plan is finally the pilot, as ICAO says, but it's the airspace user or their service provider, the CFSP. What we can do is to suggest to you some good opportunities. And if you take them into consideration or not, this is a completely different story. But based on existing procedures, we cannot change flight plans. But we are looking towards, based on the examples that both Boris and Pino provided with the dynamic RAD, we are looking towards a much higher acceptance rate of those proposals. And in terms of cost, and this comes back to the question related to the validity of this route indicator. You have seen in some of these examples that actually the routes proposed are even cheaper. So it's not a given that automatically you are flight planning a cheaper route. We are proposing to you actually cheaper routes. Then there is another question. How do airlines cope with shortcuts given by air traffic controllers when they cross more expensive airspace? Now, to be honest, when a direct is being given, in most of the cases today, it used to be the case some while ago, but it has disappeared. In most of the cases, the direct is being given in an airspace where the flight plan has been filed already. So it is a shortcut through the sequence of centers that was originally intended to be in the filed flight plan. There are very rare situations today where the direct is given into another airspace that suddenly could be a more expensive airspace. But of course, the airspace users have to follow the instructions of the ATC, and of course, the current charging rules say that the charging is made on the actual trajectory and on the actual airspace that you have crossed. But those instances are very rare today. So those were the questions that were addressed to this forum. I would like to thank to all participants in order to Joseph, to Ian, and to Vincent for their not only contributions to this user forum, but their contributions to the overall network management work. Those are outstanding contributions. And also to my colleagues who have prepared not only the user forum today, but who are working daily to support the network and to make environmental improvements a tangible achievement. Many thanks for your attention, and I really hope that you have enjoyed this session. Tony, back to you.
Thank you very much, Razvan, to you and the team that you moderated. Awesome stuff. And I think it was worth having this small delay of 13 minutes because were interesting topics and good questions that merit answers. The good news is we'll finish today on time, despite this small delay. To give credit and room to Rick Dermond, the head of the Aviation Learning Center, and tell you the journey of transformation that they did during the COVID, and the new branding will start tomorrow morning with that. reminding you that we start tomorrow at 9. We have the shuttle buses starting 7:30 from Central Station to Eurocontrol and 7:45 from Schumann to Eurocontrol. It seems earlier, but we'll wait with you with good coffee and some sweets, so you can have a breakfast here. So and the coffee. Then there is this evening the shuttle bus that start from the front of the entry at 18:15 from Eurocontrol to Central Station with a stop in Schumann for those who is most convenient. Big thanks to everyone present here in the room and online. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. We'll start at 9 o'clock. So be earlier and we'll start 8:55 in the room actually. But hope you enjoy the evening in Brussels and see you tomorrow. That's it for today. Thank you.